Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51, Chapter 51 Too Big. Fortunately, Luo Feng wasn't standing in front of Tang Shuiying right now. Otherwise, he would have eagerly offered his assistance seeing her struggle so much with the task. Luo Feng would absolutely step in to help Tang Shuiying in this situation. Only now did Luo Feng clearly see that Tang Shuiying was actually trying to put something on. However, after applying the epic fluorescent papaya cream, her size had genuinely increased in this short period of time. This resulted in her being unable to properly put it on now. She had to use considerable force to get it in place. Tang Shuiying looked at herself at this moment, a happy expression appearing on her face. Even though it didn't fit properly anymore, this was actually good news for her. It proved that the epic fluorescent papaya cream truly worked, and the effects were this remarkable. In that case, it was still barely usable. Just a bit tight, that's all. If this trend continued, she'd have to discard this underwear within 2 days. It seemed she'd have to go without in the future. Indeed, being big came with its own troubles. But when it came time to meet Luo Feng, he would probably like it, right? Didn't Luo Feng say he preferred them big? With this epic fluorescent papaya cream, Tang Shuiying had regained her confidence. As the old saying goes, how can you gather hearts if you don't gather first? Thinking this, Tang Shuiying carefully stored away the epic fluorescent papaya cream. After barely managing to put it on, she turned her gaze into the distance. Earlier, she had spotted a special treasure chest not far away. Since Luo Feng treated her so well, she couldn't just be a decorative vase holding him back. Therefore, when encountering such special treasure chests, she must obtain them and give them to Luo Feng. Only this way could she demonstrate her worth. At this moment, Tang Shuiying felt a sense of urgency. Because Luo Feng was now so outstanding, many girls would surely be interested in him. If she didn't work harder, other girls might beat her to it. Now she needed to not only improve her figure but also strive to help Luo Feng more. She had actually studied Taekwondo and Sanda for some time in the past, though she never practiced it or fought with others. This was why after arriving in this oceanic world, she had forgotten all her previous training due to nervousness and fear. But from now on, she couldn't continue like this. She needed to relearn the combat skills she had studied before. Whenever she had time, she would start improving her combat abilities. With this thought, Tang Shuiying's gaze grew even more determined. She wouldn't let other women take Luo Feng away from her and her sister. Then Tang Shuiying put aside these thoughts and looked toward the large treasure chest in the distance. It wouldn't be long before she could obtain it. Luo Feng had been watching all of Tang Shuiying's movements, especially that recent scene. It left him feeling parched again. Luo Feng was puzzled. Hadn't he just drunk his fill? Why was he thirsty again? So, Luo Feng picked up another glass of coconut juice and started drinking again. This time, as he drank the coconut juice, the sensation was completely different from the first time. While sipping the coconut juice that tasted remarkably like coconut milk, why-did images involuntarily flash through his mind? What would coconut milk taste like? It must be better than coconut juice. The thought startled Luo Feng himself. At this moment, Luo Feng realized that ever since arriving in this oceanic world, he had gradually begun to let loose. This realization helped him understand why Tang Shuiying's temperament had undergone some changes. Luo Feng had always considered himself a gentleman, yet his thoughts kept veering toward becoming a seasoned veteran. Something wasn't quite right here. Shaking off these thoughts, Luo Feng noticed Tang Shuiying had already dressed properly, so his gaze shifted to the large treasure chest not far away. The sheer size of the chest startled him. It stood over a meter tall. This was the largest treasure chest Luo Feng had ever seen. Even without opening it, he knew the contents must be extraordinary. It seemed another bountiful harvest awaited them. Upon seeing the chest, Luo Feng suddenly remembered something. Ever since entering this game, Tang Shuiying had acquired far more treasure chests than he had. This was despite Luo Feng having the advantage of advanced casting hook. This discrepancy made Luo Feng wonder just how high was Tang Shuiying's special luck attribute. He decided to ask her about it later. With this in mind, Luo Feng sent her a message. What are you doing now? I've prepared something delicious for you. Did you get that special treasure chest? Tang Shuiying was currently using an oar to approach the large chest. Hearing Luo Feng's voice, she replied, I'm still some distance away. It'll take about 10 or 20 minutes to reach it. Did you say you prepared something delicious for me? Yes, it's something you've definitely never tasted before. But once you try it, you'll love it. It's packed with nutrients. Luo Feng was eager to share his prepared coconut juice with Tang Shuiying. Tang Sui's face flushed slightly at his words. A drink with nutrients? She couldn't help but wonder if. Really? She asked hesitantly. Absolutely. It tastes similar to milk. I'm filling a glass for you now, almost done. Luo Feng was pouring the coconut juice into an enormous glass. Hearing this, Tang Sui's cheeks grew even redder. Was Luo Feng planning to give her a drink? Her emotions were incredibly complex at this moment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Finally, she took a deep breath and made a decision. 52, Chapter 52. Just this once. Since Luo Feng was offering to treat her, she would drink whatever it was. She couldn't let him down, even if it was something she'd never tried before. With this thought, she spoke softly. I'm ready. You can give it to me now, and I'll drink it. But just this once, okay? This kind of thing. It's a little inappropriate. Luo Feng was holding a large cup filled with coconut juice, but at that moment, he was dumbfounded. Why would Tang Shuiying suddenly say something like that? What did she mean? Wasn't it just coconut juice? Why did it sound like she was being forced to drink something terrible? Did Tang Shuiying dislike coconut juice? But since Luo Feng had offered, she was willing to try it just this once. Luo Feng didn't recall ever hearing Tang Shuiying mention disliking coconut juice before. Still, since she had already said so, he replied, alright, just try it this time. If you don't like it, you don't have to drink it again. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Sui's face flushed bright red. Did she really have to drink it? This time, she had mustered up a great deal of courage to make this decision. Just as she was about to speak, even if she liked it, she would never drink it again, only this once. At that moment, a trade notification appeared. 1 large cup of coconut juice, trades for nothing. When Tang Sui saw the item in the trade, she was completely stunned. Her mouth fell open, and her eyes widened in shock. It was as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. So the white liquid Luo Feng had mentioned was coconut juice. He had wanted to treat her to coconut juice, but she had imagined it as. At this realization, Tang Sui was so embarrassed she wished she could crawl into a hole. Thankfully, she wasn't standing in front of Luo Feng, otherwise, she couldn't even imagine how awkward the situation would have been. Not daring to delay any longer, she quickly accepted the coconut juice. A large cup of coconut juice appeared in her hands. Tang Sui stared at the white liquid in the cup, hesitating to take a sip. Now, images flashed through her mind, and the more she looked at the coconut juice, the more it resembled. In the end, she decided not to overthink it. Whatever it was, she would just drink it. After a few sips, she began to calm down. Because it was chilled coconut juice, the coolness instantly sobered her up. She stared blankly at the drink in her hands, surprised that Luo Feng could even provide iced coconut juice. But the taste was actually quite delicious. She took several more gulps. Then, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. What did coconut milk taste like? Was it as good as this coconut juice? The moment this idea surfaced, Tang Sui was startled by her own imagination. As someone with a dirty mind, she realized just how much her thoughts had been straying in Luo Feng's presence. Now, she finally understood sometimes, knowing too much wasn't necessarily a good thing. Luo Feng waited for a moment, noticing Tang Shuiying hadn't responded yet, so he spoke up. So, do you like the taste of my coconut juice? Tang Sui, hearing Luo Feng's words, collected her thoughts and replied, it's delicious, I really enjoy it. Thank you so much for offering me coconut juice. In a little while, I'll send that special treasure chest over to you. Luo Feng chuckled at her words and said, no problem, as long as you like it. I have plenty here, you can come to me anytime you want more. I promise I can keep you well fed. By the way, what's so special about this treasure chest you mentioned? Although Luo Feng already knew this special chest was a large one, he casually asked anyway. After all, Tang Shuiying had no idea he possessed an item that allowed him to see her surroundings. If she found out, he wouldn't be able to explain it. After a moment of thought, Tang Sui replied, this special treasure chest is the strangest one I've ever seen. When I first discovered it, it was about the same size as a regular chest. But before long, it started shrinking smaller and smaller until it became so tiny I couldn't even see it. I thought it was going to disappear entirely. Then, after some time, it began growing again, bigger and bigger. Even after reaching normal chest size, it didn't stop expanding. Now, it's many times larger than a regular chest. Don't you think a treasure chest that can change size is bizarre? Luo Feng was stunned by her description. He never expected the special chest to be this extraordinary, capable of changing size at will. Initially, he had assumed it was just a large chest. But now, with such a unique feature, the rewards inside must be substantial. He wondered if there were any dangers lurking near it. With that thought, Luo Feng raised his legendary telescope to his eyes, focusing on the area around the massive chest. After scanning the surroundings, he frowned slightly. There didn't seem to be any immediate threats nearby. Could the chest really be safe? Still, he couldn't shake his unease. I'm not sure if there's any danger around the chest, he said. Be careful when approaching it. If anything happens, let me know right away. Hearing his concern, Tang Sui felt a warm flutter in her heart. Luo Feng truly cared about her. Alright, she replied. I'll start paddling toward that big chest now with my oar. I won't talk for the moment. Once I've secured it, I'll contact you again. Sounds good, Luo Feng said. I need to expand my wooden raft anyway, it's getting too crowded with all these items. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60 plus chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 53, Chapter 53, Zombie Island. Not a good place to go ashore. After speaking, Luo Feng also began to focus on his own task, expanding his raft. Tang Sui, who was rowing the oar, nearly dropped it in shock upon hearing Luo Feng's words. She knew just how massive Luo Feng's raft was. The fact that he was still worried about not having enough space for supplies was enough to make anyone feel inadequate. However, having spent so much time with Luo Feng, she had grown accustomed to his capabilities and had somewhat adjusted to his way of thinking. So, she began steering toward the large treasure chest. Tang Sui knew Luo Feng loved opening treasure chests. If she could bring this one to him, it would surely make him happy. Meanwhile, Luo Feng started working on expanding his raft. His raft was already enormous to begin with. Luo Feng's raft, a perfect grade raft, 1010. An average person's raft, a common raft, 22. At this point, most people's rafts barely had anything on them besides a single person and a throwing hook. Luo Feng's raft was 25 times the size of an ordinary person's. Yet, even under these circumstances, Luo Feng was still concerned about running out of space for supplies. As he worked on the expansion, Luo Feng took a moment to glance at the 9527 chat channel. There had been some subtle changes now. The channel had a prefix, likely indicating it was the dedicated chat for their 9527 C zone. Luo Feng didn't know exactly how many such C zones existed, but based on his past gaming experience, these zones were probably similar to beginner villages in online games low difficulty, designed for newcomers to develop and grow. Once players had progressed enough, they would likely advance to higher level C zones. At that point, people from different zones might even cross paths. But that was a matter for the future. For now, the primary goal for most was simply survival. It had already been a full day and night since people were thrust into this oceanic game. Many had managed to gather some resources, but quite a few had also succumbed to thirst or hunger, unable to endure any longer, and had jumped into the sea to end their suffering. Luo Feng could only sympathize that he was no saint, nor would he freely give away his own food to strangers. At this point, he opened the trading platform to see what people were exchanging. However, based on his earlier experience with the treasure map fragments, he knew some players would never put truly valuable items up for trade. They were probably still clinging to the hope of collecting all the fragments themselves and hunting for treasure. Excellent grade raft plank blueprint, trade 4, wood 40. Good grade spear blueprint, trade 4, wood 20. Inflatable doll blueprint, trade 4, food 3. Wei Go 1, trades, good grade spear 1. Jumping orange 1, trades, fruit 10. After seeing these trade items, Luo Feng was truly amazed by the sheer variety. There was everything imaginable. All sorts of bizarre things were being exchanged. Luo Feng was certainly broadening his horizons. However, the item levels of these goods weren't particularly high. So far, not a single perfect grade or above item or item blueprint had appeared. Even perfect grade items were few and far between. After all, not everyone was as overpowered as Luo Feng. Most people obtained low-level items from common treasure chests. Then, Luo Feng turned his attention to the chat channel. Why can all of you get food and water, while I haven't obtained anything so far? Not even a treasure chest. I haven't even seen a single piece of wood. Is this because my luck stat is only 2? I was already unlucky enough in the real world. How come I'm still this unlucky in the game world? Brothers, does anyone have an item to enhance that aspect? I could really use one. If this keeps up, I might not last much longer. As for payment, we can split any fish I catch 50 to 50. Damn, you dare show your face again? I tried your method. If I hadn't slipped and fallen, I would have been scared out of my wits. Hurry up and give me a few fish as compensation. I'm the unluckiest one here. I found an island and excitedly went ashore, but as soon as I landed, I got so scared I ran away. Guess what I saw? A horde of zombies exactly like the ones in Resident Evil. It was terrifying. Luckily, I ran fast, or I might have been done for. Damn, bro, you didn't get hurt anywhere, did you? If you're injured, speak up fast. This virus is contagious. After reading these messages, Luo Feng noticed one person mentioning the discovery of a zombie island. Seems this guy had pretty good luck. Now, as more people discovered islands, Luo Feng grew even more curious about the islands listed in his Myriad Islands Illustrated Handbook. He still wanted to explore all kinds of islands properly. Luo Feng didn't idle around either. He started bulk purchasing time accelerators. As the item levels of the items people obtained improved, some began realizing the importance of time accelerators. After all, time was extremely precious now. The sooner they could craft high-level items, the faster they could stockpile food and supplies in the early stages. This time, Luo Feng managed to acquire a total of 10 hours worth of time accelerators, which satisfied him. The only thing that displeased him was that he still hadn't obtained a time accelerator himself. Otherwise, with his god-level billion-fold reward system, triggering even a modest multiplier would ensure he'd never run short of time accelerators. Just as Luo Feng was about to close the chat channel, he suddenly spotted a new message. Zhang-san, I saw a huge trail on this island, over a meter wide, most likely left by a big snake. 54, Chapter 54, Size-Shifting Treasure Chest. Turtle egg turns into black tortoise egg. I'm considering whether to go deeper, brothers. Any suggestions? Brother Zhang-san, what's there to fear about a big snake? Don't chicken out, go for it boldly. We should follow Su Xian's example. You could be the next heroic grass dweller. If we go by Zhang-san's description, that snake is at least 1 meter wide, probably could swallow him whole in one bite. Even if he forces his way in, it'd be like stirring a giant vat with chopsticks. My advice? Just run. Luo Feng was taken aback when he read Zhang-san's message. Among the 3 people he'd encountered earlier, one was indeed named Zhang-san. Judging by Zhang-san's description, this island likely harbored an enormous serpent. Just the traces it left behind were a meter wide. The snake itself might be nearly 2 meters in girth. Even if not 2 meters, at least 1 meter wide. That was downright terrifying. Luo Feng couldn't help feeling a chill down his spine. Facing a snake that massive, he wasn't entirely confident he could win. Instinctively, Luo Feng glanced toward the island's interior. The heart of this island must be teeming with gigantic creatures. After all, this was a giant-type island. It was only natural everything would be oversized. With that thought, Luo Feng looked at the giant chicken he'd killed nearby. What if that giant chicken attracted some ferocious beast? He couldn't dwell on this. The more he thought, the scarier it got. Luo Feng remembered this giant-type island's danger rating was only 3 stars. How could it be this horrifying? Deciding to act, Luo Feng sent a message. If you 3 actually spot that giant snake on the island, let me know its whereabouts. Don't worry, I'll reward you for the information. The moment Luo Feng posted this, the chat channel exploded. By now, everyone in C-Zone 9527 knew of Shura's legendary status. Naturally, they all paid close attention to Luo Feng's words. Holy shit, is that Shura God? Shura God, you've got so many materials, mind sharing some tips? Who knew news of this giant snake would draw out Shura God? Are you planning to slay it, Shura God? No way. A snake over a meter thick would be at least 50 meters long. I refuse to believe Shura God could kill something like that. If Shura God actually kills this giant snake, I'll eat nothing but shit for 3 meals a day. Look, another freeloader begging for meals. In this oceanic world, shit isn't something you can just eat whenever. Most of us haven't eaten in over a day. We can't even produce any to spare. Zhang-san, got it, Shura God. If we encounter the giant snake, we'll notify you immediately. Seeing Zhang-san's response, Luo Feng didn't linger in the chat channel any longer. Now, he felt a growing sense of urgency. Thinking about how just one giant chicken had already given Luo Feng quite a headache, encountering other ferocious beasts would likely be even more dangerous. At this moment, Luo Feng needed to quickly improve his combat strength. Currently, his means of fighting were still somewhat limited. Next, he decided to check if Tang Shuiying had obtained anything good from that special treasure chest. However, Tang Shuiying hadn't contacted Luo Feng yet, which meant she probably hadn't gotten her hands on it. Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry either. Haste makes waste, after all. So, he began expanding his perfect-grade raft. Just about 5 minutes into the expansion work, Luo Feng received a message from Tang Shuiying. Luo Feng, I've got the treasure chest. But its shape is a bit unusual right now, so don't be surprised. Hearing Tang Shuiying's excited tone, Luo Feng was thrilled. The special treasure chest was finally in their possession. At that moment, a trade notification appeared before Luo Feng. Size-shifting treasure chest, trades for none. After reading the description of the treasure chest, Luo Feng nearly spat out the coconut juice he was drinking. The name of this treasure chest was just too amusing. Size-shifting? At first glance, Luo Feng almost misread it as size-pooping. He couldn't help but wonder how could there be so many peculiar treasure chests in this oceanic world. Were there also singing treasure chests, dancing treasure chests, or even basketball-playing treasure chests? Shaking off these thoughts, Luo Feng immediately accepted the size-shifting treasure chest. In his hand appeared an extremely small bronze treasure chest. It was only about the size of his palm, and it seemed to be slowly shrinking further. Luo Feng was startled by this sight. He hadn't expected the treasure chest to be this unusual. What kind of goodies could be inside? Just as Luo Feng, brimming with excitement, was about to open the size-shifting treasure chest, his perfect fishing rod suddenly twitched. Noticing this change, Luo Feng froze in surprise. After such a long dry spell, the perfect fishing rod had finally caught something at this very moment. Couldn't it have waited? After a moment's thought, Luo Feng decided to carry the small treasure chest over to the perfect fishing rod. After all, the size-shifting treasure chest was already in his hands. There was no need to rush. But the perfect fishing rod hadn't yielded anything in so long. Luo Feng was curious to see what it might have hooked this time. So, he tucked the size-shifting treasure chest into his pocket. Then, he lifted the perfect fishing rod. Hanging from the hook was something round and smooth. An egg. Just as Luo Feng was baffled, the system notification appeared. Obtained turtle egg, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained black tortoise egg, +1. What? Turtle egg, black tortoise egg. Luo Feng nearly doubted his hearing at the system's announcement. A turtle egg had transformed into a black tortoise egg. As a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, Luo Feng was quite familiar with the 4 divine beasts: azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger. These were all mythical beasts from legends, yet they had appeared right before Luo Feng's eyes. At this moment, Luo Feng couldn't contain his excitement. He didn't even bother with the size-shifting treasure chest, let it shrink for a while. Luo Feng wanted to study this black tortoise egg. Who knows? His very first pet might soon be within his grasp. If only he could unlock the pet rankings. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 55, Chapter 55, 100,000-fold reward, 6 flavor Emperor Pill. With this, Luo Feng would have a black tortoise as a pet. The sheer coolness factor was beyond words. What if, because of this black tortoise egg, Luo Feng managed to unlock the pet leaderboard? The gains from that would be enormous. And if that happened, would Luo Feng ever run short of shock points? But shock points were just a minor perk. Considering the previous resource leaderboard had rewarded a +1 to lifespan, by analogy, the pet leaderboard would likely offer a similar lifespan reward. Even if it didn't grant lifespan, there would surely be other prizes. In any case, the rewards definitely wouldn't be shabby. If it did grant another +1 to lifespan, and Luo Feng triggered a high multiplier reward on top of that, he'd truly be set for life. Thinking this, Luo Feng wasted no more time. Just then, the property description of the black tortoise egg appeared before him. Black tortoise egg. Rank, unknown. Hatching condition, blood binding. Description, upon successful hatching, you will obtain a black tortoise as a pet. The black tortoise is the ruler of the waters. With this pet, you will experience the freedom of making the 4 seas your home. The black tortoise's size is immense, with no growth limit could potentially grow as large as an island. Luo Feng was utterly stunned by this description. The last line had caught his attention. Could the black tortoise really grow as large as an island? He glanced at the massive island before him. If the black tortoise could reach that size, it would be terrifyingly impressive. With that, Luo Feng could roam the seas as he pleased. He could even make his home on the back of a giant black tortoise. But that was just wishful thinking for now. Whether he could reach that level remained to be seen. Luo Feng didn't dwell on it. First, he needed to handle the matter at hand. His focus shifted to the hatching condition, blood binding. Drip blood to claim ownership? Why did this sound like something straight out of a novel? A single drop of blood could make an animal recognize its master? In the past, Luo Feng would never have believed such a thing. But now, he obediently pulled out a small knife. He was going to draw blood. Luo Feng stared at the knife in his hand, then at his finger, hesitating. After all, self-harm wasn't something he could easily bring himself to do. Not for any profound reason, he was just afraid of pain. But then he looked at the black tortoise egg, which had originally been the size of a chicken egg but had now swollen to the size of a basketball. Probably about an E-cup, he mused. Thinking about how hatching this massive egg would grant him a black tortoise and possibly even extend his lifespan, Luo Feng gritted his teeth. With a swift motion, he nicked his finger with the knife and let the blood drip onto the enormous black tortoise egg. The moment the blood touched the egg surface, it was slowly absorbed. Watching this, Luo Feng couldn't help but marvel. It seems this blood-binding ritual is indeed quite reliable. Just then, Luo Feng thought of something. If a girl obtained a pet egg, she wouldn't need to prick her finger. Because girls naturally have blood flowing out every month. As Luo Feng's mind wandered, a notification sound rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations player, blood binding successful. Black tortoise egg begins incubation. Incubation time, 24 hours. No way. The incubation time is actually this long. Seeing that the black tortoise egg needed a full day to hatch, Luo Feng couldn't help but complain. But there was nothing he could do except wait patiently. Thinking this, Luo Feng set the black tortoise egg aside and took out the size-shifting treasure chest from his pocket. Now, the treasure chest had shrunk to the size of Luo Feng's thumb. Seeing this, Luo Feng was astonished. This treasure chest was truly special. Without further delay, lest the chest keep shrinking until it became too small to notice, Luo Feng used 2 fingers to open the tiny chest. Opening size-shifting treasure chest. Obtained common 6 flavor Emperor Pill, +1. Obtained outstanding size-adjusting banana, +1. Obtained good bra D-cup, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained epic 6 flavor Emperor Pill, +1. Obtained legendary size-adjusting golden banana, +10. Obtained epic size-adjusting bra, +10. Luo Feng was dumbfounded by these rewards. Then he was overcome with ecstasy. His luck today was absolutely phenomenal. It seemed Luo Feng had finally escaped his streak of bad luck. Triggering the 10,000-fold reward twice in a row, this brought him immense joy. However, when Luo Feng saw the names of these items, his expression became slightly peculiar. Why did these 3 items' names seem rather inappropriate? Especially when he saw the first item, 6 flavor Emperor Pill, not the regular version. Luo Feng fell deep into thought. Had his secret been exposed? Did the system know to give him items to replenish his energy? How considerate of the system. I wonder if next time it could give him some kidney boosting tablets too. Shaking off these thoughts, Luo Feng stared at the massive black pill in his hand, lost in contemplation. Could this be the 6-flavor Emperor pill? Why was it so different from the usual small pills? No point overthinking. Luo Feng decided to check the pill's properties. 6-flavor Emperor pill. Grade, Epic. Description: this is the super concentrated, enhanced, upgraded version of the regular 6-flavor Emperor pill. One pill is more potent than 100,000 regular pills. After consumption, your body will be overflowing with energy. Capable of continuous battle for 3 days and nights without rest. Limitless stamina. Note, the effects won't activate immediately. First, the pill will improve your physique. After all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. Effects: strength +3, agility +3, constitution +3. This. After seeing the description of this black pill, no, the 6-flavor Emperor pill, Luo Feng was so shocked he couldn't speak. The effects of this epic grade 6-flavor Emperor pill were truly extraordinary. 56, Chapter 56, Size Adjusting Golden Banana. 10 times larger. This was something Luo Feng had been dreaming of. With this item, Luo Feng would never have to worry about his body being weak again. Thinking this, Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all. He immediately swallowed the epic Emperor 6-flavor pill. After consuming the black pill, Luo Feng felt a surge of energy spreading from his stomach to every part of his body. As the energy diffused, he could clearly sense his body undergoing rapid changes. Luo Feng could distinctly feel himself growing stronger. The transformation lasted a full 3 minutes before it finally ended. By the time it was over, Luo Feng was drenched in sweat, his entire body soaked. At this point, he wasn't in a hurry to do anything else. He simply took a quick cold shower. After all, in his current sticky state, there was no way he could continue. While showering, Luo Feng took a glance at his attribute stats. Name: Luo Feng. ID: 54,188. Lifespan: 79 years. Shock points: 54,321. Maximum reward multiplier: 100,000. Basic attributes: Strength: 12. Agility: 13. Constitution: 12. Spirit: 11. Intelligence: 11. Average human baseline: 10. Special attributes: Charm: 11. Luck: 9. Average human baseline: 10. Most of the other data remained unchanged, but Luo Feng's basic attributes Strength, Agility, and Constitution had each increased by 3 points. Previously, Luo Feng's Constitution had been below average, likely due to staying up late gaming and certain other indulgences. But now, things had taken a dramatic turn. These 3 stats had far surpassed normal human levels, essentially reaching the peak of what a trained human could achieve. This wasn't just a simple +3 increase. Luo Feng's body had become faster, more enduring, and more powerful. With these improvements, combined with his epic quality spear, his combat ability had skyrocketed. As for the other effects described by the 6-flavor Emperor pill, well, he'd have to explore those with Tang Shuiying another time. Luo Feng even tested his newfound strength, could now lift an entire bucket of water with ease. It was terrifying. Now, Luo Feng was brimming with confidence. Just as he was about to check his other items, a sudden notification popped up. Luo Feng opened it. Was a message from Zhang San. Greetings, Shura God. The 3 of us just witnessed something truly horrifying. That giant snake we mentioned earlier, it might actually exist. When we changed direction and continued forward, we found traces of it again. But this time, the traces were different. There was a lot of bloodstains on them. Judging by the scene, it's likely the snake's own blood. It must be injured. After seeing this, we didn't dare stay any longer and immediately left. Then, I'll pass this message on to you. After reading the message, Luo Feng frowned. He wasn't surprised by the existence of the giant snake, as this was a giant-type island after all. Encountering such creatures wasn't unusual here. However, the fact that there existed animals on this island capable of injuring such an enormous serpent was truly astonishing. It seemed this giant-type island was far more complex than Luo Feng had initially imagined. In the past, Luo Feng might have hesitated to venture into this island. But now, he possessed the confidence to do so. This island undoubtedly held valuable treasures. Most importantly, Luo Feng had just reviewed the description of the legendary size-altering golden banana. With this treasure in hand, Luo Feng no longer feared exploring the island's depths. Even if he encountered the giant snake, he wouldn't need to panic. With this thought, Luo Feng sent a message to Zhang San. Good, this information is very useful to me. If you discover anything else, please let me know. You can take these food items for now. Shark meat 3 trades for nothing. Understood. We'll notify you immediately if we find anything. However, we dare not follow the snake's trail and must change direction. Reading Zhang San's reply, Luo Feng didn't press further. He understood that if those 3 encountered the giant snake, survival would be nearly impossible. Therefore, Luo Feng didn't ask them to track the serpent. After handling these matters, Luo Feng excitedly picked up a size-adjusting golden banana. He had already reviewed its description earlier. With this treasure, his oceanic adventures would become much more comfortable. Size-adjusting golden banana. Rank, legendary. Description: after consuming this item, your body, or specific parts, can freely enlarge or shrink. Function, maximum enlargement, 10x minimum shrinkage, 1/100th. Duration, 30 minutes. This explained why Luo Feng, who had initially worried about the snake seeking him out, suddenly felt unconcerned, even eager to explore the island's interior. The legendary size-altering golden banana's description revealed its true value. This golden banana could not only significantly enhance Luo Feng's combat capabilities on land, it could also greatly strengthen his abilities in other situations. Luo Feng particularly noted that this golden banana could enlarge any body part. This would prove extremely convenient for various future needs. Sometimes, enlarging the entire body wasn't necessary, localized adjustments had their advantages, just as full-body transformations had theirs. Currently standing at 1.8 meters tall, enlarging tenfold would make Luo Feng 18 meters tall. At such size, while he couldn't necessarily act recklessly on this giant-type island, at least his safety would be guaranteed. After organizing his belongings, Luo Feng prepared to venture into the island's depths. Perhaps he might discover valuable items, something like spatial rings, for instance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if Luo Feng ran around everywhere carrying so many things. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 57, Chapter 57, The Merfolk Queen is coming soon. If the excessive amount of food attracted the attention of large marine creatures, it could spell trouble. Luo Feng now understood that the ocean wasn't just home to common great white sharks. As Luo Feng pondered this, deep beneath the island's waters, a 7-colored bubble was rising toward the surface. Inside this radiant bubble slept the Merfolk Queen. Had Luo Feng seen her, he would have been astonished. The Merfolk Queen looked exactly like the statue he'd been handling earlier. Of course, Luo Feng remained unaware of this. At the moment, he was wondering why the Merfolk Queen hadn't appeared yet despite using Mermaid Queen's call. Could it have been ineffective? But this thought was fleeting as his attention turned to the final item. Luo Feng gazed at the protective cover in his hand with a complicated expression. What kind of items had he been obtaining lately? Thankfully Tang Shuiying was around, otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do with these feminine products. The description of the adjustable protective cover appeared before him. Adjustable protective cover. Grade, Epic. Description, this protective cover can resize according to the user's will and alter its shape based on preference. Luo Feng fell into deep thought while holding the 10 size adjusting bras. Judging by the description, these would pair well with the fluorescent papaya cream. If he ever decided to sell these items, he could create a combo set. At this thought, Luo Feng realized Tang Shuiying must be growing impatient. She was probably curious about what the size-shifting treasure chest contained, but Luo Feng was equally curious about Tang Shuiying's luck stat. How had she encountered such a treasure chest without any dangers? So he sent her a message, "I've opened the size-shifting treasure chest. Want to know what's inside?" Upon hearing this, Tang Shuiying paused her training session. She'd been practicing her old taekwondo and martial arts skills. As her understanding of this oceanic game deepened, she realized survival wasn't just about finding food and water. Dangers lurked everywhere: sea monsters, enemies, wild animals. Determined not to be a useless pretty face, she trained whenever possible. But now, her chest ached painfully, mainly because of her. The intense exercise made it unbearable. Tang Shuiying finally stopped moving. Luo Feng's expression changed slightly upon hearing the voice from the other end. Could Tang Shuiying be doing something inappropriate? Was she? Otherwise, why would she be making such alluring sounds? This left Luo Feng momentarily speechless, unable to voice what he was about to say. Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke up, "You go ahead with what you're doing. We can talk after you're done." 10 big bananas, traded for nothing. Tang Shuiying instantly understood what Luo Feng meant when she saw the 10 bananas before her. She had been completely misunderstood by him. Her face flushed a deep red, as ripe and vibrant as an apple, glowing with embarrassment. She had never done anything like that before. If Luo Feng misunderstood her now, there would be no way to explain it properly. This wasn't something she could just casually discuss with a guy. But if she didn't clarify this time, she might never get another chance. With this in mind, Tang Shuiying spoke up, "Luo Feng, it's not what you think. I was just practicing martial arts after using the epic fluorescent papaya cream you gave. Might worked really well. That's why I made those sounds." Hearing this, Luo Feng felt a wave of awkwardness. Thank goodness he wasn't in front of Tang Shuiying right now, otherwise, this situation would have been unbearable. He quickly replied, "Oh, that's what it was. But don't worry, you won't have this problem anymore. I've already found a solution for you. But let's not talk about that yet. I have a question for you first." Tang Shuiying was immediately intrigued. Could Luo Feng really have a way to fix her issue? Did he have a large stockpile of it? But since he wanted to ask something first, she didn't press further. There was no rush anyway. She stopped her martial arts movements to avoid accidentally making any more sounds while talking to Luo Feng. That would have been awkward. With that in mind, she said, "What's your question? If I know the answer, I'll definitely tell you." Without hesitation, Luo Feng asked something he had been curious about for a while. "It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask, what's your luck stat? You know, that special attribute, luck." Tang Shuiying was taken aback. She hadn't expected Luo Feng to suddenly ask about this, though she had no idea why he wanted to know. 58, Chapter 58, A White Lie. Luck Stat 36. She checked her attributes again, a smile blooming on her face as she spoke cheerfully. Let me see, my luck stat is 18, which seems significantly higher than normal. What's yours? Yours must be even higher than mine, right? When Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying's words, he nearly spat blood. Her luck stat was absurdly high, no wonder she kept encountering so many treasure chests. The reason was crystal clear now. However, in Luo Feng's opinion, Tang Shuiying's greatest stroke of luck was meeting him. This wasn't narcissism on his part, it was simply the truth. As for her question, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. He couldn't very well tell her his luck stat was only 9, half of hers. If he did, his image in her eyes would take a serious hit. Not to mention, he'd have no way to explain the origins of all his supplies. At this point, Luo Feng had no choice but to resort to a white lie. With that in mind, he said, my luck stat is 36. Looks like both of us are pretty lucky, huh? No wonder you keep running into those special treasure chests, it all makes sense now. After all, no one could actually see his luck stat. If he claimed it was 36, who could argue? In fact, many people might even believe him. Given how quickly he'd amassed resources in this oceanic world, a low luck stat would be impossible to justify. This lie would serve as his protective talisman. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng's words, her jaw dropped in shock, as if she'd just heard something unbelievable. The average person's luck stat was 10, and hers was 18, so she'd thought hers was already quite good. But now, Luo Feng's was 36, double hers. No wonder he'd acquired so many powerful items in such a short time. Her face filled with admiration as she said, Luo Feng, you're amazing. Your luck stat is ridiculously high. Luo Feng chuckled at her reaction. There's really no need to envy me. I've got even more impressive things up my sleeve. I'll show you someday when the time's right. But for now, let's move on. I'll give you one of the items I just obtained. It should be useful for you. Epic Size Adjusting Bra, traded for nothing. When Tang Shuiying saw the item's name, her heart skipped a beat. Luo Feng had obtained yet another epic grade item? That was unbelievable. Was this the power of a luck stat of 36? Without hesitation, she accepted the epic size adjusting bra. And when she read its description, her shock deepened. How could something this powerful even exist? Right now, Tang Shuiying's face was a picture of pure excitement and joy. If she had this epic size adjusting bra, she wouldn't have to worry about further growth anymore. That way, she could confidently use the epic fluorescent papaya cream without hesitation. Just as Tang Shuiying was about to start removing her current one, she suddenly heard Luo Feng's voice. Hey, I just noticed this chat channel has a feature to create a team channel, so I went ahead and made one. This way, if we run into any acquaintances later, we can invite them to our room. The room password is the same as before. You still remember it, right? After discovering this team function, Luo Feng had set up a small channel for easier communication in the future. Otherwise, some things just weren't appropriate to discuss in the public regional channel. Everyone had their private matters, after all. Previously, Wang Hao and his group of 5 had used their team channel to plot against Luo Feng. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying frowned. She knew her sister Tang Shuiying often played games with Luo Feng, so she was naturally aware of the special room password. However, although she had used these passwords before, she hadn't made a point to memorize them. If she had to answer now, she wasn't entirely sure she could recall it correctly. At this thought, Tang Shuiying's heart suddenly raced. Was Luo Feng suspecting her? Was he deliberately testing her? Right now, Tang Shuiying still didn't know whether Luo Feng had discovered her true identity. Or had he known from the very beginning and was just pretending not to? Tang Shuiying had long considered revealing her true identity, but she lacked the courage, afraid that doing so might mean losing Luo Feng. Once you fall for someone, you start overthinking everything. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Shuiying finally spoke, relying on her memory. Of course I remember. The room password should be. Once she finished speaking, her heart pounded nervously. She could only recall one password from memory. Soon, she heard Luo Feng's reply. That's the one. You can join now if you want, though there's no one in there yet. We'll keep it as a backup for now. Hearing this, Tang Shuiying let out a quiet sigh of relief. Her memory hadn't failed her. Still, she made up her mind to find an opportunity soon to tell Luo Feng that she was actually Tang Shuiying. With that thought, she said, I'll join now. Soon, Tang Shuiying entered Luo Feng's room. Once everything was settled, she spoke again. Alright, I'm going to switch to the size adjusting bra you gave me, so I'll stop chatting for now. After spending so much time talking with Luo Feng, Tang Shuiying had gradually grown bolder and now dared to bring up such matters with him. Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion in his heart. However, Luo Feng had no intention of peeking. Luo Feng was a man of integrity and would never do such a thing. With that in mind, he said, Alright, you go ahead with your work. Support me in Patreon for more chapters. 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 59, Chapter 59, King Kong's Distant Relative. Little King Kong. At noon, I'll treat you to something delicious as proper compensation for bringing me such a great special treasure chest, Luo Feng said. Upon hearing this, Tang Sui's face lit up with a smile. Just receiving Luo Feng's praise was enough to make her feel completely satisfied. Thinking this, she replied, "Sure, I'll eat anything you treat me to. But for dinner tonight, let me treat you instead." Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Tang Sui to offer to cook for him. He wondered what she might prepare. "Alright, then I won't make dinner tonight, I'll leave it to you," he said. "I've never had your cooking before, so this will be a real treat. If you need anything, just let me know." Tang Sui thought for a moment before responding, "I'll have to find ingredients on the trading platform, so I'll have to work with whatever's available. I hope you won't mind. By the way, what are we having for lunch? Once I'm done here, I'll see if I can find some matching ingredients." Luo Feng chuckled. "I just hunted a giant chicken today. For lunch, I'll treat you to chicken, a nice change of pace and a good source of nutrition. This one's an excellent giant chicken, so it'll be great for improving physical condition. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. You focus on your work, and I'll do the same. After I explore this giant-type island for the day, tomorrow I'll head straight toward your direction. Since we're in the same sea zone, we shouldn't be too far apart. It won't be long before we meet." With that, Luo Feng closed the chat channel. Since Tang Sui was planning to change into the adjustable protective cover, he didn't want to interrupt her further. Instead, he resumed his work on expanding the perfect grade raft. Once the raft was fully expanded, Luo Feng planned to test out the legendary size-altering golden banana. He couldn't help but wonder what would it feel like to grow 10 times larger. Meanwhile, Tang Sui wasn't in a hurry to switch to the epic size-adjusting cover just yet. After her recent workout in the sweltering heat, she was drenched in sweat, her whole body sticky and uncomfortable. She decided to take a bath first before changing. She prepared a basin of water, planning to let it warm in the sun before washing up. 10 minutes later, Luo Feng finished expanding his raft. Previously, his raft measured 10 by 10. Now, it was 15 by 15. Thanks to the Epic Emperor 6 flavor pill, all of Luo Feng's physical attributes had improved, significantly boosting his efficiency in tasks like this. With the raft expansion complete, Luo Feng turned his attention to the excellent giant chicken. This would be an important food source for Luo Feng in the future. So, Luo Feng went over and dragged the 1,000-pound giant chicken carcass to the seaside. It was only thanks to Luo Feng's enhanced strength that he could barely manage to move the 1,000-pound giant chicken carcass with the help of the legendary grappling hook. Luo Feng didn't feel comfortable being too far away from this giant chicken. Otherwise, if that giant snake came out and stole his chicken, it would be a huge problem. If that giant snake dared to come after Luo Feng, he wouldn't hesitate to use the legendary size-altering golden banana to teach it a proper lesson. Just as Luo Feng had finished dragging the giant chicken over and was about to rest, he suddenly heard a furious roar. The sound came from deep within the island. It echoed through the skies. Instantly, the entire island became chaotic. Animals ran wild in every direction, and giant birds flew about in panic. This sudden commotion startled Luo Feng. Something big was happening on the island. Luo Feng quickly took out his legendary telescope and peered toward the island's interior. Because the island was covered with towering trees, the telescope couldn't see very far. When Luo Feng caught a glimpse of a massive dark figure through the gaps in the foliage, his eyes widened in shock. Because what he saw seemed to be an enormous black gorilla. At that moment, a name flashed through Luo Feng's mind. "King Kong? Is that you, King Kong? Why aren't you staying peacefully on Skull Island? What are you doing here? Are there beauties here or something?" Luo Feng's mind raced with wild thoughts. After all, he had just recently watched King Kong vs. Godzilla, so he was quite familiar with King Kong. However, this clearly wasn't King Kong. Probably just a distant relative. Seeing this giant gorilla, Luo Feng recalled what Zhang San had told him earlier about the giant snake being injured. It seemed the giant snake must have fought this gorilla not long ago. But why would they fight? Based on Luo Feng's experience, the most likely reason was that they were competing over some kind of treasure. Otherwise, the giant snake wouldn't have gone out of its way to provoke the gorilla. After all, there were plenty of other animals to hunt on this island. If there was a chance of treasure, Luo Feng definitely wanted to check it out. As the old saying goes, since you're already here, why leave empty-handed? Besides, Luo Feng now had the legendary size-altering golden banana, so he had even less reason to leave without exploring. However, Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry to charge in right away. He planned to have lunch first, then slowly venture deeper into the island to investigate. He'd see if he could find any useful items first. If nothing turned up, he could always go looking for the gorilla later. Ideally, the two giant creatures would weaken each other in battle, allowing Luo Feng to swoop in and reap the rewards. Thinking this, Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle at his own scheming. King Kong can easily take down Godzilla without breaking a sweat, yet this distant relative of his struggles so much against a mere giant snake. How utterly embarrassing. Looks like Luo Feng will have to step in personally. He's never tasted snake meat this big before. Wonder what it tastes like. Must be quite nourishing. Would it be better in soup or grilled? 60, Chapter 60 Circle. ellipse, triangle, square, calculating area. Just as Luo Feng was fantasizing about how to cook the giant snake's meat, he suddenly received a message. When Luo Feng checked, he saw it was from Zhang San. Since Luo Feng had nothing else to do, he opened the message, and some text appeared before him. Greetings, Shura God. We just spotted a massive dark shadow deep in the island, but couldn't clearly identify what kind of animal it was. However, judging by its size, the creature must be at least 20 meters tall. This island seems dangerous, so we thought we'd inform you. After reading the message, Luo Feng replied, that's just a distant relative of King Kong. Nothing to be alarmed about. Since you've been actively gathering information for me, I'll give you a heads up. All the animals on this island are larger than normal. Whether you continue exploring or not is up to you. I won't say more than this. With that, Luo Feng closed the chat channel. He wasn't particularly close to these people, so this was as far as he'd go. At that moment, Luo Feng remembered something he wanted to discuss with Tang Shuiying. Once he finished talking with her, he planned to start preparing lunch. The meat of the giant chicken had been tempting him for a while. After all, Luo Feng had never even seen, let alone eaten, a chicken this big. By now, Tang Shuiying should have already put on the epic size-adjusting cover. Thinking this, Luo Feng wanted to see how it looked on her while also checking if any other islands had appeared near her. So, he picked up his legendary telescope and activated its viewing function. The scene before his eyes shifted. The image of the other side appeared before Luo Feng. When Luo Feng saw what was happening, he was utterly stunned. He never expected Tang Shuiying to be. This completely caught him off guard. Just as Luo Feng was engrossed in watching, suddenly, a pure white towel moved. It began to gently wipe. Tang Shuiying was extremely careful with the towel, avoiding any rough movements. Because her body had been injured before, the marks were still visible. These must be the wounds Tang Shuiying had mentioned earlier. Whenever the towel accidentally brushed against the crimson scars, Tang Shuiying's brows would furrow slightly, and she'd let out a soft sound. This time, Tang Shuiying didn't deliberately hold back, since she was alone here, and Luo Feng couldn't see her anyway. The process lasted about 3 minutes before Tang Shuiying finished cleaning herself. Then, she took out the item Luo Feng had given her. When Tang Shuiying read the description of the epic size-adjusting cover, her face showed both surprise and a faint blush. Because, this size-adjusting bra could actually transform this was truly unbelievable. Without hesitation, she immediately put on the size-adjusting bra. Sure enough, once it was worn, it began to automatically adjust itself. Seeing this, Tang Shuiying's face lit up with delight. With this size-adjusting bra, she wouldn't have to worry about continuing to grow larger. At that moment, a bold idea flashed through her mind. She wanted to test the other functions of this epic size-adjusting cover. As this thought crossed Tang Shuiying's mind, her face flushed slightly. But after some consideration, she figured there was no one else around anyway, why not try it now? With that decision, the size-adjusting bra began to change. Lace, frills, fishnet, sheer, polka dots, cutouts, triangles, circles, ovals, squares, rectangles, rings. Within minutes, she had transformed the size-adjusting bra into dozens of different styles. Every shape she could imagine, she tried. Some designs had never even appeared on the market, but as long as Tang Shuiying thought of them, they materialized. After she was done experimenting, Tang Shuiying returned the size-adjusting bra to its most common form. Perfect. This way, it would provide better support. Otherwise, sagging wouldn't be ideal. Soon after, Tang Shuiying finished dressing. Next, she was about to start practicing her combat skills. At that very moment, Luo Feng lowered his binoculars, his emotions now incredibly complicated. Luo Feng had never seen anything like this before. Were there really so many styles? This time, Tang Shuiying had truly opened a new world for Luo Feng. Driven by his thirst for knowledge and love of mathematics, Luo Feng decided that if he ever met Tang Shuiying again, he would calculate the area of those polygons. And to calculate the area, he'd need to measure the side lengths of those polygons first. Luo Feng was quite good at math. He didn't even need to use his hands, mental calculation would suffice. But Luo Feng didn't dare dwell on it any longer. After all, he was alone on the ocean, and overthinking wouldn't help him solve anything. When would the Merfolk Queen arrive? With that thought, Luo Feng sent a message to Tang Shuiying. I have something to tell you. It's about your sister Tang Shuiying's whereabouts. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying's heart skipped a beat. Because she was Tang Shuiying, the one she needed to find was her younger sister, Tang Shuiying. 61, Chapter 61 Possible clues about Tang Shuiying's whereabouts? They had already spent an entire day in this oceanic world, yet she still hadn't received any information about her younger sister Tang Shuiying. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel worried. She didn't know whether her sister Tang Shuiying had entered this oceanic world or not. If she hadn't entered, that would be fine. But if she had, then where could she be now? Thinking this, Tang Shuiying spoke up. Have you discovered anything? Luo Feng decided it was time to share some of his speculations. Taking a deep breath, he said, based on my years of gaming experience and our recent experiences, I've developed some theories about this ocean survival game. First, let me talk about your sister Tang Sui-Ai's possible whereabouts. If your sister were in this sea zone, she would have contacted us by now after all this time. From this, we can deduce that your sister isn't in this sea zone. That leaves two possibilities. One possibility is that your sister Tang Sui-Ai never entered this ocean survival world, in which case we won't be able to find her. The other possibility is that your sister Tang Sui-Ai did enter the ocean survival world, but she wasn't assigned to our sea zone, which is numbered 9527. Since our sea zone has a number, there must be other numbered zones. Therefore, your sister Tang Sui-Ai might currently be in another sea zone. If I had to guess, there's a high probability your sister is in another sea zone. Hearing Luo Feng's reasoning, Tang Sui-Ai was stunned by this revelation. If this were true, her sister Tang Shuiying might indeed be in another sea zone. This realization made Tang Sui-Ai consider many things at once. How was her sister faring in another sea zone? Was she in danger? Was she searching for her too? These thoughts made Tang Sui-Ai increasingly concerned. Her sister Tang Shuiying was such an innocent person. Would she be safe living in this oceanic world? With worry in her voice, Tang Sui-Ai asked, "How can we contact people in other sea zones? I'm getting anxious about her safety." Luo Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Currently, there doesn't seem to be any way to communicate with people in other sea zones. However, opportunities will certainly arise in the future. After all, this is an ocean survival game. There will definitely be large gatherings of people later on. Perhaps once we reach a certain level, we can leave this novice sea and enter the main sea. There will surely be a comprehensive leaderboard then. When my name tops that list, your sister Tang Sui-Ai will definitely notice me. Moreover, with your luck value being so high, and since you and your sister Tang Sui-Ai are twins, her luck value shouldn't be low either. Therefore, she probably isn't in any immediate danger right now. We should focus on improving our own strength as quickly as possible. Only when we're strong enough will we have the capability to find your sister Tang Sui-Ai in the future. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying felt slightly calmer. Luo Feng was right, the most important thing now was to focus on improving their strength. With this in mind, Tang Shuiying spoke up, "I understand. In that case, I'll train first, and then gather some more supplies." Luo Feng didn't say anything more after hearing Tang Shuiying's response. His purpose in coming here was simply to give her some hope and ease her worries about her sister Tang Sui-Ai. Luo Feng knew very well how close the twin sisters were. As for Tang Shuiying's mention of training, Luo Feng was aware that both sisters had previously learned Taekwondo and Sanda for self-defense. He had accidentally seen Tang Shuiying practicing before, which told him just how much pressure she was under. Actually, Luo Feng had another suspicion, but he didn't share it with Tang Shuiying, because this suspicion was something he had no certainty about, and it didn't hold much significance anyway. That suspicion was if a player died in this game world, they might not necessarily return to the real world. Instead, after losing 30 years of lifespan, they might restart in another sea zone. Luo Feng didn't dwell on it further and turned his attention to the giant chicken. They would be having chicken for lunch today. After finishing the meal, Luo Feng planned to explore the island. He wondered what treasures might be hidden inside this giant-type island. With that thought, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer and picked up his epic quality spear to begin butchering the giant chicken. After some effort, Luo Feng managed to carve out quite a few pieces of chicken. Today, they would be having grilled chicken. As for why they weren't grilling chicken wings or drumsticks, it was because the giant chicken's wings and legs were simply too massive. Grilling them would be impossible, they wouldn't cook through. At this moment, Luo Feng noticed that his shock points were running dangerously low after triggering 2 consecutive 10,000-fold rewards. He needed to replenish them quickly. Later, when he ventured into the island, if he found something valuable but didn't have enough shock points to trigger a reward, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Thinking this, Luo Feng opened the chat channel, his primary source for gaining shock points right now. This time, Luo Feng didn't bother browsing through trade offers. Instead, he directly posted a message. "Quick question, how well done should grilled chicken be for the best taste? Also, what should I do with all this extra chicken I can't finish?" As he spoke, Luo Feng listed a trade offer. Excellent chicken skewer 100, in exchange for storage ring 100. It was just the right time, lunch hour. So, most survivors who could get food were eating while chatting in this channel. Suddenly, the message and trade items posted by Luo Feng instantly got everyone extremely excited. "Holy shit, the Versailles Master is here to show off again, everyone run for your lives. I wanna know, how did Shura God catch this chicken? Are there chickens that can swim or something? Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks." 62, Chapter 62, I'm really having a hard time. I once encountered a pig that could swim, but unfortunately, I couldn't catch up with it and it got away. After seeing Shura God's chicken, the chicken-flavored instant noodles in my hand suddenly don't taste as good anymore. Just 100 skewers of chicken. I thought Shura God had more than that. To be honest, even though I haven't gotten any chicken myself, 100 skewers wouldn't even last a day. Seems like Shura God's generosity is a bit lacking. Why does this chicken have excellent in front of its name? Was this chicken exceptionally outstanding in its past life? Luo Feng watched as his shock points rapidly increased, but he felt the speed still wasn't enough. He needed an even bigger stimulus. Excellent giant chicken 500 kilograms, trades 4, space ring 10,000. Luo Feng then sent a message. Due to my excessive food supplies, even though my wooden raft has expanded to 1515, it's still not enough. If anyone has a space ring, contact me immediately. Generous rewards await. When the other players saw the weight of the excellent giant chicken, they were all dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, the entire chat channel erupted. Dad, I'm your long-lost daughter. Please give me some food. I don't ask for much. Just feed me. That part isn't very meaty, but you just throw it away anyway. Grandpa, I'm your grandson. My request is even simpler. Just give me the chicken, but I don't mind if it's dirty. Husband, I've finally found you. I haven't eaten in a day. Me, 3, is about to collapse from hunger. I can't even imagine how Shura God managed to find a chicken weighing over 1,000 pounds. And even if he found it, how did he manage to kill something that big? It's just unbelievable. Team up to rob Shura quick, join the group. We'll split the food evenly after we succeed. 1/200. Luo Feng checked but saw no one offering a spatial storage item, which was within his expectations. At this stage, it wasn't just that no one had a space ring. Even if someone did, they wouldn't trade it unless they were literally starving to death. At this point, Luo Feng checked his shock points again. In just this short time, they had surged by nearly 20,000. Luo Feng was very satisfied. This was indeed the fastest way to earn shock points. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Luo Feng closed the chat channel. Let these people stay shocked for a while longer. After finishing his chicken, Luo Feng planned to go play with King Kong's distant relative, Little King Kong. Thinking of this, he sent a message to Tang Shuiying. The chicken is grilled and ready to eat. After the meal, I'll be busy again. I'm heading into the island to see if I can find anything worthwhile. Meanwhile, Tang Shuiying, who had been exercising, noticed something strangely. A large amount of wood had suddenly appeared in front of her. As she got closer, she was stunned by the sight before her: a silver treasure chest continuously spewing out wood and other materials. Witnessing this, she was utterly thrilled. This was Tang Shuiying's first time encountering a silver treasure chest. Just by looking at this high-grade treasure chest, she knew its contents couldn't possibly be ordinary. Without hesitation, she quickly moved toward the silver treasure chest, eager to surprise Luo Feng. If she could present Luo Feng with a silver treasure chest, he would surely be overjoyed. However, before Tang Shuiying could fully approach it, Luo Feng's voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, Tang Shuiying spoke up. Alright, let's eat first. After the meal, I'll show you something amazing. Luo Feng, holding roasted chicken in his hand, was startled by Tang Shuiying's words. Had she stumbled upon another special treasure chest? Was this the terrifying advantage of having a luck stat of 18? Thinking this, Luo Feng replied, Alright, I'm quite curious about what goodies you've found this time, but let's eat the chicken first. Tell me, how's my cooking? Outstanding grade roasted chicken 10, traded for nothing. Tang Shuiying stared at the large portion of chicken now in her hands, unable to suppress a gulp. Being able to eat roasted chicken in this oceanic world was truly a rarity. Without further hesitation, she picked up a skewer and began eating. After all, only with a full stomach could she muster the energy to work. Moreover, if she wanted to grow, she needed proper nutrition. Otherwise, growth wouldn't just happen out of nowhere. It was the same principle as height. Some people obsessed over growing taller, taking all sorts of supplements, when simply eating 2 extra bowls of rice would be far more effective. After finishing one skewer, Tang Shuiying's face lit up with satisfaction. As expected of a perfect grade chicken, the taste was absolutely divine. At this point, Tang Shuiying exclaimed, Luo Feng, your chicken is unbelievably delicious. Hearing this, Luo Feng chuckled and said, if it's delicious, eat more. Enjoy it while it's still hot. Once it cools, it won't taste as good. Don't worry, there's plenty for you. Luo Feng and Tang Shuiying ate the roasted chicken while sipping on coconut juice. As time passed, they finally finished their meal. Once she was full and satisfied, Tang Shuiying glanced at the silver treasure chest not far away and said, Luo Feng, it'll take a few more minutes for me to secure this special treasure chest. Hold on a little longer, don't rush. Hearing this, Luo Feng wasn't particularly anxious. After all, since arriving in this oceanic world, he had opened countless treasure chests. There was no need to hurry now. With this in mind, Luo Feng replied, Alright, take your time. No need to rush, safety comes first. After saying this, Luo Feng closed the chat window. He then turned his attention to his own tasks. It was time to begin exploring the island. Luo Feng then equipped himself with the Myriad Islands Illustrated Handbook, Legendary Grappling Hook, Legendary Telescope, 10 legendary size-altering golden bananas, epic quality spear, and superior grade bow. Fortunately, Luo Feng's physical condition had already been enhanced by the 6-flavor Emperor pill, so carrying all these items at once posed no difficulty at all. 63, Chapter 63, A Cloud-Piercing Arrow. This time, Luo Feng was able to carry all 10 legendary size-altering golden bananas at once, primarily because these bananas could freely change their size at will. This way, Luo Feng only needed to shrink the 10 legendary size-altering golden bananas and tuck them into his pocket. Luo Feng couldn't stop praising this feature of the golden banana. It was just too convenient. If some female streamers were to discover that Luo Feng had such a thing, they would absolutely lose their minds. Streamer Joy Banana. Once Luo Feng had everything prepared, he set off. At the moment, Luo Feng didn't have a space ring, so he could only carry the most essential items on his person. Luo Feng planned to explore the island first to see if he could find anything valuable. At this stage, he still didn't dare stray too far from his wooden raft. Soon, Luo Feng crossed the beach and ventured deeper into the island. If it were an ordinary player arriving on this island, they would undoubtedly start chopping trees for wood. But Luo Feng had no such intention. His current wood supply was already more than enough. For now, he wanted to check if there were any treasure chests or similar items hidden in the forest. He could always gather wood later, right before leaving the island. As soon as Luo Feng entered the forest, he immediately felt incredibly small. The grass here already reached his waist. As for the towering trees, each stood at least 20 to 30 meters tall. Without a proper tool, even Luo Feng would find it difficult to fell one of these massive trees. But once he did, the rewards would be immense. Obtained leaves, plus 500-fold reward. Obtained leaves, plus 500. Luo Feng casually scooped up a handful of leaves, then grabbed a clump of grass. Obtained wild grass, plus 10,000-fold reward. Obtained wild grass, plus 10,000. Resources on the island were far more abundant than those out at sea. Items like leaves and wild grass were practically everywhere. Obtained wildflower, plus 10-fold reward. Obtained wildflower, plus 10. For materials he didn't already have, Luo Feng decided to collect some anyway. After all, if he ever encountered a tool that required these materials in the future, he'd be able to use them immediately. And so, Luo Feng continued forward, gathering materials as he went. Not long after he started walking, he casually pushed aside a patch of grass in front of him. Suddenly, an object appeared before him. At first, Luo Feng froze in surprise, then his eyes lit up with excitement. Because right there, lying quietly before him, was a bronze treasure chest. This was completely unexpected. Could you really just stumble upon a treasure chest like this on an island? Without another thought, Luo Feng glanced around, confirmed there were no immediate dangers, and stepped forward to pick up the bronze treasure chest. At this moment, on a wooden raft floating on the ocean, Tang Sui also arrived before the silver treasure chest that was continuously spewing out materials. Without hesitation, she immediately took the silver treasure chest and placed it onto her raft. Originally, while the silver treasure chest was still on the sea surface, it had only been spitting out things like wood and plastic. But the moment Tang Sui's hands touched the silver treasure chest, it suddenly began to release a large amount of foam, covering her hands in liquid. This startled Tang Sui, and she quickly withdrew her hands. Then, she looked down at her now soaked hands with some concern. Were these liquids harmful? Though she didn't feel anything unusual yet, it seemed like. Not daring to waste time, she hurriedly took out purified water and began washing her hands. As she did, the foam on her hands only grew thicker. But now, Tang Sui was puzzled. Why did this liquid feel like hand soap? Once she had cleaned off all the liquid, she was shocked to find that her hands had become noticeably smoother. Realizing this, her heart skipped a beat. This liquid was actually something good. She immediately turned her attention back to the silver treasure chest, only to find that all the liquid it had just released had completely vanished. Not wanting to delay any longer, Tang Sui reached out and touched the silver treasure chest again. This time, it didn't release any more liquid. Obtained, cleanliness-loving silver treasure chest, +1. Just as Tang Sui was baffled by the chest's name, it suddenly started spewing things out again. What came out this time left her utterly stunned. Because instead of liquid, it was now producing food. Noodles, cucumbers, eggs, bread. The sight before her now was truly astonishing. She knew very well that she hadn't even opened the silver treasure chest yet it was automatically dispensing food. However, after releasing a small amount of food, the cleanliness-loving silver treasure chest stopped again. Meanwhile, on Luo Feng's side, he had also reached the bronze treasure chest. Without hesitation, he placed a hand on the chest and opened it. Opened bronze treasure chest. Obtained, superior grade bow blueprint, +1. Obtained, superior grade arrow blueprint, +1. Obtained, skilled archery skill book, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained, legendary cloud piercing bow blueprint, +1. Obtained, legendary cloud piercing arrow blueprint, +1. Obtained, grandmaster archery skill book, +1. After seeing these rewards, Luo Feng was practically overjoyed. No wonder Wang Hao and his 4 companions had all been carrying superior grade bows. Apparently, the drop rate for bows on this island was incredibly high. Earlier, after killing 5 people, Luo Feng had obtained 5 superior grade bows. He had sold 4 and kept 1 as a spare. But now, things were different. That last spare superior grade bow, Luo Feng no longer had any use for it. Luo Feng turned his gaze to the blueprint of the legendary cloud-piercing bow. At that moment, the attribute description of the legendary cloud-piercing bow appeared in Luo Feng's field of vision. 64, Chapter 64, a 2-meter-tall silver treasure chest. Time to get rich. 64, Chapter 64, a 2-meter-tall silver treasure chest. Time to get rich. Legendary cloud-piercing bow, 100,000/100,000 wood, 50,000/50,000 rope, 30,000/30,000 metal sheets, 24 hours. Cloud-piercing bow. Grade, legendary. Description: this bow possesses immense power with an exceptionally long range. If your strength is sufficient, you can shoot arrows far enough to pierce the clouds and even take down airplanes. No longer just a dream. Set effect: when paired with the legendary cloud-piercing arrow, each shot gains a random buff attribute. Random attributes: scorching, explosion, paralysis, continuous bleeding, armor penetration, haste, freezing. Luo Feng was dumbfounded after reading the description of this legendary cloud-piercing bow. It was simply too overpowered. Especially the set effect, which left him dazzled. If even one of those random attributes triggered, it would be an absolute thrill. However, the materials required to craft this legendary cloud-piercing bow were substantial. It seemed he'd need to keep gathering resources. Next, Luo Feng turned his attention to the blueprint for the legendary cloud-piercing arrow. If it demanded as many materials as the bow, even he might struggle to afford using it. Legendary cloud-piercing arrow, 10,000/10,000 wood, 5,000/5,000 rope, 3,000/3,000 metal sheets, 2.4 hours. Cloud-piercing arrow. Grade, legendary. Description: this arrow boasts exceptional hardness and sharpness. With enough strength, it can fly great distances, easily piercing clouds or taking down airplanes. Set effect: when paired with the legendary cloud-piercing bow, each shot gains a random buff attribute. Random attributes: scorching, explosion, paralysis, continuous bleeding, armor penetration, haste, freezing. Luo Feng was stunned once more after reading the description. The crafting cost for this legendary cloud-piercing arrow was absurdly high. It was 1/10 the price of the bow. This meant that for every 10 arrows Luo Feng shot, he could have crafted another bow. But if the bow and arrow truly performed as described, piercing clouds and downing airplanes, she'd be more than satisfied. Materials? Luo Feng had plenty. He never worried about the resource cost when crafting items because his stockpile was vast. Still, he'd need to keep gathering more. Surveying the massive trees around him, Luo Feng realized it was time to start chopping again. Previously, he'd thought his materials were sufficient and hadn't rushed to collect more. Now, it was clear no amount of resources would ever be enough. With less than 100,000 wood on hand, he could at least craft the legendary cloud-piercing arrow first. As for the bow, that would have to wait a while longer. Without hesitation, Luo Feng opened the crafting table and issued the command to craft the legendary cloud-piercing arrow. Ding! Congratulations, player. The crafting of the legendary cloud-piercing arrow has begun. Crafting time, 2.4 hours. At this moment, Luo Feng didn't speed up the crafting process for the cloud-piercing arrow. Without the legendary cloud-piercing bow, there was no point in rushing the arrow's completion. So, he let it proceed at its own pace. Finally, Luo Feng turned his attention to the Grandmaster-level archery skill book. This bronze treasure chest had given him a full set of equipment, which left him thoroughly satisfied. If he ever met the goddess of luck, Luo Feng wouldn't hesitate to give her a big, grateful hug. Then, the description of the Grandmaster-level archery skill book appeared before Luo Feng's eyes. Archery skill book. Rank, Grandmaster. Description: after using this skill book, you will attain extraordinary archery skills. From then on, hitting a bullseye from 100 paces will be child's play. No matter the environment, wind, rain, thunder, or lightning, nothing will hinder your archery. From this moment on, you can shoot freely, and hitting every target will no longer be a dream. Skill levels: novice, skilled, proficient, adept, master, grandmaster, supreme grandmaster, king, divine. After reading the description, Luo Feng was utterly astonished by the sheer power of this archery skill. With such mastery, combined with the cloud-piercing bow and arrow, taking down a giant serpent shouldn't be too difficult, right? With that thought, Luo Feng wasted no time and immediately absorbed the Grandmaster-level archery skill book. As soon as he willed it, the skill book transformed into a streak of white light that surged into his mind. In an instant, Luo Feng felt an influx of archery knowledge flooding his consciousness. Within moments, he had become a grandmaster of archery. Now, wielding a bow felt as natural to Luo Feng as using his own right hand. After all, he believed his right hand's traditional craftsmanship had also reached grandmaster-level proficiency. At this point, Luo Feng drew the superior grade bow from his back. Since the legendary cloud-piercing bow wasn't craftable yet, he had to make do with the superior grade bow for practice. Not far ahead, leaves were falling from a large tree. Luo Feng nocked an arrow and let it fly. The arrow shot forward with incredible speed. In an instant, it pierced through a falling leaf before embedding itself deep into the tree trunk. Luo Feng was quite pleased with the result. Still, hitting a leaf was far too easy. It posed no challenge for him. Since he had stumbled upon a bronze treasure chest just by walking, Luo Feng came up with an idea. He decided to climb up this towering tree, dozens of meters high, and use his telescope to scout for treasure chests in the surroundings. This would speed up his search and also allow him to keep an eye on his wooden raft, ensuring Zhou didn't try anything sneaky. With that in mind, Luo Feng acted swiftly. Using his legendary grappling hook, he latched onto a thick branch and effortlessly hoisted himself up. Thanks to the 6-flavor Emperor pill, his physical abilities had already been greatly enhanced. Equipped with the legendary grappling hook, Luo Feng could basically achieve some effects similar to Spider-Man. When Luo Feng stood atop this towering tree dozens of meters high, he didn't even need to use the legendary telescope before witnessing an utterly shocking sight. He saw a massive silver treasure chest, standing a full 2 meters tall. And right beside this enormous silver treasure chest, there lay a tiger with a staggering height of 5 to 6 meters. Support me in Patreon for more chapters. 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 65, Chapter 65, Can't Touch the Tiger's Butt. After seeing this situation, Luo Feng couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was the first time Luo Feng had ever seen such an enormous treasure chest, and it being a silver treasure chest made it even more astonishing for him. It was also his first encounter with a silver treasure chest. Having spotted this silver treasure chest, Luo Feng had no intention of leaving it behind. There must be something incredibly valuable inside this silver treasure chest. However, when Luo Feng noticed the massive tiger beside it, he fell into deep thought. To obtain this giant silver treasure chest, Luo Feng would either have to drive away or kill this big tiger. At this moment, Luo Feng touched the legendary size-altering golden banana on his person, wondering if he should use it directly. After enlarging his body, he could then kick the big tiger away like a soccer ball. After some consideration, Luo Feng decided against using the size-adjusting golden banana himself. After all, one size-adjusting golden banana only lasted for 30 minutes. For Luo Feng, this was an extremely important item. Unless absolutely necessary or in a life-threatening situation, Luo Feng would never casually use this legendary size-altering golden banana. He couldn't possibly use one every time he saw a silver treasure chest. Even if he had 10 golden bananas, they wouldn't last long. Moreover, Luo Feng still remembered the descriptions of various islands in the Myriad Islands Illustrated Handbook. This ocean world wasn't safe, so it was better to keep some trump cards in reserve. Luo Feng decided to first test whether he could take down the big tiger with just his bow and arrows. With this in mind, Luo Feng wasted no time. He picked up his bow and prepared to shoot an arrow at the tiger's enormous rear. He had often heard people say, "You can't touch a tiger's butt." Luo Feng didn't understand what this meant. Was it similar to how men shouldn't have their heads touched? But Luo Feng didn't dwell on it too much. Right now, he wasn't planning to touch the tiger's butt. Shooting it should be fine, right? As long as he could draw the big tiger's attention, Luo Feng could seize the chance to open that giant silver treasure chest. Once he got his hands on the item inside, he wouldn't need to worry about the big tiger anymore. If all else failed, Luo Feng could always eat a legendary size-altering golden banana. Just as Luo Feng was about to release his arrow, Tang Shuiying's voice suddenly rang out. "Luo Feng, I just got a special silver treasure chest here. Do you want it?" Hearing this news, Luo Feng was stunned. The treasure chest Tang Shuiying mentioned was actually a silver one, and she obtained it so easily. Luo Feng glanced at the silver treasure chest before him, guarded by a massive tiger, and couldn't help but complain inwardly. The difference was just too great. Was this the effect of having 18 luck points? Luo Feng seriously suspected that Tang Shuiying might be the goddess of luck incarnate. At this point, Luo Feng had lost all interest in shooting arrows. His attention was now fully focused on the silver treasure chest Tang Shuiying had mentioned. At that moment, he casually released the arrow, planning to first check out the special silver treasure chest in Tang Shuiying's hands after shooting this arrow. After all, the massive silver treasure chest before him wasn't going to grow legs and run away. However, the moment Luo Feng's arrow flew out, he heard the furious roar of a tiger. The sound was so loud it shook the heavens. Even Luo Feng, perched in the tree, was startled. Luo Feng wore a puzzled expression. Hadn't he just shot an arrow at random? This big tiger was way too sensitive. So, Luo Feng quickly turned his gaze toward the direction of the enormous tiger. When he saw what happened next, he was utterly stunned. At that moment, Luo Feng instinctively clenched his legs together as an extremely peculiar sensation rose from his rear. Because his random arrow had actually struck Big Tiger right in the rear end. Nearly half the arrow had already disappeared inside. Now, Big Tiger was absolutely livid at this sudden assault. It began scanning its surroundings, trying to find the culprit who had attacked it. Seeing this, Luo Feng could only feel deeply awkward. This was truly an accident. As an archery grandmaster, he would never intentionally target someone's rear. With that thought, Luo Feng decided to stop watching Big Tiger's reaction and move to the other side of the massive tree. Luckily, Big Tiger couldn't spot him there. Now, Luo Feng wondered whether this attack would be enough to drive the tiger away. He couldn't even begin to imagine how it must feel to have an entire arrow lodged in one's rear. Luo Feng didn't dare dwell on it any longer, otherwise, he might never look at his arrows the same way again. For now, he'd just let Big Tiger vent its fury alone. At this point, Luo Feng sent a voice message to Tang Shuiying. What kind of special silver treasure chest did you get? Your luck is seriously amazing. Growl. Tang Shuiying, hearing the tiger's roar mixed into Luo Feng's message, asked worriedly, why is there a tiger's roar? Are you in danger? At the mention of the tiger, Luo Feng's expression turned slightly awkward. No danger, just a tiger with a sore rear making random noises. Don't mind it. Let's talk about your silver treasure chest instead. Did you run into any obstacles when you found it? Tang Shuiying frowned at his words. A tiger with a sore rear? That was a first. Had Luo Feng done something questionable to that tiger? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she was horrified. She didn't dare entertain it any further. Since Luo Feng was fine, she decided not to overthink it. So, Tang Shuiying replied, there wasn't any danger with this special treasure chest. He just likes to spit things out. After I obtained it, it's already coughed up quite a bit of food. Tonight, I finally have ingredients to cook for you. Luo Feng nearly spat out blood in frustration when he heard Tang Shuiying say this. Where could one possibly find such incredible luck? However, Luo Feng didn't possess such high levels of fortune. 66, Chapter 66. My hands aren't clean anymore. However, Luo Feng could marry a goddess with high luck value, thereby gaining high luck himself. Thinking this way, Luo Feng's mood improved considerably. With this in mind, Luo Feng spoke up, then give me that special silver treasure chest. My luck value is 36, so I often get good items when opening them. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying didn't immediately trade the cleanliness-loving silver treasure chest to him. Instead, she continued, I need to ask you a question first. Otherwise, there might be unexpected consequences when you touch this silver treasure chest. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned by Tang Shuiying's words. Could this silver treasure chest have other special properties? Nevertheless, Luo Feng didn't pay it too much mind and said, alright, go ahead and ask. Tang Shuiying thought for a moment, a mischievous smile appearing on her face as she asked, are your hands clean? Luo Feng was taken aback by her question, unsure of what she meant. Are my hands clean? He looked at his hands. They didn't seem dirty. Puzzled, he replied, my hands are clean. Why do you ask? Tang Shuiying chuckled at his response and said, that's good. My hands aren't clean anymore. They're covered in liquid right now. It's a bit sticky, but it'll wash off easily. Just make sure you don't end up in the same situation later. Tang Shuiying struggled to suppress her laughter as she spoke. Luo Feng had probably already misunderstood, but she had no intention of clarifying. Once his hands touched the cleanliness-loving silver treasure chest, he would experience the same situation she had just encountered. She could already picture the awkward scene that would unfold. This time, Luo Feng was truly shocked by Tang Shuiying's words. Had she really just done that? But logically, why would Tang Shuiying bring it up herself? This left Luo Feng utterly confused. It didn't align with Tang Shuiying's personality at all. Could environmental changes really alter someone's character so drastically? Or was Tang Shuiying teasing him? Luo Feng finally spoke up, alright, but you should take care of yourself too. Don't worry, I wouldn't do something like that. My hands are absolutely clean. I'm a proper gentleman. Tang Shuiying knew Luo Feng had misunderstood, but she had no plans to explain. Moreover, she couldn't let him realize she had deliberately steered the conversation in this direction. All she had meant was that she had washed her hands with liquid soap. With this in mind, Tang Shuiying smiled faintly and said, it's fine. I do this often. I am used to it. Back in the real world, I did it every day. But this is the first time I've done it since coming to the ocean world. I thought you might be the same as me. So then, let me ask, are your hands clean? This time, Luo Feng was genuinely shocked by Tang Shuiying's words. How could this be? Could it be that Tang Shuiying was actually that kind of person? Did she do this kind of thing every day? At this thought, Luo Feng's expression changed slightly as he said, then you should do less of that in the future. Too much isn't good for your health. If you run out of chicken, you can ask me for more. You need to replenish your body's nutrients. Luo Feng held back from adding one more phrase, a little fun is harmless, but too much damages the body, and forcing it leads to utter ruin. Tang Shuiying, hearing Luo Feng's words, knew it was about time to stop. If this went on any longer, Luo Feng might really start believing she did such things, and then it would be hard to explain. She had never done anything like that. Right now, she was just teasing Luo Feng. After all, a little flirting between a man and a woman could help deepen their bond. With this in mind, Tang Shuiying decided to take out one last item before trading the cleanliness-obsessed silver treasure chest to Luo Feng. So she said, let me treat you to a banana one I just washed. It's very clean, so you can eat it without worry. Golden banana one, traded for nothing. At this moment, Luo Feng stared at the large, freshly washed banana in his hand, his emotions incredibly complicated. Could it be that this banana was? Now, Tang Shuiying was actually offering him this banana to eat. Luo Feng's heart was practically racing. His mind was already conjuring up some extremely indescribable scenes. Just as Luo Feng was lost in wild imaginings, he suddenly heard Tang Shuiying's voice again. Luo Feng, I'm about to give you the silver treasure chest. Are you on the wooden raft right now? Though Luo Feng was puzzled by her question, he answered immediately, I'm not on the raft, but I'm pretty close to it. Why? Tang Shuiying knew that once Luo Feng's hands touched this cleanliness-obsessed silver treasure chest, it would definitely spew out white liquid. If Luo Feng wasn't on the raft at that moment, he wouldn't be able to wash it off right away. Thinking this, Tang Shuiying said, then you should go back to the raft first. Only then can I give you this special silver treasure chest, because, you'll need water to open it. Luo Feng was now deeply intrigued. This silver treasure chest actually required water to open, but since Tang Shuiying had said so, he had no choice but to comply. Luo Feng glanced into the distance, where Big Tiger was still roaring incessantly. It seemed Luo Feng's arrow had done quite a bit of damage. This seemed to open a whole new world of possibilities for Luo Feng. However, Big Tiger wouldn't be defeated so easily. For now, Luo Feng had to return to the raft and check things out. After gathering all his belongings, Luo Feng took one last look at the large banana in his hand. 67, Chapter 67, Space Ring, 1 trillion cubic meters. Thinking about what this banana had just gone through, Luo Feng couldn't bring himself to eat it. So, he stuffed the large banana into his pocket. A few minutes later, Luo Feng arrived on the wooden raft. Without wasting any time, he immediately sent a message to Tang Shuiying, I've reached the raft. Hand over the silver treasure chest to me now. I'm extremely curious about what this silver treasure chest you obtained actually looks like. Luo Feng was genuinely puzzled by Tang Shuiying's earlier words and behavior. He wondered if her sudden change was related to this peculiar silver treasure chest. Upon hearing Luo Feng's request, Tang Shuiying didn't delay either. She promptly traded the cleanliness-loving silver treasure chest to him. Soon enough, Luo Feng would understand what she had been referring to earlier. Cleanliness-loving silver treasure chest, traded for nothing. When Luo Feng saw the name of the silver treasure chest, he froze momentarily. Indeed, Tang Shuiying's sudden remarks earlier were somehow connected to this treasure chest. A treasure chest that loved cleanliness? Luo Feng was truly seeing something new. Without hesitation, Luo Feng accepted the silver treasure chest. Thus, a silver treasure chest appeared in Luo Feng's hands. Before Luo Feng could even attempt to open it, suddenly, the silver treasure chest opened on its own, spraying copious amounts of white liquid all over Luo Feng. Startled by this unexpected turn, Luo Feng quickly set the silver treasure chest aside. After all, if these treasure chests contained dangers like corrosive liquids, Luo Feng would be in serious trouble. He hurriedly checked if the white liquid was harmful. At that moment, recalling Tang Shuiying's earlier words along with the treasure chest's name, it suddenly dawned on him this was what Tang Shuiying had been talking about. Seems he had misunderstood her meaning earlier. Looking at the white liquid on his hands, body, and face, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately jumped into the seawater to wash it off. Soon after, he climbed back onto the raft. He then rinsed himself with purified water. Now, examining his hands, Luo Feng thought they should be clean enough. To ensure cleanliness this time, he dared not touch the cleanliness-loving silver treasure chest with his right hand, as his right hand was often used for dirty and strenuous tasks. Thus, Luo Feng used his left hand to interact with the silver treasure chest. This time, the silver treasure chest showed no unusual reactions. Relieved by this outcome, Luo Feng sighed. Thankfully his left hand was clean. He had no desire to get sprayed with white liquid again. With that settled, Luo Feng wasted no more time and proceeded to open the silver treasure chest. Opening the cleanliness-loving silver treasure chest. Obtained excellent grade space ring, +1. Obtained outstanding grade skin cleansing essence, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained mythical grade space ring, +1. Obtained legendary grade skin cleansing essence, +1. Holy shit, a space ring, and a mythical space ring at that. This time, I've really hit the jackpot. Luo Feng was so excited upon seeing this reward that he nearly jumped up. This was something he had been dreaming of. With a space ring, Luo Feng's future actions would become much more convenient. Moreover, he would finally have a place to store his food and supplies. This meant Luo Feng could venture deeper into the island to have a little chat with little King Kong. Thinking this, Luo Feng didn't hesitate. He immediately slipped the space ring onto his finger. At that moment, the attributes of this mythical space ring appeared before Luo Feng's eyes. Space ring. Grade, mythical. Storage capacity, 1 trillion cubic meters, expandable. Functions, this ring can freely change size and color, or even become completely transparent. Description, with this space ring, you'll never have to worry about running out of storage space for your food. Don't fear having too many resources, fear not being able to fill this ring to its limits. After reading the description of this mythical space ring, Luo Feng could only sum it up in one word. Incredible. The storage capacity of this mythical space ring was a staggering 1 trillion cubic meters. Luo Feng couldn't even begin to grasp the scale of 1 trillion cubic meters. But he knew one thing, it was big. Really, really big. And he was more than satisfied with that. What was even more astonishing was that this space ring could still grow further. This reward had truly made Luo Feng ecstatic. Now that the mythical space ring was in his possession, Luo Feng began organizing his supplies. With just a thought, everything on his perfect grade raft vanished into thin air. Another thought, and everything reappeared exactly as it was. Luo Feng then stepped off the perfect grade raft. In the next moment, the raft itself disappeared without a trace. Looking at the ring on his finger, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile with deep satisfaction. He then pulled out the banana Tang Shuiying had given him earlier from his pocket and took a bite. This time, Tang Shuiying had really done him a huge favor. With this space ring, obtaining that 2-meter-tall silver treasure chest would be a breeze. All he needed was to get close to it, and he could instantly store the massive silver treasure chest in his space ring. Moreover, Luo Feng could now explore deeper into the island to find out why Gorilla and Big Snake were fighting. Whatever goodies they were after would ultimately end up in Luo Feng's hands. Just as Luo Feng was about to express his gratitude to Tang Shuiying, he suddenly remembered there was another item inside that silver treasure chest besides the mythical space ring. He had been so excited about the ring that he'd nearly forgotten. With that, a cylindrical object appeared in Luo Feng's hand. Skin Cleansing Essence. Grade, Legendary. Description: after using this essence, your skin will become extremely smooth and clean. Not only can it remove dirt, but it can also eliminate scars left by injuries on your body, restoring your skin to flawless perfection. When Luo Feng read the description of this legendary grade skin cleansing essence, he was stunned. This essence could even remove scars. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 68, Chapter 68 Big Buns. If this function existed, the value of this legendary skin cleansing essence would be extraordinary. Not only would it be effective for women, but it would also have significant benefits for men. After all, in this ocean survival world, no one could guarantee they wouldn't get injured. At this moment, Luo Feng recalled something serious when he performed the blood pact ritual on the black tortoise egg. He had cut his finger. Though it was just a small cut, not much time had passed since then, so the mark hadn't completely healed yet. Luo Feng examined the mark on his finger and decided to apply a bit of the legendary skin cleansing essence to it. What happened next astonished him. Though the wound wasn't large, it began healing at an incredibly rapid pace. A few seconds later, when Luo Feng looked at his finger again, there was no trace of the injury left. His finger now appeared perfectly intact. This sight truly shocked Luo Feng. The legendary skin cleansing essence was indeed an amazing item. As Luo Feng marveled at the essence's effects, a sudden image flashed through his mind. Back when he had accidentally knocked off the 2 shells covering the Merfolk Queen statue's chest, he thought he had spotted some scar-like marks on the statue. Would the real Merfolk Queen actually have scars in the same places? It was probably just flaws in the carving. Luo Feng quickly dismissed his own thoughts. There was no point overthinking it. Still didn't even know what the Merfolk Queen looked like. He had already used the mermaid's call long ago, but who knew when he might actually encounter the Merfolk Queen? Luo Feng was genuinely curious about these mythical beautiful creatures. It would all depend on fate. He couldn't force such a meeting. Just as Luo Feng was lost in thought, Tang Shuiying's voice reached him again. Luo Feng, have you opened that silver treasure chest yet? Hearing this, Luo Feng felt somewhat awkward, remembering how he had mistakenly assumed Tang Shuiying had been doing that kind of thing earlier. Gathering himself, he replied, yes, I've opened the silver treasure chest. Got 2 decent items from it. But opening that cleanliness-obsessed silver treasure chest was certainly unusual. I might have overestimated myself. Turns out even my hands weren't clean enough. Tang Shuiying giggled at his words and said, then you should do less of that kind of thing. I can help you with it in the future. Luo Feng froze at her words, quickly deciding to steer clear of this dangerous topic. He was still just a novice driver on this road. If the speed got too high, he might lose control. It seemed Tang Shuiying had picked up quite a few driving skills from her sister. Luo Feng found himself barely able to keep up. Luo Feng quickly changed the subject and said, let's talk about this later. I'll show you something good. This time, I obtained 2 items in total. One is a space ring, which I happen to need, so I kept it for myself. Then, this legendary skin cleansing essence is for you. This way, it's fair for everyone. After all, this silver treasure chest was obtained by you. Legendary skin cleansing essence, traded for nothing. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng's words, she was extremely excited. She hadn't expected Luo Feng to actually obtain a space ring. She knew very well how much Luo Feng needed the space ring to store supplies. This time, she was genuinely happy to have been able to help him. At that moment, a cylindrical object appeared in Tang Shuiying's hand. After reading the description of the legendary skin cleansing essence, her face was filled with shock. The effects of this skin cleansing essence were simply too powerful. At this point, Tang Shuiying thought about how her body had developed some red marks from friction due to her clothes being too tight, marks that still hadn't faded. Now, she could finally try this cleansing essence. Thinking of this, Tang Shuiying said excitedly, Luo Feng, I really can't thank you enough this time. If we ever get to meet in the future, I'll do anything you ask of me. Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng's expression shifted slightly. Her words made him start overthinking. Anything he asked, did that include that kind of thing? If she really meant anything, Luo Feng would be over the moon. Lately, Tang Shuiying had been using epic fluorescent papaya cream. By the time Luo Feng met her, she might have grown even bigger. If that happened, Luo Feng would be in for a treat. Right now, he was already looking forward to seeing Tang Shuiying. Would she really be able to do what she promised? Luo Feng had never experienced such things firsthand, so he wasn't sure what it would feel like. Thinking this, he chuckled and said, "Alright, I'll come find you as soon as possible. You better be ready." Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying's face flushed slightly. Though she was a seasoned talker, she had never actually done anything. If she really met Luo Feng, would she be able to go through with it? She'd just have to take things one step at a time. That was a matter for the future. And the future was unpredictable. With that in mind, Tang Shuiying said, "Alright, I'm working hard on getting bigger too. When we meet, I'll definitely amaze you." Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng really wanted to tell her that he had already been watching her grow bit by bit. He didn't need to wait until they met to be amazed. When they finally met, Luo Feng just wanted to go big. Thinking this, he said, "Alright, I'll be waiting for you. Now, I've got things to do. I should go check on that tiger with a sore butt. There's also a silver treasure chest in front of it. I'm going to get my hands on this silver treasure chest." Tang Shuiying was somewhat surprised to hear Luo Feng say this. Had he also encountered a silver treasure chest? 69, Chapter 69. The tiger flees at the sight of Luo Feng, abandoning the treasure chest. Judging by the situation, there was actually a big tiger standing guard. Thinking this, Tang Shuiying spoke up, "Alright, go ahead with your tasks, but be careful. I'll see if I can find another treasure chest." Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng felt somewhat puzzled. How could Tang Shuiying's luck be so good? However, since Luo Feng possessed the god-level billion-fold reward system, there was no need for him to feel overly envious. With this in mind, Luo Feng wasted no more time and prepared to continue forward. His goal was to find the giant silver treasure chest and the giant big tiger. Once he secured the giant silver treasure chest, he planned to venture deeper into the island to find King Kong's distant relative, Little King Kong. Luo Feng soon arrived near the giant silver treasure chest. This time, however, he decided to climb a different large tree. Using his legendary grappling hook, Luo Feng ascended to the top of a towering tree. Before he could take any further action, he was stunned by what he saw. Right in front of him, on this massive tree, was a wooden treasure chest. This was completely unexpected. A treasure chest on a tree. These treasure chests seemed to be scattered everywhere. Land, sea, and now air. The only thing Luo Feng hadn't encountered yet was a flying treasure chest. Although the chest before him was just a wooden treasure chest, Luo Feng had no intention of leaving it behind. After all, even the simplest items could become incredibly powerful after undergoing his high multiplier rewards. Stretching out his right hand, Luo Feng opened the wooden treasure chest. Opening the wooden treasure chest. Obtained wood plus 10. Obtained time accelerator plus 1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained wood plus 100,000. Obtained time accelerator plus 10,000. Seeing these rewards, Luo Feng was nearly moved to tears. He had finally obtained a time accelerator. This was the first time accelerator he had acquired since entering this oceanic world. Luo Feng needed a large number of time accelerators because the items he crafted were all high tier, and producing such advanced items required significantly more time. But Luo Feng didn't have the luxury of waiting for these items to finish crafting slowly. Thus, the time accelerator was absolutely crucial for him. Unfortunately, up until now, Luo Feng had only been able to collect time accelerators from others. If he hadn't just obtained one, he might have started believing he was somehow immune to time accelerators. Now, with a single acquisition of 10,000 minutes worth of time accelerators, his excitement was beyond words. On top of that, he had also gained 100,000 units of wood. This was no small haul. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Feng turned his attention to the crafting table without further delay. Legendary Cloud Piercing Bow, 100,000/100,000 wood, 50,000/50,000 rope, 30,000/30,000 metal sheets, 24 hours. Legendary Cloud Piercing Arrow, 10,000/10,000 wood, 5,000/5,000 rope, 3,000/3,000 metal sheets, 2.4 hours. Make me the Legendary Cloud Piercing Bow and Arrow. Ding! Congratulations, player. The Legendary Cloud Piercing Bow has begun crafting. Crafting time, 24 hours. Ding! Congratulations, player. The Legendary Cloud Piercing Arrow has begun crafting. Crafting time, 2.4 hours. 24 plus 2.4, 61,584 minutes. Luo Feng quickly did the math in his head and arrived at the total time required. Then, he spoke up. Use 1584 minutes worth of time accelerator to shorten the crafting time for the Legendary Cloud Piercing Bow and Arrow. Ding! Congratulations, player. The Legendary Cloud Piercing Bow and Arrow have been successfully crafted. As the notification sounded, a pristine white, exquisitely crafted bow and an equally snow-white arrow appeared in Luo Feng's hands. The moment Luo Feng laid eyes on the legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow, he was instantly captivated by their appearance. As an archery grandmaster, Luo Feng had his own discerning opinions and understanding of bows and arrows. Even without testing them, he could already tell. This was a good bow. This was a good arrow. At this moment, Luo Feng turned his gaze toward the massive tiger standing beside the enormous silver treasure chest not far away. However, when Luo Feng got a clear look at the big tiger's current state, he froze. His expression turned slightly strange. Right now, the big tiger had its rear end pointed directly at Luo Feng, and the arrow that had been lodged in its posterior was now mysteriously gone. This left Luo Feng both surprised and delighted. How had that happened? Logically speaking, the big tiger couldn't have pulled the arrow out itself, unless it had somehow farted it out. The mental image was too absurd, and Luo Feng couldn't even begin to picture it. But regardless of how the big tiger had managed to remove the arrow, Luo Feng wasn't concerned about that anymore. Since the big tiger was still lingering near the giant silver treasure chest, Luo Feng had no choice but to take action again. He had no intention of giving up on the silver treasure chest. These high-tier chests always contained valuable loot. Still, Luo Feng frowned as he stared at the big tiger's backside. He wasn't into such unconventional tactics as attacking its rear. This time, Luo Feng raised the legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow, preparing to strike the big tiger. If this had been a white tiger, Luo Feng might have held back, perhaps even considered taming it as a pet. After all, he had a soft spot for white tigers. But with the big tiger shamelessly presenting its rear to him, Luo Feng found it hard to tolerate. He felt an urge to send an arrow straight into its backside. It would also be a good opportunity to test the power of the legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow. Just as Luo Feng was about to shoot, suddenly, the big tiger turned its head and locked eyes with him. The moment it saw the bow and arrow in Luo Feng's hands, it immediately clenched its rear and bolted without hesitation. At that moment, the big tiger's instinct screamed at it. If that arrow hit its backside, it would truly be a catastrophic experience. Too terrifying. Absolutely too terrifying. I don't know where this person came from, but he specifically targeted its rear end for attack. That arrow just now had already made it extremely uncomfortable. If it hadn't found another animal to help, it definitely wouldn't have been able to remove that arrow by itself. So when this big tiger saw Luo Feng preparing to shoot it again, it was truly terrified. Having nearly the entire arrow go straight into its rear end, this was a sensation it would rather die than experience a second time. Thus, it abandoned the silver treasure chest without hesitation. Protecting its rear end was far more important. Seeing Big Tiger's reaction, Luo Feng was completely dumbfounded. Was this really necessary? It was just one arrow in its rear end, wasn't it? 70, Chapter 70 Mythical Weapon, Heaven-Splitting Axe. Could this really be so effective? Should I try it when attacking other animals later? However, Luo Feng saw that Big Tiger had already fled. Not dwelling on it further, he descended directly from the towering tree dozens of meters high. Standing before the 2-meter-tall silver treasure chest, Luo Feng was awestruck by its massive size upon closer inspection. Fortunately, Luo Feng's height of 1.8 meters allowed him to reach the edge of the silver treasure chest with ease. Without wasting any more time, he reached out and opened the giant silver treasure chest. Opening the giant silver treasure chest. Obtained Mastery Level Combat Skill Capsule, +1. Obtained Excellent Level Giant Axe Blueprint, +1. Obtained Good Level Clothes, +1. 10,000-fold Reward. Obtained Grandmaster Level Combat Skill Capsule, +1. Obtained Mythical Heaven-Splitting Axe, +1. Obtained Epic Level Clothes, +1. This time, Luo Feng was truly ecstatic upon seeing these items. It must be noted that previously, Luo Feng was merely a sophomore student whose only expertise was playing video games. He knew very little about actual combat techniques, though he could remember numerous heroes' skills from games with remarkable clarity. Even the combo sequences of various heroes were etched in his memory. For example, one hero's skill combo 1433223. During his battle with the shark earlier, Luo Feng had relied solely on his epic quality spear to swiftly defeat it. Currently, Luo Feng still couldn't unleash the full potential of the epic quality spear. This Grandmaster level combat skill capsule had arrived at the perfect moment. Soon, Luo Feng would be seeking out King Kong and Big Snake. With the assistance of this Grandmaster level combat skill capsule, Luo Feng felt even more confident. Then, the description of the Grandmaster level combat skill capsule appeared before Luo Feng. Combat skill capsule. Level, Grandmaster. Description: after consuming this combat skill capsule, you will gain extensive combat experience, eliminating concerns about being unable to utilize your full strength. It can significantly enhance your combat capabilities immediately. Skill levels: Beginner, Proficient, Mastery, Skilled, Master, Grandmaster, King, Divine. After reading the description of the Grandmaster level combat skill capsule, Luo Feng was extremely satisfied. This was exactly what he needed right now. Without hesitation, Luo Feng placed the blue capsule into his mouth. Then, he took out a cup of water from his space ring and swallowed the blue capsule in one gulp. Almost immediately after swallowing it, Luo Feng felt a warm current spreading from his stomach throughout his body. Simultaneously, his mind began flooding with numerous combat techniques and experiences. Not only that, but Luo Feng also noticed his body undergoing some modifications from the blue capsule, making his physique appear even more perfect. 3 minutes later, the transformation process was fully completed. Both mentally and physically, Luo Feng had been strengthened. Luo Feng was really itching for a fight with that gorilla right now, and he wouldn't have to wait long. After examining the remaining 2 items, Luo Feng would set off to find gorilla. So Luo Feng turned his attention to the mythical heaven-splitting axe blueprint, his second mythical grade item, and an offensive one at that. This truly excited Luo Feng beyond measure. Mythical heaven-splitting axe, 70,000/70,000 metal sheets, 20,000/20,000 wood, 10,000/10,000 stone, 48 hours. Heaven-splitting axe. Grade, mythical. Description: the heaven-splitting axe possesses tremendous power that scales with the user's ability. If the wielder is strong enough, it could even split the heavens apart. Users must strive to improve their strength to unleash the axe's full potential. Function: can freely change size. After reading the description, Luo Feng was utterly shocked. Its maximum power could split the heavens? How terrifyingly strong must that be? What excited Luo Feng most was that this legendary heaven-splitting axe could freely change size. This weapon seemed tailor-made for Luo Feng, because even if Luo Feng ate the legendary Mini Rui golden banana and changed size, his other equipment wouldn't transform with him. If Luo Feng became an 18-meter giant, his epic quality spear would feel like a toothpick in his hands. He couldn't be without a properly sized weapon. With this in mind, Luo Feng didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the mythical heaven-splitting axe to be crafted. Ding! Congratulations player, mythical heaven-splitting axe crafting has begun. Time required, 48 hours. Luo Feng had just obtained 10,000 minutes worth of time accelerators. He could afford to be extravagant. The time cost didn't concern him now. Use 48 hours of time accelerator to speed up the mythical heaven-splitting axe's production, Luo Feng commanded. Ding! Congratulations player, legendary heaven-splitting axe has been successfully crafted. As the notification sounded, a massive axe appeared in Luo Feng's hands. Luo Feng fell in love with the enormous axe at first sight, utterly enchanted by it. Now he wanted to test the mythical heaven-splitting axe's power. Bigger, bigger, bigger. As Luo Feng spoke, the legendary heaven-splitting axe rapidly increased in size. Only when the axe head reached the size of a car did Luo Feng stop its growth. Any larger and he wouldn't be able to grip it properly. Holding the massive heaven-splitting axe, Luo Feng approached an enormous tree nearby. This tree had a diameter exceeding 3 meters. This was why Luo Feng hadn't considered chopping trees before. Felling a 3-meter thick tree might have exhausted Luo Feng to death, mainly because it wouldn't have been meaningful for him. But now the situation was completely different. Luo Feng began swinging the massive heaven-splitting axe in his hands, chopping toward the 3-meter diameter tree. As the two made contact, boom! A tremendous sound erupted from the tree. Luo Feng's mythical-grade heaven-splitting axe directly pierced through the 3-meter diameter tree. Then, to Luo Feng's astonishment, the massive tree began toppling in one direction. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 71, Chapter 71, It's not a beast approaching, just me chopping trees. The 3-meter thick, 30-meter tall giant tree began to slowly topple over. Then, an incredibly loud crashing sound spread outward from Luo Feng's position. The surrounding animals were startled by the commotion and began fleeing in all directions. Not far from the location, Big Tiger heard the tremendous noise behind him and was so frightened that he abandoned his rest, immediately tucking his tail and running away. Normally, covering such distance would be nothing for Big Tiger. The reason he had been resting was because his recent injury was so severe that every step sent sharp pain radiating from his rear. That particular discomfort had been making Big Tiger absolutely miserable. Watching the enormous fallen tree before him, Luo Feng was dumbfounded. The power of this mythic heaven-splitting axe was downright terrifying. If this axe struck an animal, which creature could possibly withstand it? But the more formidable the axe's power, the happier Luo Feng became. Acquired giant tree, +1. 10x reward. Acquired giant tree, +10. Luo Feng's field of vision was instantly filled with 10 massive trees. Seeing this, Luo Feng was overcome with exhilaration. Forget other uses just in terms of lumber efficiency, this mythic heaven-splitting axe already surpassed others' capabilities by countless times. With a thought, all 10 giant trees vanished from the ground and entered Luo Feng's 1 trillion cubic meter space ring. Seizing the moment to test the axe's capabilities, Luo Feng decided to chop several more trees to get accustomed to its handling. He didn't want to be rusty when battling Big Snake later. And if that gorilla refused to cooperate by handing over its treasures, Luo Feng wouldn't show any courtesy either. Luo Feng remembered in the recently released movie, King Kong vs. Godzilla, King Kong also wielded a giant axe. He wondered whether his axe or King Kong's was more powerful. If he ever encountered King Kong in this oceanic world, Luo Feng would definitely spar with him properly. With this thought, Luo Feng hesitated no longer. Gripping the mythic heaven-splitting axe, he approached another giant tree and swung. Bang! Acquired giant tree, +1. 10x reward. Acquired giant tree, +10. Bang! Acquired giant tree, +1. 100x reward. Acquired giant tree, +100. Just as Luo Feng was frenziedly chopping trees, he suddenly received a message. Pausing his actions, he opened it to find a message from Zhang San. Greetings, Shura, Azura, Big Boss. We just heard tremendous crashing sounds from the island, no idea what creature caused them. But the intensity makes us suspect another massive beast might be appearing. Thought we should notify you. Luo Feng saw the message sent by Zhang San and fell into deep thought. Could there be some large animal appearing on this island again? At that moment, Luo Feng looked at the heaven-splitting axe in his hand and suddenly seemed to realize something. So, he sent Zhang San a message. Has that sound disappeared now? Zhang San was currently moving toward the direction of the sound with two others. When he saw Luo Feng's message, he was stunned. How did Luo Feng know about the sound? Could it be that he had also entered this island? The thought made Zhang San excited. If they could meet Luo Feng, their safety would be greatly improved. He replied to Luo Feng, Shura, Azura, Big Boss, you were absolutely right. Just after I sent you the message, that loud sound suddenly stopped. Did you hear it too? Have you also entered this island? When Luo Feng saw Zhang San's message, his expression turned slightly odd. After a moment's thought, Luo Feng replied, yes, I have entered this island. If I'm not mistaken, the loud crashing sound you heard earlier was me chopping trees, not some animal. You don't need to worry too much. I won't be chopping anymore and will continue deeper. You'd better not go too far in, the animals here are enormous, and encountering them could be very dangerous. After sending the message, Luo Feng paid them no further mind. He stored away the massive mythic heaven-splitting axe, shrinking it to the size of a palm for easier carrying. On the other end, Zhang San was dumbfounded after reading Luo Feng's message. He couldn't find the words to describe his feelings. That deafening sound was just Luo Feng chopping trees. How was that possible? Li Si, seeing Zhang San standing there stunned after chatting with Luo Feng, grew impatient. What did Shura say? What was that loud sound about? Wang Er was also anxious. If there really was a large animal ahead, they'd have to change direction. Hurry up and tell us. If you don't know, I'll just head another way. There are plenty of resources on this island we can't afford to give up now. Zhang San finally snapped out of it and looked at Li Si and Wang Er. Slowly, he said, Shura just told me, it was him chopping trees. There's no large animal. He said I shouldn't make a fuss over nothing. Hearing this, Li Si and Wang Er were shocked. Both wore expressions of disbelief. How could someone chopping trees produce such a loud noise? That sound must have carried dozens, if not hundreds, of meters. Just how much force would it take to create such a sound? Li Si turned his gaze to a nearby tree that was a full 3 meters thick and said in disbelief, was Shura really chopping down such a massive tree just now? A tree this thick would probably take ages to fell, wouldn't it? Wang Er looked at the enormous tree and pondered for a moment before speaking up. If that sound we heard earlier was indeed Shura chopping wood, judging by the loudness of it, he might very well have been capable of felling this 3-meter thick tree. 72 Chapter 72 Video Recorder. Recording a 10-second video. If that's the case, Shura God's arm strength is truly astonishing. Upon hearing their responses, Zhang San nodded and said, Shura just mentioned he's no longer planning to chop trees and wants to venture deeper. Coincidentally, that loud crashing sound has also stopped. It seems it really was Shura chopping trees earlier. However, judging by the situation, even Shura God might not be able to fell such a massive giant tree and has probably given up. Moreover, Shura God just gave me a hint that the animals on this island are much larger than normal. So, should we continue forward or turn back to our wooden raft? Li Si looked at the outstanding great bow in his hand, which they had obtained from a treasure chest while exploring the island. Besides that, they had acquired quite a few other valuable items. This was the reason they had managed to come this far. Although the place was dangerous, the rewards were substantial. Thinking this, Li Si spoke up, didn't we already agree earlier? Now, each of us has an outstanding great bow. There's nothing to fear from ordinary animals. If we leave now, we might never encounter such a resource-rich island again. Although the animals here are large and dangerous, isn't that also an opportunity? As long as we can successfully kill one, our food supply will be secured. Wang Er chimed in, let's keep moving forward. If we encounter animals we can't handle, we'll stop then. Besides, didn't we just obtain a good great item? If we don't record some footage of large animals, this trip would be a waste. We haven't encountered any animals yet, so there's no need to worry too much. As he spoke, Wang Er pulled out an item. Video recorder. Grade, good. Description, this device can record and save the surrounding environment, and the footage can be uploaded to the chat channel. Resolution, 1080p. Recording time, 10 seconds. Zhang San wasn't surprised when he saw the video recorder. Their reasons for wanting to explore deeper into the island were twofold: to search for supplies and to potentially record footage of large animals to trade with others. After all, so far, no player in the entire chat channel had managed to post pictures or videos. If they could record footage of a large animal, they might even make a small fortune. This was the decision the three of them had reached after discussion. Thus, when Wang Air produced the video recorder, they had nothing more to say. Let's keep moving forward. Following Shura's path, we shouldn't encounter much danger. Let's see if Shura managed to chop down any trees with all that commotion earlier. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Whether we feast or go hungry in the future depends entirely on this haul. With that, the three of them headed toward the spot where Luo Feng had just been chopping trees. At this moment, Luo Feng had already stored away the massive tree he'd felled and was preparing to leave. This time, he had chopped down 5 enormous trees in total. After the multiple rewards were applied, Luo Feng ended up with over 1,000 trees in his inventory. The sheer number of trees Luo Feng had acquired likely surpassed the total number of large trees on the entire island combined. With this stockpile, Luo Feng wouldn't be short on lumber for quite some time. As he walked, Luo Feng took out the final item he'd obtained from opening the giant silver treasure chest earlier. He'd been too busy testing the power of his legendary heaven-splitting axe to examine this last item's properties, but now was the perfect time to do so. In his hand appeared a complete set of clothing. Outfit. Grade, Epic. Components, shirt, pants, underwear, shoes, socks, gloves. Description: this outfit provides exceptional defensive capabilities, allowing the wearer to move freely in any environment. Function: automatically adjusts to fit the wearer's body size and shape perfectly, regardless of form. Luo Feng couldn't contain his joy when he read the description of this epic-grade outfit. This was exactly what he needed most. It solved a major problem regarding his ability to transform freely. Previously, Luo Feng had known that if he ate a legendary size-altering golden banana, it would only change his body size. His clothing and other external items wouldn't adapt accordingly. While shrinking wouldn't cause too many issues, transforming into something larger, say, an 18-meter-tall giant, would leave him as a naked colossus running around. The mere thought of this scenario made Luo Feng extremely uncomfortable. He certainly didn't have any exhibitionist tendencies. But now, with this new outfit, things would be different. Glancing around, Luo Feng used his legendary grappling hook to ascend a large tree. Once settled on a sturdy branch, he immediately began removing his current clothes. She couldn't wait to equip this epic outfit. Meanwhile, back at the site where Luo Feng had been chopping trees, 3 men arrived: Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Air. When they saw the scene before them, they were utterly dumbfounded, their shock rendering them speechless. Zhang San rubbed his eyes vigorously before looking again at the 5 tree stumps. In disbelief, he stammered, "These 5 stumps, could they be from the trees Shura was just chopping? Did he really fell 5 massive trees each 3 meters in diameter in such a short time?" If what Shura said earlier was true, Li Si added, his voice trembling slightly, then these 5 trees were definitely felled by the Shura god himself. Not to mention 5 big trees, even a single large tree would be impossible for the 3 of us to fell in a whole day. What's more, after all 5 trees were chopped down, there wasn't a single trace left behind. How could that even be possible? I began to suspect that Shura might not have been the one who felled these trees. It's possible he had just passed by this place, saw that the trees had already been cut down by someone else, and decided to give it a try himself. 73, Chapter 73. I'm still as handsome as ever. Then, realizing they couldn't chop down the trees here, they gave up and continued forward. I agree with you. We should hurry and catch up to see if we can encounter Shura. With that, the 3 of them stopped lingering and pressed onward. On a giant tree, Luo Feng had already changed his clothes. He then took out a glass mirror and examined his reflection. Still as handsome as ever. With Luo Feng's looks, if he weren't obsessed with gaming in the real world, dating over 10 people would be a piece of cake. If it were the current Luo Feng, simultaneously dating wouldn't pose any difficulty either. His once slender frame had now become incredibly muscular. Luo Feng even suspected that if he threw a punch now, an average person would either die or be left incapacitated on the ground. Now that all his equipment was ready, Luo Feng set off to find Gorilla. At this moment, Luo Feng picked up the legendary telescope and peered deep into the island. He wanted to locate Big Snake and Gorilla. What he saw shocked him to the core. In the distance, deep within the island ahead, stood a massive tree emitting a white glow. Startled, Luo Feng realized he had stumbled upon a treasure tree. This tree was anything but ordinary. However, obstructed by dense foliage, Luo Feng couldn't make out the tree's exact shape. Nor could he tell whether the glowing tree bore any fruit. With this thought, Luo Feng didn't hesitate and began moving closer. When he closed the distance, he witnessed an astonishing sight. He could now clearly see Gorilla. The enormous black gorilla stood at least 20 meters tall. At this moment, Gorilla was warily eyeing Big Snake, which was coiled around a nearby tree. The sight of Big Snake made Luo Feng gasp. Its body was nearly 2 meters wide. Its length was even more staggering, conservatively estimated at 50 meters. Now, Big Snake was fixated on the massive gorilla. Luo Feng dared not make any rash moves. Fortunately, he was still over 100 meters away from the two colossal creatures. Through the legendary telescope, Luo Feng could clearly see both gorilla and big snake were covered in bloodstains. The surrounding ground was also splattered with blood. Clearly, an intense battle had taken place between them earlier. The massive fight Luo Feng had noticed from the island's edge had originated here. As for why Luo Feng could see gorilla from the shore, the reason was simple. During that earlier battle, gorilla had leaped onto the trees to fight big snake. Therefore, Luo Feng could see the figures of some gorillas. Now, the two animals were locked in a standoff here, motionless. Luo Feng couldn't figure out what they were doing. So, he shifted his attention to the glowing tree. To be precise, it wasn't the tree itself that was glowing, rather, a single glowing fruit had grown on it. As for what kind of fruit it was, even with his legendary telescope, Luo Feng couldn't see through the dazzling white light. However, he was certain that something truly valuable was hidden within that radiance. And the gorilla and the big snake were undoubtedly targeting that glowing prize. After observing for a while, Luo Feng noticed something strange. Why were the big snake and the gorilla just standing there without moving? Since the treasure was right before their eyes, why weren't they fighting over it? Luo Feng grew impatient just watching. If they didn't act soon, he was tempted to enlarge himself and snatch the treasure directly. Fortunately, he suppressed that impulse. Clearly, these two creatures must know what was growing on that tree. If they weren't making a move, there had to be a reason. Based on his experience, Luo Feng made a guess. Most likely, the glowing fruit wasn't ripe yet, which was why neither of them had acted. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any other reason that would keep two animals in such a standoff. Luo Feng decided to wait no more than half an hour. If the big snake and the gorilla still didn't act, he would take matters into his own hands. Truthfully, Luo Feng didn't want to intervene now. Even if he ate a size-adjusting golden banana, he could only grow up to 18 meters tall. On any other island, Luo Feng's size would make him practically invincible. But unfortunately, he was currently on a giant-type island. Facing the big snake and the gorilla, Luo Feng's 18-meter height merely ensured he wasn't at a severe disadvantage. It gave him no real advantage at all. If he foolishly charged out now and got attacked by both the big snake and the gorilla, things could turn ugly. Luo Feng wasn't confident he could kill both of them at once. His best bet was to let the big snake and the gorilla fight each other, then launch a sneak attack from behind, a decapitation strike. So, Luo Feng took out his legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow, wondering if he could stir things up a bit. Right now, he was considering whether to shoot an arrow at each of them, the big snake and the gorilla. That might provoke them into fighting. The moment this idea formed in his mind, Luo Feng immediately thought it was brilliant. Time passed quickly, and half an hour went by. Seeing that neither the big snake nor the gorilla had moved, Luo Feng decided to act on his plan. With that in mind, he raised his legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow, ready to test the effect of shooting one arrow at each of them. Meanwhile, not far behind Luo Feng, Zhang San and his two companions were also approaching. The three of them did not possess Luo Feng's strength, so they had to proceed with extreme caution. It took them a full half hour to finally approach the area. At that moment, when they spotted big snake and gorilla in the distance, all three of them were startled. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 74, Chapter 74, is that me hanging on the tree? This snake is just too enormous. It's terrifying even from a distance. The three of us absolutely cannot proceed further. If that big snake notices us, we wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. What's that? There's actually a gorilla over there too. That gorilla must be at least 20 meters tall. This is absolutely horrifying. I think it's best if I leave this place immediately. If these two creatures notice our presence, we wouldn't even have a chance to escape. At this moment, all three of them were so frightened by what they saw that their legs turned weak, and they could only speak in the faintest of whispers. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. For any normal person, such a scene would be an overwhelming shock. Zhang San, observing the distant situation, said, "Strange. Why haven't we spotted Shura anywhere? Could it be that Shura isn't in this location? Or perhaps he left immediately after discovering this situation?" Li Si also looked around, his brows furrowed tightly, and said, "I suspect Shura might have been swallowed by the big snake. Even someone as formidable as the Shura god could meet with misfortune. We should flee quickly. Wang Er, hurry up and use the video recorder to capture footage of the big snake and gorilla. After recording, we need to leave immediately. This place is far too dangerous." Hearing this, Wang Er also realized the extreme peril of their situation. They couldn't afford to linger here any longer. If anything unexpected happened, escape would be impossible. With this in mind, Wang Er took out the video recorder, intending to record the big snake and gorilla before making their getaway. After all, their lives were what mattered most. Just as Wang Er was about to start recording, suddenly, the large tree next to the gorilla emitted a dazzling burst of light, which then vanished abruptly. Seeing this, Wang Er's face lit up with excitement as he said, "So that's why the big snake and gorilla are here. There must be treasure. Why don't we move a bit closer to see what this treasure looks like? If we can include it in the recording, our video will definitely sell for a fortune." Hearing Wang Er's words, the other two hesitated, torn between caution and greed. Meanwhile, up in the tree, Luo Feng was also stunned by this sudden development. The fruit was indeed undergoing a transformation. Luo Feng decided to put away the legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow he was holding. For now, he would hold off on attacking and observe what happened next. Judging by the situation, the fruit was likely about to ripen. The dazzling white light also caught the attention of the big snake and gorilla. Now, the big snake's body began slithering restlessly along the tree. From the looks of it, an attack could come at any moment. Gorilla itself became extremely tense. It had only glanced at the changes in the fruit before fixing its gaze firmly on Big Snake, guarding against any sneak attacks. The white light was fading rapidly, soon disappearing entirely. Then, the appearance of the fruit was fully revealed. Luo Feng had been watching the fruit with great curiosity this whole time, but when he finally saw its form, a chill ran down his spine, his hair standing on end in terror. He nearly dropped the legendary telescope from shock. Because on that massive tree, where the fruit should have been, Luo Feng saw a person hanging from the tree. Had it been anyone else, Luo Feng wouldn't have reacted so strongly. After all, in this oceanic game world, strange occurrences were always possible. What made Luo Feng's scalp tingle and his back run cold was that the person hanging from the tree was himself. There he was, suspended from the branches. And that other Luo Feng was looking back at him through a telescope too. If not for his considerable composure, Luo Feng might have fallen from the tree in fright. Anyone seeing an exact duplicate of themselves hanging from a tree would lose their calm. Those with weaker constitutions might even die of fright. What's more, the hanging Luo Feng was mirroring his every move. As Luo Feng now lowered the legendary telescope, his doppelganger did the same. Luo Feng stared at this bizarre scene with a grave expression, brows furrowed in confusion. What on earth was happening? He turned his gaze toward Big Snake and Gorilla nearby, noticing that neither animal seemed particularly disturbed. Big Snake's attention was fixed on the hanging Luo Feng, while Gorilla watched the serpent with intense wariness. Yet neither had begun fighting yet, as if waiting for something. Unable to endure this eerie situation any longer, Luo Feng decided to act. He raised the legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow, aiming directly at his suspended counterpart. But the moment he did, the hanging Luo Feng mirrored the action, pointing an identical legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow back at him. This gave Luo Feng pause. He realized that if he fired his cloud-piercing arrow, his duplicate would do the same. Faced with such an uncanny scenario, Luo Feng couldn't be certain the doppelganger's attack wouldn't be real. So he held his position, locked in this strange standoff. After observing for a while, Luo Feng noticed that beyond mimicking his movements, the hanging version of himself showed no other peculiar behavior. Yet he dared not make any rash moves. Who knew what danger this duplicate might pose? At this point, Luo Feng shifted his attention away from his suspended doppelganger. He focused his attention on Big Snake and Gorilla. These two creatures had come for the treasure, so they must know what was happening now. Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry at the moment. He simply stood there, watching the performance of Big Snake and Gorilla. However, the fact that the two animals remained inactive puzzled him. Could it be that now wasn't the right time to make a move? 75, Chapter 75, Cloud-Piercing Arrow, Armor Penetration, piercing the head with one shot. At this moment, Luo Feng noticed that the big snake's body was slowly approaching the large tree. It seemed a battle was about to begin. When the gorilla saw the big snake move, it also started advancing toward it. Luo Feng grew somewhat excited. Was it finally time to act? If they didn't start fighting soon, Luo Feng would have to give them a little push. Sure enough, after moving a certain distance, the big snake suddenly accelerated, slithering toward Luo Feng, who was hanging from the tree. Despite its massive size, the big snake's speed was anything but slow. In no time, it had closed in on the tree. Of course, the gorilla wasn't about to stand idly by. It leaped straight at the big snake. A massive black fist swung toward the serpent's body. Anticipating the gorilla's attack, the big snake twisted rapidly and struck back. Thus, the two colossal creatures began their battle. The big snake, with its dozens of meters-long body, attempted to coil around the gorilla, while the gorilla dodged continuously, countering with powerful punches to the serpent's body. An intense battle unfolded. Luo Feng now raised his legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, the three figures in the distance were utterly stunned by the sight of the big snake and gorilla fighting. Zhang San, observing the scene with concern, asked, "Should we keep going? If we get caught in the crossfire between the big snake and gorilla, we're done for." Wang Er hadn't expected the two creatures to suddenly clash, but after a moment's thought, he replied, "Their sudden fight might be because of that white light earlier. From our angle, we couldn't see what emitted it. But if it drew these two massive beasts, it must be something extraordinary. Let's move closer to get a clear look at that glowing object. Once we see it, I'll start recording with the video recorder. After that, we leave immediately. This place is too dangerous. If they spot us, we won't stand a chance." Hearing this, Zhang San and Li Si both nodded in agreement. After all, they'd risked their lives to come this far. How could they leave without even seeing what the treasure looked like? And so, the three of them pressed forward. A few minutes later, they finally reached a spot where they could see the source of the earlier glow. But when they caught sight of what was on the tree, their souls nearly fled their bodies in terror. Trembling uncontrollably, their legs shook violently. Zhang San's voice quivered as he stammered, Why do I see my own body up in that tree? This is too horrifying. I want to turn and run, but my legs won't obey me. Li Si, his voice trembling with fear, spoke up, I also saw my own corpse hanging from the tree, looking exactly like me. What on earth is going on? Are we encountering ghosts? Let's get out of here quickly. Wang Er, equally shocked, wore a horrified expression as he said, I had the same experience. My body was also hanging from the tree, but I didn't see either of your corpses. Hearing this, Zhang San and Li Si froze. Then, the two of them spoke in unison, I only saw my own reflection, no other bodies. At that, all three of them fell into an abrupt silence. After a moment, Wang Er broke the silence. I think, no matter who looks, they'll only see their own corpse. For now, there doesn't seem to be any immediate danger. But we can't go any further. Let's stay here and observe the battle between the big snake and the gorilla. Then, I'll find the right moment to record a 10-second video with the good video recorder, and we'll leave. The other two nodded in agreement. In their current state, even if they wanted to run, they lacked the courage to do so. The battle between the big snake and the gorilla was intense. Soon, the gorilla made a mistake. It failed to dodge the big snake's attack in time. In an instant, the gorilla was ensnared by the big snake's massive, dozens of meters long body. Realizing its predicament, the gorilla struggled violently, trying to break free from the serpent's coils. Fortunately, its arms were still free, allowing it to continue fighting. But the big snake's constricting power was formidable. If the gorilla couldn't escape soon, it might be in mortal danger. Luo Feng frowned as he watched the scene unfold. This gorilla wasn't performing well. It had barely fought for long before being forced into a disadvantage. This was far from what Luo Feng had anticipated. In his mind, the gorilla should have swiftly defeated the big snake. After all, when he had watched King Kong battle Godzilla, King Kong had been ferocious. Now, it seemed Luo Feng had overestimated this gorilla. The difference between it and King Kong was too vast. Luo Feng couldn't just stand by and let the gorilla be killed. First, the big snake was clearly the aggressor, while the gorilla was the defender. Second, Luo Feng wanted to see both creatures wounded, not just one emerging victorious. With that in mind, Luo Feng acted without hesitation. He raised the legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow and fired at the big snake's head. The cloud-piercing arrow flew at blinding speed, striking the serpent's skull in the blink of an eye. The entire arrow buried itself into the big snake's head, then pierced clean through, emerging from the underside before vanishing into the ground. Luo Feng was stunned by the arrow's power. The big snake's head was covered in thick scales. Ordinary arrows wouldn't have even breached its defenses. The arrow Luo Feng shot not only pierced through the thick defenses of big snake's head but went straight through it. Was this the cloud-piercing arrow triggering its armor-piercing attribute? After firing this arrow, Luo Feng already knew that the random attribute bonus this cloud-piercing arrow had obtained was armor penetration. He was quite satisfied with the effect of this first arrow. 76, Chapter 76, One Axe Strike, and the head separates from the body. Although this arrow failed to kill Big Snake, it still inflicted some damage. Just moments ago, Big Snake was about to attack Gorilla when it was suddenly struck by an arrow, causing immense pain. After all, an arrow had pierced straight through its head. If it were any ordinary creature, it would have been dead by now. This time, Big Snake was clearly enraged to the core. Its body coiled tighter with increased force, and it began snapping at Gorilla with its massive jaws. Gorilla was utterly bewildered. It had barely caught a glimpse of a black object flashing past. Then, a bloody hole appeared on Big Snake's head. Immediately after, Big Snake launched into a frenzied assault. Could there be someone else here besides it and Big Snake? But Gorilla had no time to ponder. It had to focus entirely on defending against Big Snake's relentless attacks. Seeing this, Luo Feng wasted no time. He drew another cloud-piercing arrow from his inventory. With ample supplies and a stockpile of time accelerators, crafting another arrow took merely a thought. Thus, Luo Feng knocked and released another legendary cloud-piercing arrow. The moment the arrow left the cloud-piercing bow, flames erupted along its shaft, transforming it into a blazing fire arrow that streaked toward Big Snake's body. Upon impact, the arrow ignited the surrounding area, setting Big Snake's scales ablaze. Agonized by the searing pain, Big Snake immediately loosened its coils around Gorilla, thrashing wildly to extinguish the flames. In the distance, the three spectators were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, they had been certain Gorilla was doomed. But now, the situation had taken an entirely unexpected twist. Zhang San stammered, "What's with that fire arrow out of nowhere? Is there someone else here? And they're attacking Big Snake. Are they trying to kill it?" Wang Er frowned, his expression tense. "If there's anyone else here, it can only be Shura. We followed his trail to get here. Logically, if we can see Big Snake and Gorilla, Shura must have spotted them too. Even if we haven't found him yet, he's probably nearby. As for where exactly, I have no idea. So, there's a high chance that fire arrow came from Shura." As he spoke, Wang Er readied his video recorder, preparing to document the scene. With Shura now involved, the battle was bound to become even more intense. Though Gorilla was equally baffled by the sudden intervention, it had no time to dwell on it. Seizing the opportunity while Big Snake was distracted by the flames, Gorilla launched its own counterattack. This Big Snake was no pushover. Seeing the gorilla charging at it, it ignored the flames on its body and immediately went for the gorilla's arm. The gorilla couldn't dodge in time, and its massive arm was clamped in the snake's jaws. Instantly, the gorilla felt an intense pain shoot through its arm. Luo Feng, witnessing the scene, nocked another arrow, this one wreathed in frost, and let it fly straight at the big snake's head. The ice arrow struck the snake's skull in an instant. Frost rapidly spread over the snake's head, slowing its movements considerably. Seeing this, Luo Feng didn't hesitate. He pulled out the legendary size-altering golden banana he had prepared earlier. Quickly peeling it, he swallowed the entire banana in one gulp. Immediately, Luo Feng's body began to expand rapidly. With a single leap, boom, an 18-meter-tall giant landed heavily on the ground. In the distance, Zhang San and the other two were utterly stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief at the sudden appearance of a colossal figure. Zhang San stammered, "Giants live on this island too. This guy is ridiculously tall. Quick, start recording." Wang Er, finally snapping out of his shock, was overwhelmed by the sight of such a massive human. Then, he was seized by wild excitement. If he could capture this on video and sell it in the chat channels, he'd rake in a fortune in resources. Suppressing his exhilaration, Wang Er fumbled for his video recorder to start filming. Luo Feng's appearance didn't just shock Zhang San's group. Even the big snake and gorilla, locked in combat, froze mid-fight at the sight of him. But Luo Feng didn't waste time. Along with his clothes, his mythic heaven-splitting axe had also grown to match his new size. Now standing 18 meters tall, Luo Feng gripped the enormous axe and charged toward the big snake. He moved fast. Within seconds, he was upon the serpent. The snake, already weakened by flames, frost, and its brutal fight with the gorilla, couldn't react in time. Luo Feng's axe came down in a devastating arc. Boom! A massive crater split the earth where the blade struck. The big snake's head was cleanly severed from its body. But even headless, the snake wasn't completely dead. Its body writhed, still trying to flee. Luo Feng wasn't about to let that happen. 3 more thunderous strikes followed. 3 more craters. The snake's body was now in 4 pieces. Watching from afar, Zhang San and the others were utterly terrified. Zhang San's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Li Si was no better. His knees trembled violently, barely keeping him upright. Wang Er's face was a mix of shock and exhilaration. He said excitedly, "I've already recorded the video. This time we're going to make a fortune. Such an incredible giant will definitely attract other players to watch. This is an extremely rare opportunity. Even if we set the price at 1 piece of wood per view, we'll still gather a considerable amount of materials. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 77, Chapter 77, Ginseng Fruit. 1 bite per kid. This adventure of ours was truly worth it." Hearing Wang Er's words, smiles began to appear on Zhang San and Li Si's faces. Was it finally coming to an end? This island was truly terrifying. A massive snake nearly 2 meters thick and 50 meters long had been cleaved into 5 segments by a giant wielding an enormous axe, utterly horrifying. Just as the trio stood in shock, the next scene delivered an even more staggering visual impact. It might have been the most unbelievable sight they'd ever witnessed in their lives. Fortunately, the earlier events had prepared them. Otherwise, they might have fainted from sheer terror at what they were seeing now. Because the 3 of them actually witnessed the 20-meter-tall gorilla suddenly kneel before the axe-wielding giant. This was completely beyond their imagination. Zhang San muttered in disbelief, "Is that gorilla the giant's pet? It's actually kneeling before him." Wang Er, observing the scene, wore an expression of deep regret. "What a shame we didn't capture this on camera," he lamented. "And the giant has been facing away from us the whole time. You didn't even get a clear shot of his face. Such a waste." Meanwhile, Luo Feng stared at the kneeling gorilla, utterly puzzled. What was going on with this creature? He hadn't even made a move against it, yet the gorilla had dropped to its knees without warning. Luo Feng was caught off guard. But when he noticed the gorilla's gaze fixed on the mythic heaven-splitting axe in his hand, realization dawned. So this gorilla was smart enough to fear death. In his current state, Luo Feng could easily kill the gorilla if he wanted. Even he hadn't expected the legendary size-altering golden banana to synergize so perfectly with the mythic heaven-splitting axe. Deciding to test a theory, Luo Feng spoke, "Can you understand me?" To his surprise, the gorilla nodded. The response nearly startled Luo Feng. He had only asked casually, never imagining the gorilla could actually comprehend human speech. But then again, he had already crossed over into this oceanic survival world. A gorilla that understood language wasn't the strangest thing he'd encountered. In fact, this made things easier for him. Communication would be far more straightforward now. At least the gorilla had the sense to surrender, otherwise, Luo Feng might have had to eliminate it as well. With that in mind, he issued an order. "Good. Since you understand me, go scare off those 3 people behind me. Don't harm them, just drive them away." Once you're done, we'll discuss this tree and its fruit. The gorilla glanced at the fruit behind it, then obediently strode toward the trio. Luo Feng had long since noticed Zhang San and the others lurking nearby. However, Luo Feng didn't say much more. After all, he wasn't particularly familiar with these three people, nor could he order them to leave. Another reason was that the three had left a decent impression on him. They often provided him with useful information. So, for now, Luo Feng had no intention of killing them. This was also why they could only see Luo Feng from behind. He had deliberately positioned himself that way. At this moment, Zhang San and the other two were still watching with great interest, eager to see what the giant and the gorilla would do next. But when they saw the gorilla heading in their direction, their expressions changed drastically. What do we do? Did the gorilla spot us? Isn't that obvious? Let's get out of here. If that thing catches up, none of us will make it out alive. I've already recorded the footage. Once we get back, I can use this video to gather materials. With that, the three of them wasted no time scrambling and stumbling as they fled for their lives. After all, neither the gorilla nor the giant were opponents they could handle. Running was their only option. Seeing the three flee, the gorilla returned to Luo Feng's side. Luo Feng, meanwhile, was staring curiously at the equally enlarged version of himself hanging from the tree. He couldn't make sense of it at all. What was the principle behind this? When the gorilla returned, Luo Feng asked, "Do you know what's going on with that thing hanging from the tree?" The gorilla nodded in response. Luo Feng wasn't surprised by the gesture, but he found himself in a dilemma. The gorilla couldn't speak. Even if it knew, it couldn't explain. After some thought, Luo Feng spoke again. "Is the thing on the tree not ripe yet? Why did that big snake try to steal it?" The gorilla pondered for a moment, then first nodded to confirm that the fruit wasn't ripe. Then, it mimicked plucking the fruit and putting it into its mouth. Luo Feng found the gorilla's actions oddly unsettling. Did this mean the Luo Feng hanging from the tree was edible? Was he supposed to eat himself? The thought sent a chill down his spine. "So when will this thing ripen?" he asked. The gorilla simply pointed at the object in question. Luo Feng followed its finger and looked up at the tree. What he saw made his eyes widen in shock as if he'd witnessed something unbelievable. To his astonishment, the spot where his body had been hanging was now empty. In its place was a human-shaped fruit. Ginseng fruit? The name flashed through Luo Feng's mind as he stared at the fruit. Now, on the tree, there was a tiny human-shaped fruit. It seemed the earlier illusion of Luo Feng hanging from the tree had been the work of this fruit. "Is the fruit ripe now?" Luo Feng asked. The gorilla nodded in confirmation. Luo Feng saw gorilla's reaction and wasted no more time. He reached out directly and plucked the human-shaped fruit. Obtained epic sapience fruit plus 100-fold reward. Obtained epic sapience fruit plus 100. Thus, 100 human-shaped fruits appeared in Luo Feng's hands. 78, Chapter 78 Lifespan, plus 1000, Sapience Fruit. The name sounded a bit strange. Luo Feng immediately began examining the description of the Sapience Fruit. Sapience Fruit. Grade, Epic. Description: this fruit takes humanoid form before ripening and possesses incredibly powerful illusion magic. Anyone who sees the Sapience Fruit will perceive it as their current appearance. During this stage, any attacks directed at the fruit will trigger its mental counterattack. Upon ripening, the Sapience Fruit reveals its true form. Effects: greatly enhances the consumer's mental power and intelligence while granting permanent immunity to illusions. Additionally, it significantly extends the user's lifespan. Mental power, plus 2. Intelligence, plus 2. Lifespan, plus 10. Note: each person may only consume one Sapience Fruit for permanent attribute gains. Additional consumption provides only temporary boosts. Luo Feng's face filled with astonishment as he read the description. Not only did the Sapience Fruit increase mental power and intelligence, it could actually extend lifespan, 10 years per fruit. What an incredible treasure. However, his expression darkened when he reached the final note. This was truly a fly in the ointment. Only the first consumption granted permanent attributes, subsequent ones would be temporary. The loss was substantial. Otherwise, Luo Feng could have eaten all 100 fruits at once and gained 1,000 years of lifespan. Just imagining it sent thrills through him. Alas, it remained only a fantasy. Still, Luo Feng's current lifespan was already considerable, so he didn't need to rush for extensions. He stored the remaining 99 Sapience Fruits into his space ring. Gorilla likely didn't notice Luo Feng's actions. Mainly because these fruits were only as large as ordinary apples, practically microscopic to Luo Feng's 18-meter frame. Glancing at Gorilla, Luo Feng asked thoughtfully, "Have you eaten this fruit before?" Gorilla nodded immediately. Understanding dawned on Luo Feng. This explained the gorilla's remarkably human-like behavior. Its ability to comprehend human speech must stem from the Sapience Fruit. The fruit's capabilities were truly impressive, enabling animals to understand human language. These fruits would undoubtedly have extensive future applications. Smiling, Luo Feng said, "Since you've already consumed one, I won't hold back either." Without further hesitation, he popped the Sapience Fruit into his mouth. At his current size, the tiny fruit barely registered between his teeth. As he finished consuming it, Luo Feng sensed transformations occurring in his brain. A refreshing clarity washed over him. His thought processes seemed to accelerate. mental reflexes sharpened noticeably. Experiencing these changes firsthand deepened Luo Feng's appreciation for the Sapience Fruit's power. Now that the Sapience Fruit was in his possession, Luo Feng wasn't in any hurry. He opened his personal attribute panel. After this period of gathering, Luo Feng's overall attributes and resources had been significantly enhanced. Name, Luo Feng. ID, 54,188. Lifespan, 89 years. Shock points, 88,888. Maximum reward multiplier, 100,000. Basic attributes. Strength 12, Agility 13, Constitution 12, Spirit 13, Intelligence 13. Normal human baseline, 10. Special attributes. Charm 11, Luck 9. Normal human baseline, 10. Wooden Raft, 15. Skills. Swimming, Grandmaster, Archery, Grandmaster, Combat Techniques, Supreme Grandmaster. Equipment. Mythic Space Ring, 1 trillion M, Epic Quality Spear, Legendary Telescope, Myriad Islands Illustrated Handbook, Legendary Cloud-Piercing Bow and Arrow, Legendary Grappling Hook, Time Accelerator 666 minutes, Epic Quality Clothing, Mythic Heaven-Splitting Axe, Legendary Size-Altering Golden Banana 9, Epic Swift Travel Charm 99 hours. Pet. Black Tortoise, Incubating 21 hours. Assets. After reviewing his attributes, Luo Feng felt extremely satisfied. All his basic attributes had been enhanced, and most importantly, he'd gained 20 years of lifespan. With his current stats and items, he likely wouldn't encounter any dangers in the ocean game world. However, Luo Feng didn't dare be too complacent. So far, he'd only encountered common animals. If he met creatures with special abilities, things could get dangerous. Moreover, as time progressed, the survival challenges wouldn't just be animals, natural disasters would come too. If Luo Feng's predictions were correct, disasters would soon arrive: gales, storms, hail, tsunamis, typhoons, extreme cold, scorching heat, sea monsters, volcanic eruptions, etc. These were all calamities he'd faced in previous games, and this ocean game world would likely be no exception. Therefore, Luo Feng needed to hurry and upgrade his wooden raft. Otherwise, he'd be in trouble when these disasters struck. With this in mind, he said, "I need to leave now. You can stay here and wait. Eat the next fruit when it ripens." Upon hearing this, the gorilla began gesticulating wildly. After watching for a while, Luo Feng finally understood and asked skeptically, "Are you saying, you want me to stay and keep you company?" The gorilla nodded eagerly. Luo Feng was speechless. This big black ape wanted him to stay. If it were a beautiful woman, he might have considered it. But he had zero interest in a gorilla. Moreover, Luo Feng didn't even want to take the gorilla as a pet. After transforming, his combat power already surpassed the gorilla's. Drifting across the ocean with such a massive creature would be impractical anyway. Just look at its size, it would surely have a huge appetite. Thinking of this, Luo Feng spoke up, "You stay here and guard this tree properly. When the fruits on this tree ripen next time, I might come back again. But don't worry, when the time comes, you'll definitely get one of the fruits. So, you'd better protect this tree well. If I come back and find this tree gone, I'll hold you accountable." Hearing Luo Feng's words, Gorilla still nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Luo Feng didn't waste any more time. His transformation only lasted for 30 minutes. Once those 30 minutes were up, he would revert to his original size. 79, Chapter 79 just killed a big snake. So Luo Feng approached the 5-section big snake. When his hand touched the serpent's body, the system notification sounded once again. Obtained good grade big snake, +1. 10-fold reward. Obtained good grade big snake, +10. Big snake. Grade, good. Description: long-term consumption of this serpent's meat can increase the eater's speed and flexibility, with excellent taste. If used for brewing liquor, it will have remarkable effects. Luo Feng gazed at the 9 complete 50-meter-long, nearly 2-meter-thick serpents stored in his space ring while pondering the description. He fell into deep thought. Such an enormous snake could actually be used for brewing liquor. What kind of gigantic bottle would that require? Of course, Luo Feng's contemplation wasn't solely due to this reason. What truly shocked him was that this massive serpent only ranked as good grade. This was rather terrifying. Such a colossal creature merely being good grade. Luo Feng now had considerable understanding about this world's grading system. In this world, not only were various items graded, but animals too had their classifications. Grades: common, good, outstanding, excellent, perfect, epic, legendary, mythical, fabled. From what he observed, animals also followed these 9 grades. Higher grade animals didn't necessarily mean stronger combat abilities, they simply possessed more extraordinary traits. Take this big snake before him. Despite its massive size, it only ranked as good grade. This likely stemmed from its lack of special abilities. Apart from its enormous size, this serpent didn't seem to possess any other remarkable features. Abilities like fire breathing, freezing, or flight were absent. Luo Feng couldn't even begin to imagine what higher grade creatures might be capable of. For instance, that giant chicken he'd encountered earlier after system enhancement had become an outstanding grade creature. Had Luo Feng directly faced an outstanding grade giant chicken initially, he might not have prevailed in combat. But now, Luo Feng didn't worry about such matters. Equipped with high-grade gear and various skills, dealing with lower-grade creatures was effortless. With this thought, he stored the 5-section serpent carcass from the ground. Then Luo Feng turned to Gorilla and said, "I'm leaving. Perhaps we'll meet again." Without waiting for a response, Luo Feng prepared to return to the beach. His legendary size-altering golden banana's duration was about to expire. The island's depths might harbor other dangerous beasts, certainly no place for overnight stays. Actually, Luo Feng had another reason for returning to shore concerning the Merfolk Queen. After using Mermaid Queen's call, he was destined to encounter her within the next 24 hours. If he remained inland, how could he possibly meet the Merfolk Queen? Resolved, Luo Feng began making his way toward the coastline without further hesitation. As Luo Feng moved, the surrounding animals began to scatter in all directions. After all, this was a giant-type island, but even so, 18 meters in height wasn't something ordinary animals could reach. By the time he reached the seaside, Luo Feng's body rapidly shrank back to its normal size. This island expedition had brought him quite a few gains. After resting for a while, Luo Feng planned to chop down some large trees around the island to prepare for upgrading his wooden raft. Now, with some free time, he decided to check how everyone else was doing lately. It had been a day and a half since these people entered the ocean survival world. Most of them had already managed to secure food. However, there were still some unlucky individuals who hadn't had a single bite to eat or a sip of water. So, Luo Feng opened the trading platform. Dimensional backpack 1 cubic meter, trade 4, food 20 lbs, pure water 20 liters. Inflatable doll, 36D, blueprint, trade 4, apples 5. Original flavor stockings 1, trade 4, steamed bun 1. Superior spear blueprint, trade 4, superior grappling hook blueprint. This time, the items being traded had become even more diverse. Luo Feng's attention was immediately drawn to the dimensional backpack. But after just a glance, he lost all interest. His current space ring had a capacity of 1 trillion cubic meters. The difference was simply too vast. Still, the fact that people were obtaining such high-tier items meant that everyone's gains were gradually improving. Even the guy selling the inflatable doll blueprint had somehow gotten his hands on a more advanced 36D model. Luo Feng needed to step up his game too. Although Luo Feng still had thousands of minutes left on his time accelerator, it was far from enough for him. If he obtained larger-scale item blueprints, the time required would increase significantly. For example, if he got his hands on a luxury yacht blueprint, it would probably take dozens of days to complete. The later the game progressed, the more crucial the time accelerator would become. So, in one move, Luo Feng bought up all the time accelerators currently being traded. Next, he turned his attention to the chat channel. "I feel like I'm playing a completely different game from you guys. How come you all have food and water already? Since I entered this ocean world, I haven't even seen a single strand of hair, let alone food. Hey, buddy upstairs, I've got some used enoki mushrooms here still edible if you wash them. If you don't want them, I'll eat them myself." Honestly, now that everyone's getting more supplies, I finally managed to sell my inflatable doll blueprint. But I still have a ton of adult products left. If you're feeling lonely, come trade with me ASAP. I actually managed to hook a good quality fish with my, lower half. Guess I'm in for a treat. From the chat, Luo Feng could see that the players in the ocean world were now clearly divided into two extremes. After some thought, he decided to send a message in the chat channel. "Does anyone have treasure map fragments? If you have any, feel free to contact me. Price is negotiable. I just killed a big snake and got plenty of snake meat. This was a good grade big snake, and I'm only offering it for trade once. If no one has treasure map fragments, I'll be leaving soon." The moment Luo Feng sent out his message, it immediately caught everyone's attention. Holy crap, is Shura Azura Big Boss just finishing up? He took down another big snake. So just how big was this big snake anyway? Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60 plus chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 80, Chapter 80. A new island about to appear, the meeting point of two people. I just ate some good grade fish. Not only was it delicious, but it also gave special attribute bonuses. Truly amazing. However, this fish was too small. I couldn't eat enough to feel satisfied. Too bad I don't have any treasure map fragments, otherwise I'd trade with Shura Azura Big Boss. Shura Big Boss, I see you've obtained so much food you probably can't finish it all, right? Experts say eating too much isn't good for your health. I can help you share some of it. After his previous experiences, Luo Feng already knew that many people had obtained good items but wouldn't reveal them. After all, some people no longer had much need for basic food. Luo Feng needed to offer higher grade food to persuade these people to hand over their treasure map fragments. If it were just an ordinary treasure map, Luo Feng naturally wouldn't care. But he had the god-level billion-fold reward system. Even the most common treasure map would become incredibly valuable after Luo Feng's high multiplier rewards. Thinking this, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer and directly posted a trade offer on the exchange platform. Good grade serpent meat 5 pounds, in exchange for treasure map fragment 1. When people saw Luo Feng's message, they were utterly shocked. Holy crap, Sure, a big boss is offering 5 pounds of serpent meat at once. Could it all be from the same snake? If so, how massive must that big snake have been? I want to eat Shura God's serpent meat too, but my strength doesn't allow it. I haven't encountered any treasure map fragments. If I had, I'd definitely trade with Shura God. I wonder what good grade serpent meat tastes like. What effects does it have? Could eating it make you grow bigger too? Luo Feng skimmed through the chat messages but saw no one offering treasure map fragments. Not wanting to waste time, he closed the chat channel. After some thought, Luo Feng took out the legendary telescope to check on Tang Shuiying and see if she had encountered any other items. After all, Luo Feng's field of vision was much wider than Tang Shuiying's. If he could spot something special, he could guide her in the right direction. This time, when Luo Feng used the legendary telescope, the scenery in his vision rapidly shifted. In the blink of an eye, Tang Shuiying's devilish figure appeared in his view. Luo Feng noticed that Tang Shuiying was wearing clothes this time and silently breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't like before. Otherwise, Luo Feng wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation. If that had happened, he might have had to call upon his hard-working assistant to step in. Under Luo Feng's gaze, Tang Shuiying began moving. She was practicing her combat techniques. As her body moved continuously, the intensity of her motions increased. This made Luo Feng's heart race with nervousness. He couldn't help but wonder, could she possibly fall off? Fortunately, Luo Feng knew Tang Shuiying had the epic size-changing artifact, so while the movements looked alarming, there wasn't much actual danger. Still, Luo Feng reminded himself of his original purpose for coming here. Luo Feng shifted his gaze away from Tang Shuiying and looked around the sea zone. He saw no other special treasure chests or anything of the sort. Just as he began scanning the surroundings, his expression suddenly changed. Then, a look of delight appeared on his face. Because in the distance, he spotted a black dot. Based on Luo Feng's previous experience, this black dot was an island. An island had appeared near Tang Shuiying. Once this thought formed in Luo Feng's mind, he became extremely excited. Could this mean he would finally get to meet Tang Shuiying? Was his happy life about to begin? However, when Luo Feng saw the too far prompt on the legendary telescope, his heart instantly sank. He had initially thought the island near Tang Shuiying was the same one he was currently on. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Tang Shuiying was near a completely new island. Luo Feng wasn't too disheartened, though. Since there was an island near Tang Shuiying, he just needed to keep moving in that direction. The next time Luo Feng encountered an island, he would be able to find Tang Shuiying. Thinking this, he sent her a message. I just used an item and spotted an island ahead of you. If you keep moving in this direction, you'll reach it. When that happens, we can meet on that island. Tang Shuiying, who had been exercising, suddenly stopped when she heard Luo Feng's words. Luo Feng said there was an island ahead of her. Curious, she looked in the direction Luo Feng had mentioned. She didn't seem to see anything. Still, she chose to trust him. If Luo Feng said so, then she might encounter an island soon. And when that happened, she would finally meet him. But what if Luo Feng made that kind of request once they met? Before this, Tang Shuiying had always thought the chances of meeting Luo Feng were extremely low. Now, it seemed many things were unfolding just as Luo Feng had said. If this continued, their meeting might happen within the next few days. At this thought, some rather vivid images involuntarily surfaced in Tang Shuiying's mind. Fortunately, she knew Luo Feng was still waiting for her reply and didn't want to keep him waiting too long. She said, "Alright, I'll keep an eye out for that island. I'll speed up and keep moving in that direction. I also hope we can meet as soon as possible." Hearing this, Luo Feng didn't say much in response. Some things were better said face to face when they finally met. Besides, he had long shared the same hope to see Tang Shuiying as soon as possible. However, it was already afternoon, and Luo Feng didn't plan to set off tonight. He decided to rest on the island overnight and use the swift travel charm to move at full speed first thing tomorrow. Just as he was about to close the legendary telescope, his hand froze. Because Luo Feng saw Tang Shuiying take out a bottle of legendary skin cleansing essence. Then an idea emerged in Luo Feng's mind. 81, Chapter 81. The Ice and Fire Two-Headed Shark wants to attack the Merfolk Queen. Could it be that Tang Shuiying was about to use the legendary skin cleansing essence? Tang Shuiying's subsequent actions confirmed Luo Feng's speculation was correct. Luo Feng watched as Tang Shuiying actually began removing her outerwear, then slowly unfastened her epic size-adjusting bra. Seeing this series of movements from Tang Shuiying, Luo Feng already knew what was about to happen. Tang Shuiying was probably going to treat the marks left by friction from her previous too tight clothing. Luo Feng certainly didn't intend to peek. However, it occurred to Luo Feng that he would soon be meeting the Merfolk Queen. And the Merfolk Queen seemed to have left behind a scar. If Luo Feng was mistaken, then naturally nothing would come of it. But if the Merfolk Queen truly had a scar, Luo Feng would be more than happy to help treat that scar. Who could blame him for being so eager to help others? This was the perfect opportunity to observe how Tang Shuiying used the legendary skin cleansing essence. Later, Luo Feng could apply the same method for the Merfolk Queen. People like Luo Feng, who were so considerate of others and eager to help, were truly rare. As Luo Feng was lost in thought, Tang Shuiying had already removed her clothing. The scene appeared in Luo Feng's field of vision. The sight that greeted Luo Feng was so beautiful it stunned him, and it emitted a faint fluorescent glow. This was a scenario Luo Feng wouldn't have dared imagine even in his wildest dreams. It was truly breathtaking. If he could view it up close, it would surely be even more magnificent. But that opportunity would likely come soon enough. Glowing with fluorescence, it would undoubtedly be even more enchanting at night. If her entire body were coated with fluorescent papaya cream, she wouldn't even need to turn on the lights when going to bed at night. Just the glow emanating from her body would be enough to facilitate certain, growth-inducing activities. Just as Luo Feng was immersed in fantasies of blissful domestic life, Tang Shui's hands continued their work. Her right hand grasped the legendary skin-cleansing essence. With her left hand, she unscrewed the cap of the legendary skin-cleansing essence. Then, with slight pressure from her right hand, fortunately, the viscous liquid flowed quite slowly. Tang Shui extended her left hand to catch the dripping liquid. Next, she used her left hand to spread the liquid evenly from top to bottom. However, when the liquid touched the previously injured area, her expression involuntarily changed, her brows furrowing slightly. A soft moan escaped her lips. After the brief pain passed, the injured area began to feel incredibly soothing. A tingling sensation spread through the spot. It felt absolutely wonderful. After finishing one area, Tang Shui repeated the entire process again. Once the liquid had been fully applied, Tang Shui put away the legendary skin-cleansing essence, storing it in a nearby case. In what seemed like no time at all, Tang Shui was astonished to discover that all the friction marks had completely disappeared. Moreover, her skin had become even smoother. It was as if no injuries had ever occurred. Truly worthy of the legendary skin-cleansing essence, the effects were incredibly potent. In less than a few minutes, all the injuries had completely healed. Under the sunlight, her skin even reflected a faint glow. Seeing that her injuries had healed, Tang Shui began to put her clothes back on. Now, she could continue her training with complete peace of mind. At that very moment, Luo Feng put away his legendary telescope. He swallowed hard. Could that area really become so perfect? Skin like congealed fat wasn't even enough to describe the beauty of that place. Now, Luo Feng grew even more eager to meet Tang Shuiying in person. He wondered if there'd be a chance to experience it firsthand. Luo Feng had always been fond of mountain climbing. At the same time, he memorized Tang Shui's technique. If the Merfolk Queen ever needed it, Luo Feng would be more than willing to lend a helping hand. With this thought, Luo Feng gazed into the depths of the sea but found no traces of other creatures. He'd already used Mermaid's Call earlier. Who knew when he'd actually encounter a mermaid? Shaking off these thoughts, Luo Feng realized his transformation's duration was about to end. Checking the time, he saw only 3 minutes remained. Determined to make the most of it, Luo Feng decided to use these final minutes to chop down some giant trees. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his body began rapidly enlarging. The heaven-splitting axe in his hand grew proportionally. After all, he couldn't waste the remaining transformation time. He had to utilize it fully. The efficiency of chopping in his transformed state was remarkably high. Just as Luo Feng was about to head toward the island's forest, he suddenly froze. Because there on the sea's surface not far away a seven-colored glow had begun radiating. At first, the light was faint. But soon, the intensity of these seven-colored rays steadily increased. As the glow grew brighter, a seven-colored bubble suddenly emerged from beneath the waves. Witnessing this, Luo Feng's heart leaped. For within that radiant bubble, he glimpsed a figure. More precisely a merfolk. Yet the brilliance emanating from the seven-colored bubble was too dazzling. Luo Feng couldn't clearly make out the mermaid's appearance inside. Still, his instinct screamed that this was the long-awaited Merfolk Queen. The realization sent waves of excitement through him. Without wasting another second, Luo Feng began moving toward the bubble. But at that instant a massive shark erupted from the ocean depths. This monstrous predator bore two heads. One head wreathed in flames, the other encased in frost. The ice and fire two-headed shark wasted no time, surging toward the seven-colored bubble with terrifying speed. 82 Chapter 82 What if the Merfolk Queen remains unconscious? Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Feng was greatly shocked. How had a mutated great white shark suddenly appeared? Not only that, but it had two heads, each imbued with a different elemental attribute. Just by its appearance, Luo Feng could tell this ice and fire two-headed shark was not to be trifled with. However, if this creature dared to lay a finger on the Merfolk Queen, Luo Feng would not stand idly by. Thus, Luo Feng raised his massive heaven-splitting axe and advanced into the sea. The ice and fire two-headed shark in the water had already noticed the giant Luo Feng. Its two heads simultaneously opened their jaws and launched an attack toward the seven-colored bubble. Two streams of energy, one icy, one fiery, shot toward the bubble. In an instant, they reached the seven-colored bubble. When the energies made contact, a deafening explosion erupted from the bubble. Though the seven-colored bubble wasn't shattered, countless cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, threatening to break at any moment. Seeing this, Luo Feng's heart raced, and he immediately quickened his pace. Despite his enormous size, once Luo Feng entered the ocean, his swimming speed surpassed even his land speed. After all, Luo Feng's swimming skills had reached the master level. Entering the sea was like returning home. In no time, Luo Feng arrived at the seven-colored bubble even before the ice and fire two-headed shark could reach it. At that moment, the shark unleashed another dual elemental attack. Luo Feng didn't dare hesitate. He raised his mythic heaven-splitting axe to meet the assault head-on. When the two forces collided, an earth-shaking boom resounded. The ice and fire energies dispersed around Luo Feng's mythic heaven-splitting axe, unable to damage it in the slightest. The axe's momentum didn't slow in the least. With unstoppable force, it cleaved toward the ice and fire two-headed shark. Realizing its attack had failed, the shark panicked and immediately turned to flee. But it was too late. Luo Feng's axe was already upon it, slicing toward the creature. Luo Feng had intended to split the shark cleanly down the middle, between its two heads. Unfortunately, the ice and fire two-headed shark reacted quickly. The moment its attack proved ineffective, it fled without hesitation. Luo Feng's axe still struck the shark's body, leaving a massive gash. Seizing the opportunity, the wounded shark escaped into the depths. Luo Feng hadn't managed to kill it in one strike. Watching the retreating figure of the ice and fire two-headed shark, Luo Feng chose not to pursue. For one thing, the effects of his size-adjusting golden banana were about to expire. For another, the seven-colored bubble had been severely cracked by the shark's earlier attack and could shatter at any moment. With this in mind, Luo Feng wasted no time returning to the bubble's side. When Luo Feng's large hand touched the seven-colored bubble, it suddenly shattered. A merfolk appeared in Luo Feng's palm. Upon seeing the appearance of the merfolk in his hand, Luo Feng's face revealed an utterly shocked expression. It was as if he had witnessed something unimaginable. Because Luo Feng saw that the merfolk in his hand was identical to the statue of the merfolk queen he had obtained earlier. Even the two large shell-like objects worn by the merfolk queen were exactly the same. This left Luo Feng utterly astonished. Not only that, but Luo Feng also noticed the ropes used to fasten those two shells. There were even traces of breakage on them. Wasn't this exactly what had happened when Luo Feng had obtained the merfolk queen statue earlier? Out of curiosity to see how realistic the statue was, he had applied too much force and accidentally broken off the merfolk queen's two shells. This realization struck Luo Feng with immense impact. If the merfolk queen statue he had obtained earlier was somehow connected to the real merfolk queen, then wouldn't the things he had done to the statue be known by the actual merfolk queen? But there was no time for Luo Feng to dwell on this, because his transformation effect was about to fade. So without wasting any more time, Luo Feng immediately carried the merfolk queen to the seaside. Just as Luo Feng reached the shore, his body began to shrink gradually. He held the merfolk queen in his arms. However, the merfolk queen remained unconscious, her eyes closed. Luo Feng found a suitable spot and carefully laid the merfolk queen down. As he bent over to place her down, Luo Feng suddenly noticed an extremely shocking sight. The two shells covering the merfolk queen's body had slipped aside, exposing to Luo Feng's view. Upon seeing this, Luo Feng's heartbeat instantly accelerated. This was the first time he had ever seen such a part of a woman with his own eyes. And it was the merfolk queen's at that. This left Luo Feng momentarily at a loss. But then Luo Feng noticed something even more shocking. There was indeed a scar on the merfolk queen, exactly like the one he had seen. This confirmed that the merfolk queen statue had been carved based on the real merfolk queen's actual appearance. After staring for a while, Luo Feng realized it wasn't good to leave her exposed like this. Moreover, if the merfolk queen were to suddenly wake up and see this situation, Luo Feng would have no way to explain himself. So Luo Feng began trying to put the two shells back on the merfolk queen. After some effort, Luo Feng looked at the two shells in his hands, unsure what to do next. He realized the fastening ropes had broken completely, making it impossible to reattach them. They would need repairs before they could be used again. But how to repair them? Luo Feng had no idea. After some thought, Luo Feng could only take out a size-adjusting bra from his space ring to temporarily cover the merfolk queen. After all, it wasn't good to leave her exposed like this. Although Luo Feng enjoyed the view, it wasn't proper to look while someone was unconscious. Thus, Luo Feng tried once more and, after some effort, finally managed to properly place it on the merfolk queen. Now, Luo Feng had to figure out how to wake the merfolk queen. Support me in Patreon for more chapters. 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 83, Chapter 83, 10-second highlight clip. After all, it wasn't a solution for the merfolk queen to remain in this comatose state indefinitely. Luo Feng wasn't the type to take advantage of others' misfortune. Wait, that didn't sound quite right. He wouldn't take advantage of a fish's misfortune either. That sounded even worse. Luo Feng decided not to dwell on semantics and focused on waking the merfolk queen first. As he pondered this, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. He realized he didn't actually know how to revive someone. Then an idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. Artificial respiration. He remembered from TV dramas that when rescuing drowning victims, one needed to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to provide oxygen. Luo Feng's gaze lingered on the merfolk queen's luscious red lips, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. But then another thought struck him. The merfolk queen was naturally an aquatic creature who could breathe freely underwater. Oxygen deprivation shouldn't be an issue. After some consideration, Luo Feng made a decision: he would wait a while longer. If the merfolk queen still didn't wake, he'd proceed with artificial respiration. When saving someone, one should see it through to the end. Having rescued her from the jaws of the ice and fire two-headed shark, it was only right that Luo Feng ensure her full recovery. This realization meant Luo Feng couldn't venture out to gather materials for now, so he settled for collecting floating debris along the shore. Might as well make productive use of this idle time. Dinner was still some time away. Tonight, Tang Shuiying would be preparing their meal. Luo Feng found himself quite curious about this evening's dinner. He planned to give Tang Shuiying a sapience fruit when they ate. This would help enhance her capabilities. After all, as his future wife, she deserved nothing but the best. With this in mind, Luo Feng opened the chat channel to check if anyone had posted about treasure map fragments. Upon entering, he noticed an unusual shift in the conversation topics. Everyone seemed to be discussing Zhang San and his group's recent encounter. Zhang San, you're claiming you saw a 2-meter wide, 50-meter long big snake and a 20-meter tall giant gorilla, and then a 10-meter tall giant wielding an enormous axe chopped the snake into pieces. I find that hard to believe. Sounds absolutely terrifying. I might believe encountering large animals. The ocean world could harbor all sorts of creatures, but a 10-meter tall giant? That's beyond credibility. Are you suggesting there are indigenous inhabitants in this oceanic world besides us? And even if there were, they couldn't possibly be that enormous. You're clearly spinning tales. I might as well claim I just saw a great white shark with 2 heads, one breathing fire, the other ice. Until a giant came and slaughtered it too. Reading these discussions, Luo Feng grew pensive. He hadn't expected Zhang San's group to disclose these events. Luo Feng had no intention of revealing his size-changing ability at this stage. Even if Luo Feng spoke up, without pictures as proof, these people wouldn't believe him anyway. When this ocean game eventually develops a live streaming feature, Luo Feng wouldn't mind broadcasting his transformation live. By then, his shock points would skyrocket. Just as Luo Feng was thinking this, Wang Er suddenly made an announcement. Wang Er, we risked our lives to obtain this information and wanted to share it with everyone, to help you understand more about the creatures in this oceanic world. Who knew you'd doubt us 3 brothers like this? We originally planned to offer some free previews, but now it seems we'll have to charge. Here's the video those who don't believe can see for themselves. Video 10 seconds, one-time viewing, trade, wood 1, or food 1, or purified water 100 ml. After Wang Er uploaded the video, all the players were stunned, as if they'd seen something unbelievable. Holy shit, what is this? A 10-second video charging such a high price. And it's only a one-time view. This is daylight robbery. Wang Er's got skill. She actually managed to get his hands on a video recording item. This is the first time I've seen one since arriving in this oceanic world. Could what those 3 said earlier be true? Never mind whether it's true or not. With such steep viewing fees, even if it's real, who can afford it? If anyone watches, could you summarize the contents? Seeing the trade item Wang Er had posted, Luo Feng frowned slightly. He truly hadn't expected them to possess such an item. If so, was it possible Wang Er had recorded his earlier battle? If true, Luo Feng might not be able to keep his size-changing ability hidden any longer. But even if exposed, Luo Feng wasn't worried. This could be an opportunity to harvest some shock points and let others witness his power. Curious, Luo Feng wanted to see which segment Wang Er had recorded. With this thought, he posted in the chat channel. I'll take a look at your video. The crowd grew excited upon seeing Shura's message. Holy shit, even the Shura god is interested in this video? I hope they're not lying. If they dare deceive the Shura god, the consequences will be dire. Shura god, after watching, could you tell us what the video shows? The Shura god previously killed a big snake. Maybe he's particularly interested in the one Wang Er mentioned. Seeing the Shura god wanted to view it, Wang Er immediately posted, the Shura god can watch for free. At that moment, Luo Feng received the 10-second video. Without hesitation, he opened it. 10 seconds later, the video disappeared. The 10-second video recorded Luo Feng's cloud-piercing arrow striking Big Snake's body, followed by Luo Feng transforming into a giant and directly chopping off Big Snake's head with an axe. This was the content captured in the video. However, the recorded footage only showed the giant's back view. Luo Feng's face wasn't visible. 84, Chapter 84. I'm coming clean, I'm the giant, and I got filmed. 84, Chapter 84. I'm coming clean, I'm the giant, and I got filmed. Seeing this situation, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. Now, there were 2 opportunities for Luo Feng to choose from. The first was to take this chance to reveal his identity and explain that the giant was actually Luo Feng transformed. The second was for Luo Feng to act as if nothing had happened, ensuring no one would know that the giant was him. After pondering for a moment, Luo Feng finally made his decision. The players, seeing that Shura had finished watching the video but remained silent, grew extremely curious. Shura god, what exactly did you see? Tell us about it. Did Wang Er lie? Are there really a 50-meter long big snake, a 20-meter tall gorilla, and a giant over 10 meters tall in there? I can't hold back my curiosity anymore. I'm going to spend one piece of wood to watch it. After the first person watched the 10-second video, he immediately posted a message in the chat channel. It's true. Everything Wang Er said is true. There really are all kinds of giant animals in there. The most shocking part is the giant descending from the sky. He's so cool. Once the first person said this, the others could no longer resist. Those who had some spare resources decided to spend a piece of wood to see what exactly was depicted in the video. A few minutes later, quite a few people had finished watching the clip. Holy shit, this is actually real. That big snake is insanely large. It nearly killed the gorilla. But what's even more shocking is the giant descending from the sky, wielding a massive axe. He's so domineering. With just one swing, he chopped off the big snake's head. That combat power is terrifying. Who would have thought Wang Er and the others would witness something so astonishing? What's even more unbelievable is that they managed to escape unscathed. Their luck is insane. It seems the ocean world is full of creatures we know nothing about. These beings are way beyond what we can handle at our current stage. Anyone who encounters them is doomed. Meanwhile, Wang Er and his two companions stood by the shore, staring at the massive pile of materials in front of them, their faces filled with excitement. Haha, we've struck it rich. Our adventure was worth it. With this video, our lives are set for the foreseeable future. The only downside is we didn't manage to capture the giant's face. Otherwise, our video would have been even more explosive. People are always so curious about these strange creatures. Observing everyone's reactions, Luo Feng also noticed that his shock points were rapidly increasing. It seemed that whether Luo Feng actively revealed something or not, as long as others filmed his actions and shared them, he could still gain shock points. Realizing this, Luo Feng felt extremely pleased. Free shock points? Might as well take them. However, Wang Er and his group were actually charging people to watch Luo Feng's video. That was truly impressive. Luo Feng couldn't let those three take advantage of him. Without Luo Feng, those three wouldn't even have been able to record a video. Surviving at all would have been a major challenge for them. Thinking this, Luo Feng began typing in the chat channel, "How did the video of me killing the big snake get out there? Wang Er, you secretly filmed me without even discussing it with me, and now you're charging for it. That's not right at all." As soon as Luo Feng's message appeared, the entire chat channel fell eerily silent. Everyone was so shocked by his words that they didn't know how to respond at first. However, once the initial surprise wore off, the chatter resumed. "Sure, big boss, we know you're strong, but the video clearly shows a giant over 10 meters tall. How can you claim it was you who killed the big snake? Are you really that tall? Sure, big boss, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. If you keep making claims like this, people won't admire you, they'll just be disappointed. I never thought sure a big boss would be so vain. If it weren't for your massive food supply, I wouldn't even like you anymore." Luo Feng could only sigh at their reactions. These days, even telling the truth didn't earn him any credibility. Couldn't they all just get along properly? With a wave of his hand, Luo Feng placed an item on the trading platform. Good grade big snake 50 meters long, 1.8 meters wide, trades for, space ring 100,000,000 cubic meters. The moment the massive snake corpse appeared, the chat channel fell dead silent once again. Everyone was utterly stunned by the sight of the enormous snake Luo Feng had produced. Some of the more timid members nearly lost their footing and fell into the sea out of sheer fright. After a moment of shock, tentative messages began trickling in. Am I seeing this right? A 50-meter long, 1.8-meter wide big snake corpse, put up for trade by Shura God. Does that mean the giant in the video really was Shura Big Boss? How is that possible? How can a person be that big? Shura Big Boss, I take back what I said earlier. I believe now that you killed the big snake, but, how did you grow so huge? Did you gain some kind of special ability? Shura Big Boss, that snake is way too big for you to eat alone. Let me help you out with that. I'm an expert at cooking snake meat, used to catch and eat them all the time. Luo Feng was pleased to see his shock points skyrocket by over 100,000 in an instant. As expected, staying low-key wasn't the way to go. Sometimes, you just had to make a grand display. With that in mind, he sent another message. "The reason I could grow so big is simple. I just obtained a special item. By now, you should all realize that this ocean survival world is full of all kinds of bizarre items. If you can find the right one, you could achieve the same effect. Oh, and by the way, if anyone has treasure map fragments, feel free to reach out to me. This good grade snake meat has some pretty amazing effects. If you miss this opportunity today, I won't be offering my good grade snake meat again." Just as Luo Feng sent out the message, he received a private message. However, it wasn't from someone wanting to trade treasure map fragments, but a message from Wang Er. At that moment, Wang Er and his two companions stood by the seaside, staring at a pile of supplies before them. Far from feeling excited, they were instead filled with deep concern. Support me in Patreon for more chapters. 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 85, Chapter 85, The Studious One. They truly never expected that the giant they had recorded was actually Shura. Had Shura not produced Big Snake's corpse, they would never have believed that the giant was Shura's transformed form. Now, they suddenly understood one thing: no wonder they hadn't spotted Shura when following his trail deeper into the island and encountering Big Snake and Gorilla. At the time, they had assumed Shura had retreated upon encountering Big Snake and Gorilla. Who would have thought that Shura had instead taken action, cleaving Big Snake in two with a single axe strike? Then, Gorilla had even knelt before Shura. The impact of this revelation was staggering. The subsequent scene, however, wasn't captured in the recording due to time constraints. As a result, other players remained unaware of what happened next. Now, the three of them were filled with unease. They had secretly filmed Shura and, without his knowledge, uploaded the footage. Worse still, they had set it as a pay-to-view video. If this angered Shura, the consequences for them would be dire, especially since the three of them were still on the same island as Shura. Realizing this, they discussed among themselves and decided to have Wang Er send Shura a message. Luo Feng didn't waste any time and immediately opened the message from Wang Er. Wang Er, greetings, Shura, Azura, Big Boss. We had no idea the giant in our recording was you. Had we known, we would never have released that footage. Now that we've exposed your secret, we deeply apologize. We're willing to trade all the materials we've gathered to you. This video clip will also be handed over to you. Luo Feng chuckled at Wang Er's message. He hadn't expected them to be so compliant. Luo Feng wasn't interested in their materials or the 10-second clip. However, he was very intrigued by the recording device they had used. With that in mind, Luo Feng sent Wang Er a reply. Since you've already exposed this matter, taking the video from you now wouldn't change anything. You can keep the footage and continue charging for views. However, the proceeds from this video will be split 90 to 1090% to me, 10% to you. Do you accept? Upon reading Shura's message, Wang Er's face lit up with excitement. As long as Shura wasn't angry, everything was negotiable. Even a 90 to 10 split was acceptable. They would have gladly handed over everything if required. After all, the consequences of exposing one of Shura's secrets were far too severe. Wang Er hastily replied, "Understood. Thank you for your magnanimity, Shura-sama. We fully accept the 90 to 10 split." Luo Feng wasn't surprised by Wang Er's response. The three of them were likely still hiding somewhere on the island. And if Luo Feng wanted to find them, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Thinking of this, Luo Feng spoke up, "Alright, let's proceed as agreed. However, you don't need to trade my share of supplies to me. Just convert all of them into time accelerators for me instead. By the way, how did you record this video? Can you continue recording more?" Seeing Shura's message, Wang Er pondered for a moment before replying, "Shura, Azura, Big Boss, we obtained a good grade recorder to record this 10-second clip." After recording, the good grade recorder disappeared immediately. "If we want to record more videos, we'll need to acquire a new recorder. If you need it, Big Boss, I can trade any future recorders I obtain to you." After reading Wang Er's reply, Luo Feng instantly understood the situation. Indeed, in this ocean survival world, there truly were all kinds of items. He wondered if a man and a woman got their hands on a recorder and filmed some steamy romance action scenes, would they sell well? At this thought, images of some rather famous action instructors surfaced in Luo Feng's mind. He had only heard of these teachers but never actually watched their lessons. Teacher Tsang, Teacher Bodo, Teacher Mikami. Though Luo Feng was usually immersed in gaming, he had heard plenty about these renowned instructors. Once, he had suddenly wanted to watch a few of their famous lessons, but asking his classmates for them, Luo Feng couldn't bring himself to do it. So, he had to search online himself. Yet no matter how long he looked, he couldn't find any of their instructional videos. At the time, his enthusiasm for learning had been thoroughly doused. Back then, Luo Feng had thought if some kind soul had shared a learning website with him, he would have thanked them properly. www.com. As someone who loved learning, his mind involuntarily conjured up a fill-in-the-blank question. But now, in this oceanic world, Luo Feng knew that even if he had the website, it wouldn't be of any use. So, he stopped dwelling on it. It was time to take the next step. With that in mind, Luo Feng replied to Wang Er again, "I am indeed interested in the recorder. If you come across more in the future, feel free to contact me. You won't be short-changed when the time comes." After sending the message, Luo Feng closed the chat channel. Then, he glanced at his shock points and was utterly stunned. God-level billion-fold reward system. Host, Luo Feng. Shock points, 314,159. Maximum reward multiplier, 100,000. Sign-in rewards, 0, 2. To his astonishment, his shock points had already reached 310,000. The growth rate was unbelievably fast. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before Luo Feng could unlock the million-fold reward. Once that happened, even triggering it on a single piece of wood would yield terrifying results. With that thought, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel that the recorder was truly a fantastic item. After all, Luo Feng had so many things here. If he recorded a few seconds and posted it in the chat channel for everyone to admire, wouldn't his shock points skyrocket? Visual impact was, after all, much stronger than textual impact. So, Luo Feng resumed his salvage work. He noticed the merfolk queen hadn't awakened yet, so he planned to wait a little longer. If the merfolk queen didn't wake up, Luo Feng would have no choice but to use his mouth. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60 plus chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 86, Chapter 86, The Epic Multifunctional Bed. After all, Luo Feng had to consider the safety of the merfolk queen's life. Just as Luo Feng was contemplating how to perform CPR on the merfolk queen, he suddenly noticed a giant wooden treasure chest floating toward the shore. Seeing this massive wooden treasure chest, Luo Feng froze for a moment. Had his luck finally turned? A giant wooden treasure chest was actually delivering itself to his doorstep. With this thought, Luo Feng didn't hesitate. He immediately picked up his legendary grappling hook and pulled the giant wooden treasure chest toward him. Staring at the chest before him, Luo Feng didn't waste any time. He reached out and opened it, opening the giant wooden treasure chest. Obtained wood, plus 10. Obtained good grade wooden boat blueprint, plus 1. Obtained good grade wooden bed blueprint, plus 1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained wood, plus 100,000. Obtained epic ship blueprint, plus 1. Obtained epic multifunctional bed blueprint, plus 1. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned by the items that emerged from the giant wooden box, but soon a smile spread across his face. These two item blueprints couldn't have come at a better time for Luo Feng. With his current stockpile of wood, he had more than enough to upgrade his wooden raft. However, upgrading required the corresponding blueprints. Without further delay, Luo Feng began examining the attributes of the epic ship blueprint. Soon, he would have a brand new mode of transportation. Epic ship, 200,000/200,000 wood, 20,000/20,000 metal sheets, 10,000/10,000 stones, 10,000/10,000 ropes, 10,000/10,000 plastic, 10,000/10,000 glass. 7 days. Giant ship. Grade, epic. Dimensions, 30 meters long, 10 meters wide. Description: this massive ship boasts formidable defensive capabilities capable of ramming and killing a great white shark. Moreover, with this ship, you'll never have to worry about storms, wind, or sun exposure again. You can do whatever you want on this ship without fear of being discovered by others. Function: in addition to traditional fuel sources, this ship can harness solar, wind, and other natural energies to power its movement. After reading the description, Luo Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This ship was enormous, 30 meters long and 10 meters wide. He could hardly imagine what such a colossal vessel would look like. How many women could live comfortably on a ship this size? What surprised Luo Feng the most was the construction time, a full 7 days. That seemed excessively long. If he proceeded, his recently collected time accelerators would be depleted again. However, Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry to build the ship. After all, he wasn't setting sail for Tang Shuiying's nearby island until tomorrow. As long as the epic ship was ready by then, everything would be fine. Luo Feng then turned his gaze to the epic multifunctional bed blueprint, which was also a great find for him. After all, without a good bed, sleeping every day would be quite uncomfortable. With this in mind, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer and began checking the attributes of the epic multifunctional bed. Epic multifunctional bed, 50,000/50,000 wood, 10,000/10,000 rope, 5,000/5,000 palm leaves, 30,000/30,000 leaves, 1,000/1,000 plastic, 500/500 metal sheets. 1 day. Multifunctional bed. Grade, epic. Description: this bed possesses many powerful functions. It can be soft or firm, extremely sturdy. You can play on it to your heart's content without worrying about it collapsing. Even during combat, it can easily withstand the pressure, eliminating all your worries. Functions: vibration, rotation, shaking, etc. After reading the description of the epic multifunctional bed, Luo Feng's face broke into a satisfied smile. Truly worthy of being called a multifunctional bed, it had plenty of features, and they were all highly practical. This way, when Luo Feng slept with Tang Shuiying in the future, they could add a lot more fun to the experience. However, for now, Luo Feng needed to let the merfolk queen rest on his bed. After all, it wasn't appropriate to leave the merfolk queen lying on the ground. With this thought, Luo Feng opened the crafting table and said, "Craft this epic multifunctional bed for me." Ding! Congratulations, player. The crafting of the epic multifunctional bed has begun. Crafting time, 1 day. Luo Feng pondered for a moment. Still needed to try and wake the merfolk queen later. Leaving her on the ground wasn't ideal for someone unconscious. So he spoke again, use a 1-day time accelerator to complete the epic multifunctional bed faster. Ding! Congratulations, player. The epic multifunctional bed has been successfully crafted. As the game notification sounded, a massive bed appeared before Luo Feng. When he saw the bed's appearance, he couldn't help but gasp. A bed this huge, well, even if multiple people it wouldn't be a problem. Without wasting any more time, Luo Feng walked over to the merfolk queen and found that she was still unconscious. He reached out, picked her up, and carried her to the epic multifunctional bed, gently placing her on it. Staring at the merfolk queen, Luo Feng thought for a moment and said, "You've been unconscious for so long, and I don't have any other way to wake you up, so I'll have to try the oldest method. If you wake up, don't blame me for this." After speaking, Luo Feng noticed that the merfolk queen remained as still as ever. So he added, "If you don't respond, I'll take it as silent consent. Then I'll have to use my mouth." For safety's sake, Luo Feng decided to wait 3 more minutes after saying this. Soon, the 3 minutes passed. Luo Feng's body slowly leaned closer to the merfolk queen. Only now did he begin carefully observing her. First, the merfolk queen's appearance wasn't much different from the mermaids portrayed in previous films and shows. Her upper body was human, while her lower half took the form of a fish. Luo Feng gazed at the lower half of the merfolk, where her scales emitted a faint, multicolored glow truly breathtaking. His eyes trailed upward along her form. Then, he noticed the merfolk queen's incredibly slender waist. Next, Luo Feng saw the clothes he had changed her into. Slowly, he leaned closer toward the merfolk queen's face. What met his gaze was an exquisitely flawless, peerless beauty. Upon seeing her face, Luo Feng couldn't help but let out a silent gasp of admiration. Among all the women he had ever seen, the merfolk queen's beauty was unmatched. 87, Chapter 87, Awakening the Merfolk Queen with a Kiss. Even in the real world, those beauties skilled in Photoshop couldn't match a tenth of the merfolk queen's beauty. Luo Feng noticed a crown atop the merfolk queen's head, making her appear noble and untouchable. At this moment, Luo Feng hesitated should he really perform CPR on the merfolk queen. If she were to wake up from his kiss and discover what he had done, her anger might spell trouble for him. After an intense internal struggle, Luo Feng finally made a decision. Since he had already come this far as a good Samaritan, he might as well save her. Luo Feng gazed at the merfolk queen's luscious lips, as if they held some irresistible magic, drawing him in. With that, he cast aside his hesitation. His mind seemed to go blank. What was he supposed to do next? After all, this was his first time performing CPR. He wasn't exactly skilled at it. A minute later, Luo Feng realized the merfolk queen still hadn't woken up. Could it be that his method wasn't working? Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt the merfolk queen's lips twitch. Overjoyed at this sign, Luo Feng continued to provide her with oxygen. However, what happened next left him utterly stunned. Because Luo Feng suddenly felt. By now, Luo Feng had already realized. 10 minutes later, Luo Feng pulled away, gasping for air. This time, he had nearly suffocated. But he had also experienced something he never had before. So this was why it felt so amazing. No wonder he often saw couples kissing in public places in the real world. But Luo Feng didn't dare dwell on it because the merfolk queen's eyes had opened. Her eyes were enormous, like 2 dazzling sapphires, mesmerizing and soul-stirring. The moment Luo Feng met her gaze, he nearly. Yet, as the merfolk queen stared at him, his heart began to race with unease. What was going to happen next? Would the merfolk queen fly into a rage and attack him? If Luo Feng remembered correctly, he had just. Besides, he had saved her. Even if it wasn't a grand feat, he had at least put in the effort. Luo Feng's mind raced, trying to figure out how to handle the situation. Just as he was about to speak, the merfolk queen beat him to it. "Master, was it you who saved me?" Luo Feng was taken aback. Had he heard correctly? The merfolk queen had just called him master. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. How had he suddenly become her master? Confused, Luo Feng replied, "It was me who saved you, but I think you've mistaken me for someone else. This is our first meeting. I couldn't possibly be your master." After speaking, Luo Feng stared intently at the merfolk queen, waiting to see her reaction. Before Luo Feng could even collect his thoughts, the merfolk queen's next words left him utterly stunned, so much so that he nearly turned to stone on the spot. "You are my master. I came out this time specifically to find you. Does my master not want me anymore?" As she spoke, her pair of crystal clear, watery eyes began to lose their luster. Luo Feng was deeply puzzled. Hadn't he merely used the mermaid queen's call to summon her? How had he suddenly become her master? He began to recall the properties of the mermaid queen's call when he first obtained it. Mermaid queen's call. Level, unknown. Description: after using this item, you will encounter the merfolk queen within 24 hours. What happens afterward depends entirely on your actions. You may gain a merfolk queen, or you may be killed by her. The description didn't seem unusual. However, it appeared Luo Feng hadn't gained a merfolk queen but rather a merfolk queen as a pet. If that were truly the case, it wouldn't be so bad. If there was anything special about this item, it might be related to something Luo Feng had done earlier, something rather improper to the merfolk queen statue he had obtained. Could that be why she recognized him as her master? With this in mind, Luo Feng spoke. "How do you know I'm your master? If you can explain the reason, I'll accept you." The merfolk queen, hearing her master's words, replied, "To answer my master, I don't know the exact reason. I only remember that I was sleeping one day when I suddenly felt something strange happening to my body. When I woke up, I found a new piece of information in my mind that you are my master, and you were calling for me. So, I left Mermaid Island to come find you. Luo Feng's expression shifted slightly. As he suspected, this was related to something he had done. Still, it wasn't a bad outcome gaining a merfolk queen as a pet. Putting everything else aside, just her figure and appearance alone were a feast for the eyes. She was infinitely better than that big black gorilla. Since that was the case, Luo Feng saw no reason to refuse. Being the master of a merfolk queen, just the thought was thrilling. Especially recalling the earlier situation, Luo Feng felt even more excited. Alright, he said. From today onward, I am your master. You'll follow me from now on. Hearing this, the merfolk queen's eyes, which had lost their sparkle, brightened once more. Her lively, enchanting gaze was impossible not to adore. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60 plus chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 88, Chapter 88. Thank you for saving me, Master. With a smile, she spoke. Yes, Master. If not for you this time, I might have died. I never imagined Master would be so powerful. Before I lost consciousness, I saw your body had grown enormous. With just one swing of your axe, you scared away the ice and fire two-headed shark. Luo Feng felt puzzled hearing the merfolk queen speak this way, wondering why she had appeared in such a manner. Thinking this, Luo Feng said, Aren't you the merfolk queen? Do you possess any formidable abilities? When I found you, you were already unconscious. Had I not seen you in that state, I wouldn't have used that method to wake you. I hope you're not angry. The merfolk queen smiled slightly upon hearing her master's words and replied, How could I ever be angry with master? If not for you saving me, I wouldn't have survived. Truthfully, I've only recently become the merfolk queen and cannot yet leave Mermaid Island. Yesterday I sneaked away secretly. After leaving the island, most of my abilities became unusable. Moreover, escaping the island undetected drained much of my energy. So against a foe like that ice and fire two-headed shark, I had no means to resist. Hearing this, Luo Feng gained some understanding of her situation. It seemed even as merfolk queen, her circumstances weren't particularly favorable. To think the merfolk queen couldn't even come and go freely from Mermaid Island. Reflecting on this, Luo Feng said, I still don't know your name. I'm Luo Feng. You can just call me Luo Feng from now on. Upon hearing this, Ariel spoke. Master, my name is Ariel. I'd prefer to keep calling you Master. This form of address feels deeply ingrained in my mind, utterly familiar. Other names would feel unnatural. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. Was such a thing possible? But since Ariel insisted, he wouldn't force her to change. After all, hearing a merfolk queen call him Master stirred an inexplicable thrill within him, a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Luo Feng couldn't explain why he felt this way. With this thought, he said, Very well, as you wish. You've just awakened and likely haven't fully recovered. Rest now while I prepare some food. Ariel's heart swelled with joy at his words, her face unconsciously breaking into a smile as she replied, Thank you, Master. You're so kind to me. Once I've rested a while, I'll help Master search for treasures. Though my other abilities are temporarily unavailable, my sensitivity to detecting precious objects remains intact. I hope this ability can be of service to you. Luo Feng was astonished Ariel actually possessed such a capability. If she could truly locate treasures, this would be an immensely powerful asset for him. Ariel would find the treasures, then Luo Feng could enhance them through the god-level billion-fold reward system. Then the harvest would definitely be substantial. Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke up, Alright, we'll continue after you've recovered. By the way, do you prefer vegetarian or meat dishes? Hearing Luo Feng's question, Ariel thought for a moment and replied, We merfolk are omnivores, we eat both plants and meat. Usually we consume seaweed and deep-sea fish. Luo Feng was startled by her answer, his brows furrowing as he said, Your diet is so poor. Do you eat fruits like apples, bananas, or watermelon? Or land animals like chickens or ducks? Ariel's expression changed slightly at his words. Because we merfolk aren't just beautiful in appearance, we possess many special abilities, like treasure hunting, and our songs have unique properties that can help other creatures grow stronger. That's why if we appear on the ocean surface, other creatures would try to capture us. This is precisely why we merfolk rarely venture far from Mermaid Island. As for the surface world, we dare not go there at all. Nearly all merfolk live on or around Mermaid Island, and Mermaid Island lies beneath the sea. On Mermaid Island, there are no land animals, though we can cultivate some fruit trees using special methods. These fruits are extremely precious. I don't get to eat them often. Luo Feng was astonished by Ariel's explanation. He hadn't imagined such a wondrous place existed in this oceanic world. Mermaid Island, just from the name, it was clearly a place inhabited entirely by merfolk. If he got the chance in future, Luo Feng would definitely visit. Though its underwater location did present some difficulties, but Luo Feng wasn't overly concerned. Having become the merfolk queen's master, how could he worry about not reaching Mermaid Island? With this thought, Luo Feng said, That puts my mind at ease. I'll prepare some chicken for you. This is excellent grade great chicken, it'll help restore your stamina quickly. Have some bananas first to regain some energy. As he spoke, Luo Feng retrieved some bananas from his space ring for the merfolk queen. Ariel accepted the bananas, gazing at them in wonder as she exclaimed, "Thank you, master, for this fruit. These bananas are enormous. I've never seen bananas this big on Mermaid Island." Hearing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but remark internally, as the merfolk queen, she was this amazed by ordinary bananas. The fruit scarcity on Mermaid Island must be severe. He said aloud, "If you stay with me, you can eat as many bananas as you like. And besides bananas, I've got plenty of apples too. Have some. Though these are just common apples without any special properties." Luo Feng took out several apples and handed them to Ariel. Seeing the bananas and apples before her, Ariel's face lit up with a smile. "This is my first time on the surface. I've always lived on Mermaid Island before. I've heard so much about the surface world, and now I finally have the chance to experience it. Fortunately, I met you, master. Otherwise, I might have already been killed by the ice and fire two-headed shark. Master, you've been so good to me. From now on, I will serve you well to repay you. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 89, Chapter 89. Don't worry, I'll come to Mermaid Island to find you. Upon hearing Ariel's words, Luo Feng found the situation quite sudden. Who would have thought he'd inexplicably become the merfolk queen's master? Now that Luo Feng had become the merfolk queen's master, wasn't it only natural to treat her well? With this thought, Luo Feng spoke, "Well, since I'm your master now, don't worry. From now on, you can eat and drink whatever you want when you're with me. And if anyone dares to set their sights on you, I'll cut off their head and use it as a football." Ariel felt warmth in her heart upon hearing this, but the thought that she'd soon have to return to Mermaid Island filled her with melancholy. "Master," she said hesitantly, "there's something I need to tell you. I sneaked out this time and can't stay away from Mermaid Island for too long. Moreover, I've only recently become the merfolk queen. If I'm away for an extended period, complications might arise." Luo Feng had just taken out the perfect grade barbecue grill and excellent chicken skewers when Ariel spoke. He paused, surprised to learn she needed to return. But after hearing her explanation, he understood. As he began grilling the skewers, he replied, "That's fine. You can return whenever you need to, and you're welcome to visit me anytime too. By the way, does your Mermaid Island permit human visitors?" Ariel's expression brightened. "Thank you for understanding, master. I'll visit you often when possible. Once I fully master the merfolk queen's powers, I'll have authority to bring humans to our island. Until then, humans aren't permitted entry. Besides, our island lies deep beneath the ocean, inaccessible to ordinary humans. If our location were exposed, the consequences would be dire." Luo Feng was startled by the severity of these implications, though he wasn't in any hurry to visit. Opportunities would come later. "I see," he nodded. "How long can you stay here before returning?" Ariel pondered. "I'm not certain, perhaps a day or two. I've arranged for messengers. If my presence becomes urgently needed, I'll have to return immediately." Hearing the dejection in her voice, Luo Feng reassured her, "It's all right. Return when you must. You're the merfolk queen, your people need you. But don't worry. I promise I'll come to Mermaid Island to find you someday." Hearing Luo Feng's words, Ariel's mood visibly improved. A smile appeared on her face as she spoke. "Master, you're truly wonderful. To have met such a kind master like you, perhaps this is the blessing of the Sea King." When Luo Feng heard Ariel say this, he felt that this merfolk queen was somewhat naive. It might have something to do with her recent ascension to the throne. She wasn't yet mature or steady. So, Luo Feng and Ariel began to chat. As time passed, after more than 10 minutes, Luo Feng finished grilling the chicken skewers. Holding the skewers, he walked over to Ariel and said, "How was the banana earlier? Has your body recovered well? Now, let's have some chicken." Ariel had already sat up from the epic multifunctional bed by then. Hearing Luo Feng's words, she smiled and replied, "It was delicious. The taste was wonderful. On Mermaid Island, I rarely got to eat bananas that good. What is this chicken you mentioned? I don't think I've ever had it before." Luo Feng wasn't surprised by the merfolk queen's confusion. He already knew that she had lived her entire life underwater. Even when she ventured out, she only surfaced on the sea and never set foot on land. Thus, the merfolk queen had almost no experience eating land animals. Most were just things she'd heard of. Hearing Ariel's words, Luo Feng smiled faintly and said, "Chickens are animals that live on land. They taste pretty good. Here, try some. I'll show you what a chicken looks like." As he spoke, Luo Feng took the excellent giant chicken out of his space ring and placed it on the ground. A chicken weighing over 1,000 pounds appeared before Ariel's eyes. Seeing the enormous chicken in front of her, Ariel's face filled with shock. This was the first time she had ever seen such an animal with her own eyes. With an astonished expression, she said, "Back on Mermaid Island, I read some books documenting creatures from the land. I think I've seen records of chickens before, but the chickens described there didn't seem nearly this big. This one is truly enormous. It's really beyond what I expected. No wonder people always said the land was dangerous. If an ordinary merfolk encountered a chicken like this on land, they'd probably lose in a fight. Because most of us merfolk specialize in support abilities, our combat skills aren't particularly strong. Hearing Ariel's words, Luo Feng smiled and explained, the records in those books of yours are actually quite accurate. But the island we're on now is home to all kinds of oversized animals. They're several times, sometimes even dozens of times larger than normal creatures. So, seeing a chicken this big here isn't something to be too shocked about. It's just an anomaly. Ariel let out a sigh of relief at Luo Feng's words. If all land creatures were this huge, it would indeed be far too dangerous. Seeing that Ariel was still stunned, Luo Feng spoke up, hurry up and eat the chicken. Once you're done, I'll have to get busy. Before nightfall, let's see if we can use your abilities to find any treasures. Luo Feng knew that Ariel couldn't stay with him forever, so he had to make the most of her treasure hunting abilities while he could. Otherwise, if Ariel left at any moment, Luo Feng would suffer a significant loss. After all, Luo Feng possessed the god-level billion-fold reward system. Every treasure he obtained would grant him multiple rewards in his hands. Chapter 90 The Treasure Hunt Begins. With such words, Luo Feng could obtain one treasure, and it might as well mean acquiring 100,000 treasures. This was also why Luo Feng was so invested in this matter. When Ariel heard Luo Feng say this, she didn't hesitate and took a bite of the chicken. Once she finished a piece of chicken, a satisfied smile appeared on her face as she said, "This is my first time eating chicken, and it's really delicious. Thank you, master, for treating me to such tasty chicken." Seeing Ariel's reaction, Luo Feng felt happy as well. He hadn't expected that a merfolk queen could be so easily won over by chicken. Thinking of this, Luo Feng said, "If it's good, then eat more. You need to be full to have the energy to work." Ariel smiled slightly at Luo Feng's words and replied, "Master, you don't need to worry. I can sense that there are quite a few treasures around this island. I'll take you to find them shortly." Luo Feng was taken aback upon hearing Ariel say this. He hadn't realized her abilities were so impressive. Even while still on Luo Feng's bed, she could sense the treasures nearby. She was practically a treasure hunting master. No wonder Ariel had mentioned that merfolk didn't dare to come ashore. If humans discovered them, they would surely be captured and kept as pets. With this thought, Luo Feng smiled and said, "All right, take your time eating. If you're still hungry, just let me know." As Ariel ate the roasted chicken, she observed her surroundings with a look of curiosity on her face. After all, this was her first time. She had never been to the shore before. Once she finished the chicken, her body began to recover rapidly. In truth, she hadn't sustained any serious injuries. It was just that coming to find Luo Feng had drained a lot of her energy, leaving her feeling somewhat weak. After finishing the chicken, Ariel's body gradually began to regain its strength. Then, she jumped off Luo Feng's bed and leaped directly into the sea. Seeing Ariel's movement, Luo Feng smiled and asked, "Is your body feeling better now?" Ariel poked her head out of the water and looked at Luo Feng, saying, "Master, I'm almost fully recovered. The chicken worked wonders. After eating, I felt my body filling with strength. Come with me, I'll take you to find the treasures." Upon hearing Ariel's words, Luo Feng became extremely excited. Was he finally going to get his hands on some treasures? He wondered what they might be. However, as he watched Ariel in the water, he suddenly froze. The treasures wouldn't be at the bottom of the sea, would they? Right now, Luo Feng didn't have the ability to move freely underwater. With this thought, he asked, "Are the treasures you mentioned at the bottom of the sea? If it's too deep, I might not be able to go. My current strength allows me to dive for only about 10 minutes. Ariel smiled sweetly at Luo Feng's words and replied, "Master, with me here, you don't need to worry about breathing underwater. If you can't breathe while submerged, we just need to kiss. We merfolk can breathe freely underwater." Luo Feng was taken aback by Ariel's suggestion. He hadn't expected such a method existed. Kissing underwater? At that moment, memories of when he had kissed the merfolk queen to wake her up flashed through his mind. With that thought, Luo Feng's tongue involuntarily moved. He found Ariel's method of underwater breathing quite appealing. Without hesitation, Luo Feng jumped into the water. Seeing Luo Feng jump in, Ariel smiled slightly and said, "Master, let's begin our descent. However, places with treasures often come with dangers, so be prepared. If we encounter anything too dangerous, we'll retreat. I don't want to see you get hurt because of me. If that happens, I would feel very pained." Hearing Ariel say this, Luo Feng smiled slightly, exuding confidence as he replied, "Your master is quite formidable. Just lead the way. Don't you remember what you said earlier? I can grow larger at any time. Even if I encounter the ice and fire two-headed shark, as long as it's a bit slow, its two heads will just be appetizers for me." Ariel recalled the scene before she completely lost consciousness, where she had seen Luo Feng's enormous body wielding a massive axe. That sight had left her deeply shocked. She now understood that her master was an incredibly powerful person. With this thought, Ariel's heart began to calm down. With such a strong master, surely no creature could harm him. Thus, Ariel said, "I understand, master. Let's set off." After saying this, she turned and dove into the depths of the sea. Luo Feng, seeing this, didn't immediately follow her into the water. Although his swimming skills were at a master level, he lacked the ability to open his eyes underwater. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and took out something from his space ring. This was a pair of goggles he had fashioned from 2 glass cups. They could barely be used, allowing him to open his eyes underwater. He wondered when he would obtain an item that would allow him to breathe freely underwater and see without the pressure of the water affecting him. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient for him to go into the sea in the future. Once Luo Feng put on his homemade diving goggles, he no longer hesitated and turned to dive into the water after Ariel. As he entered the depths, Luo Feng saw Ariel's body swimming gracefully, her scales shimmering with a faint rainbow glow, mesmerizing him for a moment. It truly was a sight that could dazzle the eyes. Luo Feng wasn't sure if this poetic expression was appropriate here, but he didn't dwell on it. Soon, he reached the side of the merfolk queen. Seeing Luo Feng's appearance, Ariel couldn't help but laugh and said, "Master, you look so strange." Luo Feng could hear Ariel's words, but he couldn't speak at the moment. He thought to himself, "You little pet, how dare you laugh at your master? Just wait until we get to shore, I'll show you." Since he couldn't speak underwater, Luo Feng could only continue to follow the merfolk queen as they descended. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 35 plus chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 91, Chapter 91, Giant Electric Eel. Here comes the generator. After diving for several minutes, the merfolk queen suddenly stopped moving forward. Luo Feng was also startled by this abrupt halt. He turned his gaze toward Ariel. Noticing Luo Feng's look, Ariel's expression turned grim as she slowly spoke, "Master, it seems there really is another creature near that treasure not far from us. I can sense it, and this creature is enormous." Hearing this, Luo Feng's expression darkened as well. It looked like another battle was imminent. However, fighting underwater didn't play to Luo Feng's strengths. At great depths, his vision was severely limited, making him vulnerable to ambushes by sea creatures. After all, these animals weren't going to fight fair. Still, Luo Feng wasn't overly panicked. He had plenty of tools at his disposal. One in particular would be useful right now. He retrieved his legendary telescope and held it up to his eyes, scanning the waters ahead. The moment the legendary telescope came into focus, his vision sharpened dramatically. Clearer. Farther. Then, Luo Feng's face abruptly twisted in shock. Through the lens, he saw a massive electric eel, 3 to 4 meters long, swimming restlessly. And beneath that giant electric eel a glowing white sphere. Luo Feng recognized it instantly. This luminous orb had to be the treasure Ariel mentioned. But the sight of the giant electric eel gave him pause. Would he really need to use another legendary size-altering golden banana? That would be wasteful. Spending one of his precious few size-adjusting golden bananas just for this treasure. Unacceptable. What if the treasure's value didn't even match that of a legendary size-altering golden banana? Luo Feng would be furious. After some thought, he decided against using it now. This was his trump card, not to be squandered lightly. The last time he'd used one, it was for 2 reasons. First, to see what that tree was actually bearing. Second, to test the effects of the legendary size-altering golden banana. Now that he knew just how powerful it was, he wouldn't use it recklessly. With that settled, Luo Feng gestured for Ariel to take hold of his legendary telescope. Understanding immediately, she reached out and steadied it for him. Now with both hands free, Luo Feng prepared for something big. With a thought, a legendary cloud-piercing bow and a single legendary cloud-piercing arrow materialized in his grasp. That's right, Luo Feng intended to shoot an arrow underwater. If anyone had told him, before today, that underwater archery was possible, he would have laughed in their face. Yet here he was, about to attempt it. A legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow were no joke. The howling winds, torrential rain, and flashing lightning could not possibly affect Luo Feng's archery. The combination of his master-level archery skills and the legendary cloud-piercing bow was truly astonishing in power. When Ariel saw what Luo Feng had taken out, her expression changed, as if recalling something deeply unpleasant. This was because merfolk were often hunted by others using bows and arrows. Thus, the merfolk harbored a deep hatred for such weapons, even a degree of fear and dread. However, as the merfolk queen, she wasn't overly afraid. Moreover, the one wielding the bow now was her master, so she had even less reason to worry. Seeing this situation, Ariel thought for a moment before speaking. "Master, are you planning to shoot underwater?" Usually, when others hunt with bows and arrows, they target prey on the ocean's surface. That's because once these arrows enter the water, their speed and trajectory are greatly affected. As a result, their lethality drops significantly. They may not achieve the desired effect. Hearing this, Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement. However, he didn't immediately use the cloud-piercing bow to shoot. After all, underwater conditions would indeed hinder its effectiveness. It was better to get closer. Only then could the cloud-piercing arrow unleash its full power. With this in mind, Luo Feng signaled to Ariel that they should continue forward. Understanding his intent, she immediately complied, advancing slowly. Since it was her master's will, she naturally wouldn't refuse. After moving forward some distance, Ariel suddenly stopped. She had spotted a giant electric eel swimming not far ahead. As the merfolk queen, her abilities in water were not diminished, in fact, they were enhanced. Thus, her underwater vision was exceptionally sharp. At that moment, she spoke up. Master, I've found the giant electric eel. Do you see it? Now less than 200 meters from the eel, Luo Feng could clearly observe its body through his legendary telescope. To his surprise, he could even see faint traces of electricity flickering across the eel's form. It seemed this giant electric eel was fully charged. Just as Luo Feng was studying the creature, the eel also turned its gaze toward him and Ariel. Clearly, it had sensed the presence of other beings in this direction. However, the giant electric eel didn't act rashly. Instead, the electricity coursing over its body intensified rapidly. Soon, the eel had truly become a living storm. Its entire form crackled with flowing currents of lightning. Witnessing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Indeed, the creatures of the ocean were anything but simple. If he were to get shocked by this giant electric eel, whether he'd survive or not was uncertain, but one thing was guaranteed: it would be an electrifying experience. If Professor Yang, the so-called Lightning King, were to see this, he'd probably be thrilled. Just bringing this giant electric eel before him. Forget about getting shocked. The mere sight of such a colossal eel would likely cure internet addiction on the spot. Luo Feng didn't dwell on it any longer and began preparing to draw his bow and shoot. Because underwater, Luo Feng could only hold his breath for 10 minutes. Once those 10 minutes passed, he would have to kiss the Merfolk Queen to continue diving. Support me in Patreon for more chapters. 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 92. Chapter 92. Water Spirit Orb. The ocean is my home. With this thought, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer. The legendary cloud-piercing bow in his hand was already drawn, and then suddenly released. A cloud-piercing arrow shot out from Luo Feng's hand like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Luo Feng knew that the arrow's additional attribute this time was lightning. Noticing this, Luo Feng inexplicably smiled slightly, curious to see whether the giant electric eel's electricity or his lightning arrow would prove more powerful. The lightning arrow not only carried the power of lightning but also its speed. Thus, the lightning arrow reached the giant electric eel in the blink of an eye. Although the giant electric eel sensed the incoming attack from the front, it was already too late to dodge. Luo Feng's lightning arrow pierced straight through the giant electric eel's body. The arrow's tip and tail protruded from either side of the eel's body. The Merfolk Queen, witnessing this scene, was utterly shocked, her eyes and mouth wide open. The sheer speed of the arrow truly frightened her. Moreover, the power of this arrow was equally astonishing. With a stunned expression, the Merfolk Queen exclaimed, "Master, your aim is incredible. Even underwater, at such a distance, you managed to hit the giant electric eel with a single shot. Master, you're truly amazing." Hearing Ariel's words, Luo Feng smiled faintly. "Weren't you just mocking your master? Now you'll see just how formidable your master is." At this moment, the giant electric eel wasn't killed by Luo Feng's lightning arrow. Instead, the attack had thoroughly enraged it. Stronger bolts of electricity surged from the giant electric eel's body. Now, the giant electric eel was entirely enveloped in lightning. Without hesitation, the eel swiftly swam toward Luo Feng. Seeing this, Luo Feng felt a chill run down his spine. If the giant electric eel, now more aptly called a giant electric rod, struck him, he wasn't confident he could withstand it. Without wasting any time, Luo Feng picked up the legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow he had prepared earlier. His hands moved swiftly, firing 3 arrows in just 3 seconds. 3 arrows with different attributes shot rapidly toward the giant electric eel. The first arrow, Paralysis Arrow. Upon hitting the giant electric eel, its body jerked, and its speed slowed slightly. The second arrow, Frost Arrow. The frost arrow struck the giant electric eel's head, instantly freezing it. The freezing effect quickly spread along the eel's body. Against the freezing, even the giant electric eel's electric discharge had little effect. However, the eel still had plenty of electricity in its body, enough to shatter some of the ice encasing it. Just as the giant electric eel was about to shake off the effects of the paralysis and frost arrows, the third arrow arrived. The third arrow, Exploding Arrow. The exploding arrow shot straight into the eel's mouth, followed by a deafening explosion. The head and upper body of the giant electric eel were blown to pieces. Thus, the 4 to 5 meter long giant electric eel was killed by Luo Feng in just a few seconds. The Merfolk Queen beside Luo Feng was utterly shocked by what she had just witnessed. Even if she regained her full strength after becoming the Merfolk Queen, she likely wouldn't be able to withstand Luo Feng's repeated attacks. However, as long as Luo Feng didn't aim for her body, she could manage. After all, as the Merfolk Queen, she had powerful control over the ocean and could employ certain methods to evade his shots in the water. At this moment, her admiration and respect for Luo Feng deepened even further. Just as the Merfolk Queen was still reeling from the shock, she suddenly felt darkness envelop her vision. Something pressed against her lips. She instantly realized that it was Luo Feng's mouth. He was kissing her. Then, she remembered her earlier words: if Luo Feng ran out of breath, he could kiss her to replenish his oxygen. So, the Merfolk Queen stopped resisting and began returning the kiss. 3 minutes later, Luo Feng pulled away. Now, he felt his body returning to normal. Although Luo Feng's physique had been greatly enhanced by the 6-flavor Emperor pill, allowing him to dive for up to 10 minutes, he had already started feeling discomfort after 6 or 7 minutes underwater. Coupled with his recent rapid attacks, he needed oxygen to recover. Thus, Luo Feng had acted without hesitation. Ariel had been right, the effect of the kiss was truly remarkable. But Luo Feng had no time to dwell on it. He needed to hurry and examine the treasure ahead. This was the first time he had obtained something other than a treasure chest, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. After stowing away the legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow, Luo Feng swam toward the glowing orb. Seeing him move, Ariel quickly called out, "Master, wait for me. Your telescope is still with me." Though she asked him to wait, her swimming speed far surpassed Luo Feng's. As the merfolk queen, this much was only natural. Soon, Luo Feng and Avril reached the orb together. Avril examined it and said, "Master, this is the treasure I mentioned earlier. This orb resembles the legendary water spirit orb, but the water spirit orb couldn't possibly appear here. That's a mythical tier item. I've only heard of it, never seen it. This should be a water light orb. Though its function and value can't compare to the water spirit orb, it's still a decent treasure. The quality of water light orbs varies, and judging by this one, it seems quite good. Otherwise, the giant electric eel wouldn't have been guarding it. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining such a treasure." Hearing Ariel's explanation, Luo Feng reached out curiously and picked up the orb. Obtained outstanding water light orb, +1, 10,000-fold reward. Obtained mythical water spirit orb, +1. Upon hearing the system's voice, Luo Feng was instantly shocked. Just as he had thought, picking up treasures could also trigger a critical hit. And this time, it actually triggered a direct 10,000-fold reward. He was truly overjoyed. 93, Chapter 93 Master, I've prepared a gift for you. Without wasting any time, Luo Feng began examining the attributes of the mythical water spirit orb. Water spirit orb. Grade, mythical. Description: the water spirit orb is an immensely powerful water-attributed spirit orb. Possessing it grants formidable water-based abilities. From now on, you can survive freely underwater, unaffected by water's negative influences. You can breathe directly in the ocean without feeling water pressure. If the user's abilities are strong enough, even more powerful functions can be unlocked. Function: collect all 9 spirit orbs to obtain an earth-shattering ability, 1/9. Spirit orb attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness. Upon reading the description of this mythical water spirit orb, Luo Feng was stunned, his mind reeling. Could such a powerful artifact truly exist? With this mythical water spirit orb, Luo Feng would never have to worry about underwater activities again. When he noticed that there were not only the water spirit orb but also other attribute orbs, his eyes gleamed with excitement. What would happen if he collected all 9 spirit orbs? Surely it wouldn't summon a divine dragon, would it? Luo Feng wasn't particularly interested in divine dragons, but summoning a little dragon girl would be absolutely thrilling. However, judging by the description, it seemed more like obtaining a certain ability. At that moment, as Luo Feng held the water spirit orb, he could already feel the changes in his body. Just then, he heard Ariel speak. "Master, how is the quality of this water light orb? I didn't bring you here for nothing, did I? Though my other abilities are temporarily unusable, my treasure hunting skills are still top-notch." Hearing this, Luo Feng suddenly spoke up. "This orb is indeed a treasure, but you're mistaken. It's not a water light orb, it's a water spirit orb. This time, you've truly done me a great favor. Tell me, what reward would you like?" As he spoke, Luo Feng removed the modified diving goggles from his eyes and casually tossed them aside. Then, he took a deep breath underwater. Surprisingly, the sensation felt incredibly refreshing. Beside him, the merfolk queen watched his every move in stunned silence. She was utterly shocked by Luo Feng's actions, momentarily speechless. A human, moving as freely underwater as a fish, she had never heard of such a thing, let alone witnessed it. This was a tremendous shock to her innocent heart. Suddenly, she realized something. If she hadn't misheard, Luo Feng had said the orb in his hand wasn't a water light orb but the legendary water spirit orb. At this thought, the merfolk queen was rendered completely speechless. Seeing Ariel's expression, Luo Feng chuckled and said, "Ariel, what's wrong? Why so quiet? If you don't want a reward, I won't give you one." At this moment, Ariel finally reacted upon hearing Luo Feng's words and quickly spoke up. "Master, I was just too shocked earlier. I never expected to encounter the legendary water spirit orb here, so I didn't respond immediately. Please don't be angry, Master. I don't even know what reward I want. Whatever gift you give me, I'll love it." Hearing Ariel's words, Luo Feng smiled. He had actually prepared a gift for her long ago, but hadn't found the right moment to present it. Thinking of this, Luo Feng said, "After we return to shore, I'll give you a gift as our meeting present. I hope you'll like it then." Ariel was overjoyed to hear that Luo Feng had prepared a gift for her. Her heart blossomed with happiness as she replied, "Thank you, Master, for preparing a gift for me. But I came here in such a hurry this time that I didn't bring anything for you. Next time I visit, I'll definitely bring you a present." As the merfolk queen, Ariel naturally possessed many treasures. However, she had sneaked out this time and hadn't thought to bring Luo Feng a gift. but she resolved to prepare something special for him upon her return. Luo Feng chuckled at her words and said, "Your arrival itself is already a wonderful gift to me, but this isn't the time for such talk. We can discuss more after returning to shore. Shall we head back now? Can you sense any other treasures?" Having obtained the water spirit orb, Luo Feng was extremely pleased. This was only the first treasure they'd found, and already such a tremendous gain. If they could find a few more treasures like this, he would truly strike it rich. Even finding just one more water spirit orb would be excellent. Such treasures were always welcome in abundance. Though Luo Feng could only use one water spirit orb himself, he could give another to Tang Shuiying. Thinking of Tang Shuiying, he wondered how she would react upon discovering the existence of the Merfolk Queen. Luo Feng dared not dwell on this thought. He would cross that bridge when he came to it. After all, the Merfolk Queen had already become his pet, and he couldn't simply abandon her. Currently, they maintained a master-servant relationship, though in his heart, Luo Feng didn't truly regard the Merfolk Queen as just a pet. Putting these thoughts aside, Luo Feng turned his attention back to the Merfolk Queen to see if she had any other discoveries. By now, he had witnessed firsthand the remarkable abilities of the Merfolk Queen. After listening to Luo Feng, Ariel concentrated for a moment before her expression suddenly changed. She spoke slowly. "I sense energy fluctuations from deep beneath the sea, weak but extremely unusual. It must be some special treasure. But pinpointing its exact location would require expending considerable energy. If we proceed, we won't be able to continue searching for other treasures today. Master, the decision is yours. Should we investigate further?" Luo Feng was momentarily stunned when he heard Ariel say this. He hadn't expected there to be treasures deep beneath the sea. He had already descended nearly 100 meters underwater. If it weren't for the Merfolk Queen assisting Luo Feng by his side, he wouldn't have been able to reach such depths before. But now, Luo Feng no longer needed to worry about such matters. Not just 100 meters underwater, even at 10,000 meters deep, Luo Feng wouldn't be affected in the slightest. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60 plus chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 94, Chapter 94, Mysterious Treasure. Moreover, hearing Ariel describe it as a special treasure, Luo Feng's interest was immediately piqued by the word special. Previously, those special treasure chests had contained many valuable items. Now, with a special treasure here, one that even Ariel, the Merfolk Queen, considered extraordinary, Luo Feng was even more intrigued. Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke up, "I'll continue deeper. I'm very curious about special treasures. But wait, for may need to collect the giant electric eel's corpse first." With that, Luo Feng approached the remains of the giant electric eel. At this point, the eel's head had already been blown off by Luo Feng's exploding arrow, leaving only its body twitching sporadically. Though the giant electric eel was dead, it wasn't entirely lifeless yet. Luo Feng observed the corpse, which was still discharging massive amounts of electricity. Faced with such a situation, he wasn't foolish enough to recklessly grab the eel's body with his bare hands. Instead, he waited patiently for the electric currents on the eel's body to gradually dissipate. This wait lasted a full 3 minutes. Only when the electricity had completely faded, leaving behind what now appeared to be an ordinary giant electric eel, did Luo Feng dare to act. He cautiously prodded the corpse several times with his epic quality spear. After confirming beyond any doubt that the eel's remains posed no threat, Luo Feng finally reached out with his right hand to touch it. Given how much he valued his life, he couldn't afford to be careless. As his fingers made contact, Luo Feng could still feel faint traces of electricity coursing through the eel's body. At that very moment, the game system's notification echoed in his mind. Acquired good grade giant electric eel, plus 1,000-fold reward. Acquired outstanding grade giant electric eel, plus 100. Giant electric eel. Grade, outstanding. Weight, 1,000 kilograms. Description: this eel's corpse is not primarily for consumption but for power generation. Every piece of its flesh contains vast amounts of electricity. Attempting to eat it without an exceptionally resilient mouth will leave you thoroughly electrocuted. If the electrical energy within the eel's flesh is properly harnessed, a single small piece can power a light bulb for 5 months. Luo Feng was utterly stunned by the description. A single small piece of the giant electric eel's meat could illuminate a bulb for 5 months, and this eel weighed a full 1,000 kilograms. That was a staggering 2,000 gene. And now, Luo Feng had 100 of these giant electric eels. He had truly struck gold this time. With these eels, the power supply for his epic ship would be secured. A single outstanding grade giant electric eel alone could likely keep his epic ship running at full speed for months without issue. Luo Feng was immensely satisfied with this outcome. Now, when he set out tomorrow to find Tang Shuiying, he could travel at even greater speeds. After storing the headless outstanding grade giant electric eel before him, Luo Feng turned to Ariel and said, "Let's continue deeper." Hearing Luo Feng's words, Ariel took the lead and continued their descent. Soon, they reached 100 meters underwater, 200 meters underwater, 500 meters underwater. At such depths, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a creeping unease. This was his first time venturing so deep into the ocean, and he was doing it purely with his physical body, without any special equipment. Seeing Avril still descending further, Luo Feng spoke up, "How much farther is it? Is that treasure very far from us? If it's too deep, maybe we should stop for now. After all, who knows what terrifying creatures might lurk in the deep sea." Although Luo Feng's current strength wasn't weak, and he could use the size-adjusting golden banana to transform, encountering a creature hundreds of meters long in the deep ocean would make his 18-meter height barely enough to be a snack for such beings. This wasn't just baseless speculation. The giant electric eel he just encountered was only a good-grade creature. If he ran into an epic or legendary-grade creature, Luo Feng might not even be able to escape. For the sake of his own life, Luo Feng knew when to retreat. After a moment of silence, Ariel responded, "We're about 100 meters away. From what I can sense, there aren't any major dangerous creatures around here. Master, you don't need to worry too much. We merfolk are quite skilled in this regard. If there's danger, I'll warn you." Hearing this, Luo Feng secretly sighed in relief. Since they'd come this far, another 100 meters wouldn't make much difference. It was worth continuing to investigate. "Alright," Luo Feng said, "let's go deeper. I wonder what kind of treasure we'll find at these depths." At 666 meters underwater, Luo Feng could now see a faintly glowing object. However, he didn't rush toward it, instead quickly scanning the surroundings for any guardian creatures. After looking around, he found no animals seemed interested in the glowing object, just some ordinary deep-sea fish that appeared completely unremarkable. This puzzled Luo Feng. Treasures usually had guardian creatures nearby. Why was there nothing here? Noticing Luo Feng's confusion, Ariel smiled and explained, "Master, let's retrieve the treasure. The energy it emits is very weak, so larger creatures probably wouldn't value it. But from what I can sense, it contains a trace of very special energy. Only someone like me could detect this energy. Most merfolk wouldn't even notice it." Hearing this, Luo Feng grew intensely curious. Could he have actually stumbled upon something valuable this time? Thinking of this, Luo Feng spoke up, "Then let's go take a look. What's so special about this treasure?" Soon, Luo Feng and Ariel arrived before the treasure, emitting an extremely faint glow. When Luo Feng saw the object before him, he was completely stunned. What lay before his eyes appeared to be a pebble. The pebble was only about the size of a fingernail. If not for Ariel leading the way, Luo Feng might never have noticed this tiny stone. 95, Chapter 95, The Deep Sea Giant Fish, 200 meters long. Ingredients for spicy fish head are here. This pebble looked no different from the ordinary ones Luo Feng had seen by the roadside before. However, Luo Feng didn't dwell on it too much. Even if it was just a common pebble, after being enhanced by the god-level billion-fold system, it would undoubtedly become something more. With that thought, Luo Feng extended his right hand and grasped the pebble firmly. A system notification immediately sounded in his mind. Obtained excellent grade mysterious seed, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained legendary grade mysterious seed, +1. Luo Feng was stunned when he heard the system's prompt. This seemingly ordinary pebble was actually a seed, something he had never expected. But before he could inspect the legendary grade mysterious seed, the merfolk queen beside him suddenly spoke. "Master, the treasure in your hand, the trace of special energy within it has suddenly multiplied. I can now sense an immense surge of power emanating from it." Just as Luo Feng was about to respond, the merfolk queen abruptly grabbed his hand. Their bodies then shot upward at an incredible speed. Caught off guard by the sudden movement, Luo Feng had no idea what was happening. At that moment, the merfolk queen's expression turned panicked as she urgently said, "Master, quickly put that treasure away. We're in danger." Before Luo Feng could even ask why, he suddenly sensed a disturbance from the depths of the ocean. Startled, he immediately stored the legendary grade mysterious seed into his space ring. Thanks to the water spirit orb, Luo Feng had some sensitivity to the movements of the surrounding seawater. Right now, he could feel the water around him rapidly being pulled downward. At the same time, a powerful suction force emerged from the ocean floor, as if trying to drag both him and Ariel deeper into the abyss. Fortunately, the energy radiating from the water spirit orb on his body counteracted the overwhelming pull. Not only that, but a dazzling, multicolored glow also burst forth from Ariel's body. The crown on her head shone with an equally brilliant light. In just 5 seconds, Ariel had pulled Luo Feng from hundreds of meters underwater all the way to the surface. Then, in the blink of an eye, their figures vanished, appearing directly on the island. A single word flashed through Luo Feng's mind, blink. Could the merfolk queen teleport? All of this had happened in mere seconds. Before Luo Feng could even process the situation, he realized that Ariel's extreme reaction could only mean one thing: they had narrowly escaped grave danger. As Luo Feng was still trying to make sense of it all, his gaze was drawn back to the spot where they had emerged from the sea. A massive whirlpool had formed there, swallowing vast amounts of seawater as it spiraled downward. Then, an even more shocking sight unfolded before his eyes. A gaping maw, dozens of meters wide, surged up from the depths and devoured an enormous volume of water in one gulp. A colossal fish head emerged from the ocean before disappearing beneath the waves once more. The massive fish's body began to reveal itself during this rolling motion. As the enormous fish emerged from beneath the sea and then submerged again, it created massive waves. The entire shoreline became turbulent with surging waves. A full 10 seconds passed before the fish's entire body returned to the sea and disappeared from sight. Luo Feng was utterly stunned by the scene before him. That giant fish must have been lured up by his mysterious seed, right? Had he been just a step slower, he would have been swallowed by that 200-meter-long behemoth. Whether Luo Feng would have died or not, he didn't know. But being swallowed by such a massive fish would definitely not be a pleasant experience. It certainly wouldn't be a safe place. Thinking this, Luo Feng quickly turned to look at the merfolk queen beside him. If not for her sudden burst of speed earlier, Luo Feng might already be swimming inside the fish's stomach right now. Seeing the merfolk queen's exhausted expression, his heart ached with concern. She had ended up like this to save him. If the merfolk queen were unharmed, that would be one thing. But if she were injured because of this, Luo Feng wouldn't mind adding a spicy fish head dish to his menu. Just as Luo Feng was thinking this, the merfolk queen suddenly spoke in an extremely weak voice, "Master, are you alright?" Seeing her in such a weakened state yet still prioritizing his safety first, Luo Feng felt an odd sensation in his heart. Not wasting any time, Luo Feng quickly took out a sapience fruit and handed it to the merfolk queen, his face filled with worry as he said, "Are you stupid? You're in this state and still worrying about me? Hurry up and eat this fruit, see if it helps." Hearing his words, the merfolk queen took the fruit without hesitation and ate it immediately. After consuming it, her complexion did indeed improve noticeably. After resting for a moment, Ariel spoke again, "Thank you, master, for giving me such a precious fruit. I just overexerted my energy. It's not a serious injury. Giving me this fruit is a bit of a waste." Hearing Ariel say this and knowing she wasn't seriously hurt, Luo Feng smiled. Instantly, 10 more sapience fruits appeared in his hand as he said, "I have plenty of these fruits, no need to worry about waste. Besides, you ended up like this because you saved me. If you're still not fully recovered, you can eat as many of these as you want." Seeing the 10 additional fruits suddenly appear in Luo Feng's hand, Ariel's face showed shock. Having just eaten one, she naturally understood their value. She never expected Luo Feng to possess so many of such precious fruits. Thinking this, she said, "Thank you for your concern, master. Earlier, I mainly used the water spirit orb in your possession to achieve rapid movement. Then, I used my crown to perform a short distance teleportation. I just exhausted all my energy. That's all. I wasn't injured. I just need some rest to recover my strength." Hearing Ariel's explanation, Luo Feng sighed in relief. It was good that she wasn't hurt, otherwise, he would never have forgiven that giant fish. Thinking of the big fish, Luo Feng spoke up, "What just happened? Why did a big fish suddenly attack? Was it because of the mysterious seed in my hand?" Hearing Luo Feng mention the incident, the merfolk queen's expression slightly changed. 96, Chapter 96, "You're acting a bit strange now." Then, with a somewhat grave expression, she spoke, "Master, that giant fish was indeed attracted by the treasure you just obtained. Is that a seed? Originally, I could only sense a trace of special energy from that seed. But after it fell into your hands, master, the special energy contained within suddenly increased by at least 100,000 times. Not only could I sense the immense energy within, but probably any slightly powerful creature could sense it too. That's precisely why that giant fish was drawn here. Fortunately, you had the water spirit orb with you, allowing us to use some methods with it. This fish is truly enormous. In all my years living on Fish Human Island, I've never seen such a massive fish. There's something strange about this sea zone." Hearing Ariel's words, Luo Feng understood the reason behind all this. It seemed it really was because of that mysterious seed of his. If that was the case, then his mysterious seed was quite extraordinary. To think it could attract such a massive fish. What kind of seed could this be? Luo Feng looked at Ariel and said, "This time, you saved me. I want to properly thank you. Is there anything you'd like? You are my master. Saving my master is what I should do. You don't need to thank me." Ariel gazed at Luo Feng with sincere devotion, as if he were her entire world. As long as Luo Feng was safe, she felt completely content. Hearing this, Luo Feng smiled and said, "Since you put it that way, it's all the more reason I can't let you go unrewarded. Next time, I'll treat you to chopped chili fish head." "What's chopped chili fish head?" Ariel looked at Luo Feng in confusion. Having lived on Mermaid Island her whole life, she had never heard of such a dish. Luo Feng wasn't surprised by her puzzlement. This was a delicacy from the modern world, specifically Chinese cuisine. It was perfectly normal for creatures in this oceanic world not to know about it. So, Luo Feng explained, "Chopped chili fish head is a dish, very famous in my homeland. It's primarily made with fish head and chopped chili, with ingredients like scallions, ginger, garlic, and fermented black beans as seasonings. The flavor is incredibly rich and savory, fatty yet not greasy. I guarantee you'll love it after just one bite." As Ariel listened to Luo Feng's description, her large eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had never heard of such a method of preparing food before. But when the thought of the fish head crossed her mind, her expression suddenly changed, and she asked suspiciously, "Master, when you say you'll treat me to chopped chili fish head now, you're not talking about the head of that 200-meter-long fish from earlier, are you?" Seeing her reaction, Luo Feng chuckled and said, "You're as sharp as ever. That giant fish wanted to eat us earlier, now it's only fair we eat it instead." I think its head looks perfect for making chopped chili fish head. It should taste absolutely delicious. If you want to try it, I can definitely chop off this fish's head and cook it for you. That look on your face, you're not doubting your master's abilities, are you? Ariel felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Luo Feng's words. She never expected him to be so kind to her. Having such a master truly made her feel incredibly fortunate. With this thought, a happy smile appeared on Ariel's face as she spoke. Thank you for being so good to me, master. I'll gladly eat whatever you offer me. Even when I became the Merfolk Queen, I wasn't as happy as I am today. I really wish this moment could last longer. When Luo Feng saw the breathtaking beauty of the Merfolk Queen's smile, he was utterly captivated. A smile that could topple cities. Now, Luo Feng finally understood the true meaning of this idiom. At that moment, Luo Feng gazed at Ariel's face and suddenly said, "You look a little strange right now." Hearing this, Ariel felt puzzled, unsure what he meant. With some confusion, she asked, "Master, what's strange about me? Is there something on my face?" "You're strangely beautiful. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen," Luo Feng answered with utmost sincerity. Although Luo Feng found Tang Shuiying equally attractive, the Merfolk Queen was slightly more beautiful in his eyes. After all, the Merfolk Queen was a mermaid with special abilities and a royal bearing, possessing an indescribable aura. All these factors combined made Luo Feng feel that the Merfolk Queen was truly stunning. However, there was one area where the Merfolk Queen couldn't compare to Tang Shuiying. The Merfolk Queen's buns weren't as big as Tang Shuiying's, noticeably smaller. This was a conclusion Luo Feng reached after careful observation. But these weren't issues for Luo Feng. If the Merfolk Queen was willing, Luo Feng could quickly help her enhance that area. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Ariel's face instantly flushed slightly, her heartbeat accelerating rapidly. As the Merfolk Queen, no man had ever spoken to her like this before. It left her momentarily at a loss. Yet when she remembered that the person before her was her master, she began to feel happy inside. Gathering her courage, she asked, "Thank you for the compliment, master. Which part of me do you find strangely beautiful?" Luo Feng thought for a moment and replied, "Every part is beautiful, but even more so when you smile. You should smile more often. With me here, you won't encounter anything that makes you unhappy." Ariel felt something shift inside her upon hearing these words, experiencing a strange, wonderful sensation. This was a feeling she'd never had in all her years of existence, one she couldn't quite describe. But now her heart felt completely at ease and joyful. All her previous worries and anxieties vanished instantly. Her exquisite features blossoming into another smile, Ariel said, "Thank you for your kind words, master. I'll remember what you've said." Hearing this, Luo Feng responded, "Let's pause our conversation here. You should rest on the bed for now. I need to study this mysterious seed I just obtained." With that, Luo Feng directly brought out the epic multifunctional bed. Then, he picked up the Merfolk Queen and placed her on the bed. This time, the two treasures the Merfolk Queen had found for Luo Feng were truly invaluable to him. At this moment, Luo Feng was extremely curious what exactly did the description of the mysterious seed look like. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 97, Chapter 97, The Seed's Bathwater. Just as Luo Feng was about to examine the attributes of the mysterious seed, a massive tidal wave suddenly surged from the sea, heading straight toward him. These waves were caused by the earlier flip of that 200-meter-long giant fish. However, Luo Feng showed no panic at the approaching waves. Calmly, he took out the water spirit orb. As a result, the moment the waves reached Luo Feng, they abruptly stopped. Not far from Luo Feng, on the other side of the island, Zhang San and the other two, seeing the enormous waves, immediately started running inland. That giant fish that suddenly appeared was terrifying. Just one flip created such huge waves. How long must that fish actually be? Why does our sea zone feel so dangerous? Not only are the animals on the island enormous, but there are also such massive sea creatures beneath the waves. How are we supposed to survive this? Stop wasting time talking. Run faster, or we'll be swept into the sea and done for. Only after running a considerable distance did the three of them finally escape the waves. Panting heavily, Wang Er spoke up regretfully, "Too bad we don't have a recorder. If we could have recorded that hundreds of meters long fish, we'd have struck gold. This would have been way more shocking than those dozens of meters long animals from before." Zhang San, still shaken, replied, "Thank goodness we ran fast. That fish was incredibly powerful with just one flip. Logically, a fish that big should be in the deep sea, right? Why did it suddenly come to the surface? Did something major happen? I wonder if Shura, Azura, Big Boss noticed what just happened. Surely this has nothing to do with him, right?" Luo Feng was just about to check the description of the legendary grade mysterious seed, but he didn't dare take it out directly. There was no telling if it might attract another deep-sea giant. At this thought, an idea flashed through Luo Feng's mind. If he used this mysterious seed as bait, it would undoubtedly be the perfect fishing lure. Once his strength improved in the future, he planned to take the seed out to sea and catch a few big fish just to see how they tasted. First on the list would be that deep-sea giant from today. He'd make chopped chili fish head out of it. Putting aside his wild thoughts, Luo Feng focused his attention on the mysterious seed inside his space ring, which resembled a small pebble. A data panel appeared before him. Mysterious seed. Grade, legendary, growth capable. Description: this seed contains an immense amount of mysterious energy, capable of nurturing an extraordinarily formidable life form. However, its growth requires a specific environment and time. Though currently in seed form, it still possesses remarkable functions. Even a drop of its bathwater could greatly benefit you. Function: seed water. By placing seeds in water, the water becomes influenced by the seeds, enabling rapid growth for plants and animals. After reading the description of this mysterious seed, Luo Feng was utterly shocked this time. This was just too overpowering. And this was merely the seed in its dormant state, not even fully grown. Just the water it soaked in could accelerate the growth of plants and animals. The energy it contained was terrifying. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if an animal swallowed this mysterious seed. Luo Feng even suspected that if that deep-sea fish had swallowed the seed earlier, it might have exploded from the overwhelming energy. In a way, Luo Feng had actually saved its life. However, when Luo Feng noticed the seed water, another thought surfaced in his mind: a type of liquor from the real world. Seed wine. Could it be that seed wine was simply liquor infused with the essence of seeds soaked in it? Sometimes, Luo Feng had even seen netizens online saying things like, looking for seeds. He never quite understood what they meant by that. Shaking off the thought, Luo Feng took the mysterious seed from his space ring and placed it in a large wooden basin. For now, he just let it soak. This growth-accelerating water had many important uses. First, once his pet, the black tortoise, hatched, it would definitely need to grow quickly. This seed water would be perfect for it. And if Luo Feng ever obtained plant seeds for cultivation, rapid growth would be essential. The seed water could be used for irrigation. Truly, the applications were endless. At that moment, a bold idea suddenly struck Luo Feng. If seed water could speed up the growth of plants and animals, why wait until the black tortoise egg hatched before giving it to the black tortoise? Why not just place the black tortoise egg directly into the seed water to speed up its hatching? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Luo Feng felt it was worth a try. After all, there was no real downside. If it didn't work, he could simply take the egg back out. But if it succeeded, Luo Feng could get his second pet much sooner. Originally, the black tortoise should have been his first pet. But who knew it would take so long to hatch? The merfolk queen had already become his first pet. As for why the pet rankings hadn't been unlocked yet, Luo Feng wasn't sure. Perhaps it required multiple people to obtain pets first. Otherwise, if the rankings opened now, Luo Feng's name would be the only one listed and he'd have 2 mythical creatures as pets. That would almost certainly provoke widespread resentment. Right now, people were still new to the oceanic world and relatively weak, so they didn't dare challenge Luo Feng. But given time, once they acquired advanced items and special abilities, many would surely set their sights on him. With that in mind, Luo Feng recalled the descriptions of various islands from his Myriad Islands illustrated handbook. Sooner or later, humans would discover and occupy these islands. What if someone managed to obtain a transformation device from Ultraman Island, obtaining a Gundam from Mecha Island, acquiring an AWM from Battle Royale Island? These are all possible. Therefore, Luo Feng must also focus on improving his strength in his daily life. 98, Chapter 98, Black Tortoise Egg Hatching Time, 3 hours, the second pet is coming. He needed to ensure he could obtain all these things himself. At this moment, Luo Feng didn't dare to dwell on it further. It was better to hurry and place the black tortoise egg into the seed water. All items within Luo Feng's space ring could be manipulated at will with just a thought. As soon as this idea crossed Luo Feng's mind, the black tortoise egg entered the seed water. When the black tortoise egg was outside earlier, Luo Feng had glanced at its hatching time. Black tortoise egg hatching time, 18 hours. After placing the black tortoise egg into the seed water, Luo Feng checked the hatching time again, and his face revealed an expression of utter astonishment. Soon after, his expression turned to one of ecstatic joy because he saw that the hatching time of the black tortoise egg had indeed shortened. Black tortoise egg hatching time, 16 hours. Then, Luo Feng moved the black tortoise egg closer to the mysterious seed. The hatching time continued to decrease. Black tortoise egg hatching time, 14 hours. Seeing this change, Luo Feng grew extremely excited. The mysterious seed was indeed effective. Luo Feng didn't hesitate and directly placed the black tortoise egg right beside the mysterious seed. Finally, a new hatching time appeared in Luo Feng's vision. Black tortoise egg hatching time, 3 hours. When he saw that the black tortoise egg only needed 3 hours to hatch, Luo Feng was overjoyed. This mysterious seed was simply too incredible. If Luo Feng ever found himself in dire straits in the future, he could start a hatching assistance service would that bring in a fortune. Just as Luo Feng was contemplating how to maximize the value of the seed water, he suddenly received a message. It was a voice message from Tang Shuiying. Luo Feng, a giant sea monster has appeared near you. Are you in any danger? Hearing Tang Shuiying's voice, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. How did she know he had just encountered a giant sea monster? Could it be that Tang Shuiying could also see what was happening around him? Would his dealings with the merfolk queen be exposed? Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke with some confusion. I'm not in any danger, so don't worry too much. But how did you know a giant sea monster appeared near me? Didn't I say earlier that I was going to make dinner for you? I was preparing ingredients and checking the trading area to see if there was anything good to trade. Then, I saw in the chat channel that everyone was talking about the sea monster near your location. So, I immediately came to ask if you were in danger. According to those people, that fish was hundreds of meters long. It sounds terrifying. Hearing Tang Shuiying's explanation, Luo Feng understood what had happened. It seemed many people had witnessed the deep-sea fish's movements. With this in mind, Luo Feng replied, "It's just a big fish, nothing to worry about. Didn't you say before that you like eating fish? I think this big fish would be perfect. Next time, I'll catch it and cook it for you." Luo Feng and Tang Shuiying were quite familiar with each other, so he was aware of some of her preferences. From Luo Feng's understanding, both Tang Shuiying and Tang Sui, the sisters, loved eating fish very much. On the rare occasions when Luo Feng met with both sisters at the same time, there was always a fish dish served during meals. At this moment, Tang Sui was washing the cucumber in her hands. This was one of the food items spat out by the treasure chest she had obtained earlier, the one that loved cleanliness. Fine quality cucumber, fine quality noodles, fine quality egg. Tonight, Tang Sui was going to cook for Luo Feng. She planned to slice the cucumber and make a cold cucumber salad. Then, she intended to cook noodles for Luo Feng. At the same time, she would also boil an egg to nourish Luo Feng's body. After all, everyone had just entered the ocean survival world not long ago, so cooking ingredients were still scarce. For now, she could only prepare meals this way. When she heard Luo Feng say that he would treat her to fish, her heart instantly warmed. Regardless of whether Luo Feng truly intended to treat her to such a big fish, the mere fact that he said it already made her extremely satisfied. After all, having a guy who remembers your preferences and what you like to eat was already something that brought immense joy. So today, when she cooked noodles for Luo Feng, she had put in extra effort. It wasn't just a simple bowl of noodles. She had also made some preparations with the egg, hoping to give Luo Feng a pleasant surprise later. Thinking of this, Tang Sui spoke up, "I'm relieved that you weren't in danger. I used to love eating fish very much, but now, as long as it's made by you, I'll enjoy it. So, for the sake of your safety, it's better not to provoke such a big fish. If you were to die before me, then I wouldn't have any reason to keep living alone. The reason I've survived until now and can keep going is because of the support you've given me, both mentally and physically. You must absolutely protect your life, okay?" When Luo Feng heard Tang Sui say this, he suddenly felt as if sand had blown into his eyes. He truly hadn't expected that, after only a few days in this ocean world, he would already receive such deep care from two people. Luo Feng glanced at the merfolk queen lying on his bed. After some thought, he decided not to mention her to Tang Sui just yet. It would be better to talk about it face to face when they met tomorrow. Otherwise, discussing such matters through online chat wouldn't be reliable. With this in mind, Luo Feng said, "Don't worry, I value my life very much. I definitely won't die before seeing you. And after seeing you, I'll be even more unwilling to die. Tonight, I'll do my best to finish building the giant ship. Tomorrow, I'll set off for that island. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll see each other tomorrow. I've already prepared a big bed for you. When the time comes, we can sleep together." Hearing Luo Feng say this, Tang Sui's heart instantly raced. Was this day finally coming? Now, Tang Sui had made up her mind. When she met Luo Feng, she would reveal her true identity. From then on, how things would unfold would depend on Luo Feng's reaction. Moreover, Tang Sui was now absolutely certain that she had fallen for Luo Feng. Knowing whether you like someone is actually quite simple. If you frequently think about that person, actively want to chat with them, wish to share your favorite things with them, and desire to make them happy because of you, then you know. 99, Chapter 99, How to Tell if Someone Likes You. These circumstances, Tang Sui had already fully embodied. Moreover, Tang Sui could also sense that Luo Feng liked her. As for how to tell if someone likes you, this actually doesn't need to be said. If someone truly likes you, it can't be hidden. When you ask this question, the answer is already there. Can you not feel the warmth when standing beside a fire? If you can't feel it, it's not that the fire isn't emitting heat, it's just that the fire isn't emitting it for you. You'd better hurry and find the next one. Thinking this, Tang Sui had already finished washing the cucumber in her hands. She picked up a knife and began slicing the thick cucumber. At the same time, she spoke, "Alright, I'm also looking forward to our meeting tomorrow. I'm going to cook for you now. A little later, we can eat together." Hearing Tang Sui's words, Luo Feng felt somewhat curious and said, "What delicious food are you planning to make for me tonight? If you're short on ingredients, you can ask me for some." Hearing Luo Feng say this, Tang Sui had originally intended to keep it a surprise, but then she thought inviting Luo Feng to eat noodles wasn't really something worth hiding, was it? Although these were fine quality noodles, they weren't anything particularly special, so she decided to just say it now. Otherwise, if Luo Feng ended up disappointed later, that wouldn't be good. Thus, Tang Sui said, "Tonight, I'll make noodles for you." You actually got noodles. Hearing Tang Sui say this, Luo Feng couldn't help but voice his thoughts. He hadn't expected her to find noodles in the ocean. Tang Sui smiled faintly at Luo Feng's surprised tone and said, "This was food spat out by the cleanliness chest I obtained earlier. Besides the fine quality noodles, there were also fine eggs and fine cucumbers. Tonight, I'll cook all of these for you. I hope you won't be disappointed then. Right now, ingredients are limited, so I can't make anything else." Hearing Tang Sui say this, Luo Feng could understand. He replied, "Alright, after knowing you for so long, I still haven't tasted your cooking. Since you're willing to make noodles for me, I can finally try them. I've actually never had fine quality noodles before." Hearing this, a faint smile and confidence appeared on Tang Sui's face as she said, "Then just wait, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. You'll want more after eating. I'm very confident in my noodle making skills. Of course, there are other dishes too. Seems like I'm in for a treat this time. I'll be waiting for your noodles. Go ahead with your work, I'll check the chat channel in the meantime." After saying this, Luo Feng closed his chat with Tang Sui and opened the regional chat channel. This time, Luo Feng didn't browse the trading section, he went straight to where everyone was chatting. "Zhang San, did you guys really encounter a 100-meter-long giant sea monster over there? You're not pulling our legs, are you? Without pictures or evidence, it's hard for us to believe. Didn't you record a video this time? Pics or it didn't happen. You've got nothing but words, and you expect to convince everyone? It can't be that you're just lucky enough to keep running into giant creatures all the time. I might as well say that the giant sea monster you saw was one I caught while fishing, ha ha ha. Thanks for the invite. Currently in the ocean, just climbed onto my wooden raft. I was only a few hundred meters away from that giant deep-sea fish. I saw the whole thing as it rolled its massive body. Even from that distance, the waves it created were strong enough to capsize my little raft. If I'd been any closer, the waves would have been even more powerful, and I might not be here to tell the tale. From what I saw, that deep-sea fish was at least 200 meters long. No idea why a fish that big would come up to the surface. Those waves were absolutely monstrous. I was there too. Actually, I am the big fish you're all talking about. I just came up to let out a fart. Feeling much better now, so I'm heading back down. Sorry for the disturbance. If you've got time, come visit me in the deep sea. Also, the guy above me used monstrous wrong. I didn't see any beautiful women around." Luo Feng skimmed through the comments and noticed that most players were skeptical about the existence of a several hundred-meter-long deep-sea fish. After all, without pictures or videos, there was no real proof. Since Zhang San and his group had previously used videos to gather a lot of resources, some people grew envious. Then, they started making up wild stories to see if they could scam others out of supplies. Some claimed they'd run into Ultraman, others said they met Spider-Man, and a few even swore they'd seen a T-Rex. Those were at least somewhat plausible after all. In this oceanic world, encountering strange creatures wasn't entirely unbelievable. But then someone went as far as saying they'd met Qin Shi Huang. They promised that if everyone sent them 5 pieces of wood, they'd take them to live under Qin Shi Huang's protection. The scary part? Some people actually fell for it and sent over the wood. So now, unless someone could provide solid evidence for their claims, no one would believe them. Reading these comments, Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Since everyone was so fixated on the deep-sea fish, Luo Feng figured he might as well cash in on some shock points while he had the chance. So he typed into the chat, "I saw that deep-sea fish too. It was over 200 meters long, pretty massive. Bet it'd taste great. Actually, I've been craving some chopped chili fish head lately. Any chefs here who know how to make it? If you do, hit me up. The pay won't disappoint." When these people saw Shura appear and then read his statement, they were all shocked. Holy shit, even Shura, Azura, Big Boss has been drawn out. Could what Zhang San and the others said earlier actually be true? Is there really a 200-meter-long deep-sea fish making an appearance? From what I know of Shura, Azura, Big Boss, he doesn't seem like the type to bullshit. Brother upstairs, the fifth to last word in your last sentence was a bit unnecessary. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 100, Chapter 100, Construction of the Epic Ship begins. Even if Shura himself came out and said it, I absolutely wouldn't believe that there could be a 200-meter-long fish in this oceanic world. And Shura actually plans to use the head of such a gigantic fish to make chopped chili fish head? This can't be a joke, right? Even if Shura could grow larger, facing such an enormous fish, he'd probably turn tail and flee at the mere sight of it. Shura, Azura, Big Boss, such a huge fish isn't something you should eat. Because with a fish head that big, you'd definitely overeat. But if you're really going to eat it, you must call me. I've been skilled at picking out fish bones since childhood. I am an expert at eating fish. Shura, Big Boss, I'm a chef at a 5-star hotel, and my specialty is chopped chili fish head. I know dozens of ways to prepare fish heads. Although this deep-sea fish's head is a bit, well, probably over 10 meters long, since it's still a fish head, the preparation method should be similar. I'll send you the recipe for chopped chili fish head right away. After Luo Feng sent out his message, it didn't take long before he received a private message from the self-proclaimed 5-star chef. Luo Feng glanced through the steps. They were indeed extremely detailed. As long as he followed them, even if it was his first time making chopped chili fish head, he could still succeed. Not only that, but the 5-star chef had also included several methods for preparing fish meat. From the content, Luo Feng could tell this person truly had some skills. So, without hesitation, Luo Feng took out 2 fish from his space ring and traded them to the 5-star chef. Since Luo Feng's space ring couldn't store living creatures, all the fish inside had previously been dead. But that was before. Now, with the mysterious seed, as long as the fish were placed in seed water, they could remain alive and kicking even inside the space ring. In fact, they'd thrive. The 5-star chef had initially sent the message to Shura just to test his luck. But when he saw the 2 fish suddenly appear in his hands, his face instantly lit up with excitement. He quickly posted in the chat channel, "Thank you, Shura Big Boss, for the 2 fish. What I sent you earlier was the standard recipe for chopped chili fish head. Next, I'll research how to prepare the head of a 200-meter-long fish. I promise to finalize the recipe and ingredients before Shura Big Boss slays this giant fish. It definitely won't interfere with Shura Big Boss's dining experience." The other players, seeing the 5-star chef's message, were utterly shocked. Holy shit, is Shura Big Boss serious? There's really a 100-meter-long fish, and he's actually going to make chopped chili fish head out of it. This has to be fake. If Shura can really make such a massive chopped chili fish head, I'll personally introduce my 18-year-old sister to him for free. Shura, big brother, I love chopped chili fish head too. Can I eat it with you, in bed? Luo Feng watched as his little stunt earned him tens of thousands of shock points, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Indeed, many hands make light work. It seemed he should make more appearances in the future. However, Luo Feng wasn't overly excited by these shock points to the point of immediately revealing his legendary items. These legendary items were Luo Feng's trump cards, after all, and naturally couldn't be carelessly exposed to others. Otherwise, he could easily become a target. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the thief's covetous gaze. Moreover, Luo Feng had just arrived in the oceanic world less than 3 days ago. If others found out he already possessed legendary items, they would likely be extremely envious. With this in mind, Luo Feng stopped engaging in the chat channel. His goal had already been achieved. So, he closed the chat channel directly. There was still some time before nightfall. He planned to use this time to see if he could gather more time accelerators. Earlier, in order to kill the giant electric eel, Luo Feng had rapidly crafted 4 legendary cloud-piercing arrows in a short span. Crafting a single cloud-piercing arrow took 2.4 hours. Though Luo Feng had obtained quite a few time accelerators before, even he was feeling the strain. Especially now that he needed to build an epic ship, which would take 7 days. That was 7 24 60 10,080 minutes. Currently, Luo Feng only had a little over 7,000 time accelerators, far from enough to complete the epic ship immediately. This was also why Luo Feng had previously said he would set off for the island tomorrow to find Tang Shuiying. Without the epic ship, his travel speed would be drastically reduced. Thinking of this, Luo Feng sent a message to Zhang San to check how many time accelerators they had gathered for him. Earlier, they had secretly filmed Luo Feng's video and earned a considerable amount of wood. Luo Feng had instructed them to use that wood to trade for time accelerators on his behalf. Soon, Luo Feng sent the message. "How many time accelerators have you collected so far?" Zhang San and the other 2 were currently cleaning up the beach after it had been washed over by waves. When Zhang San saw the message from Shura, he instantly became extremely excited. This was the first time Shura had ever messaged him. He hurriedly replied, "Greetings, Shura Big Boss. We've collected 520 minutes worth of time accelerators. We'll send them over right away. Time accelerator 520 minutes, trades, nothing." Luo Feng looked at the clock that had appeared in his hand, displaying 520 minutes, and was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the 3 of them to gather so many time accelerators. So, Luo Feng spoke up. "You've done well. Keep up the good work. If you perform well, the rewards will naturally follow. I need a large number of time accelerators. Here, take these 3 fish for your meal." 3 fish, trades, nothing. Zhang San stared at the 3 fish in his hands, instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Right now, fish were an extremely scarce food source. After all, fishing in the open ocean was no easy task. The most basic problem: where would they even find bait? Zhang San shifted his gaze from the fish to Wang Er and said, "You were absolutely right. It seems listening to you was the correct choice." Wang Er smiled slightly upon hearing Zhang San's words and said, "From Shura's massive collection of time accelerators before, I can see he has a great demand for them. So I've made a decision to allocate all our resources to collecting time accelerators, striving to leave a good impression on Shura. If Shura thinks we perform well, he might even consider using our services in the future."
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get: an unlimited access to the full audiobook library, New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.